Where'd you guys get the GG poker? Where'd you get the GG patch at? Over there, yeah.
Oh.
That's a sick one to have.
Huh?
That's a sick one to have.
What's that?
There's no gamble, no future patch.
Check.
That's 1,500.
You got the shuffle.
Yeah, he's really. Oh yeah. I'll scoot over a tad bit here.
Oh. Five.
Five's good, right? That's what I lost for a minute. I'll take something when you get a moment to, please. I'll take a Michelob Ultra and then 3 waters. I'll take coolers. Yeah. Can I go and pay you now that way?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. No change. Thank you.
A coffee with Bailey's?
I think I need another card dealer.
I can fix that.
Yeah, thanks.
More water.
You do iced coffee or no?
Race.
I'll do an iced coffee with milk and sugar, please. And then I know everyone's asking for a bunch of waters. That would be great too. All right. Thank you very much.
What if?
Call.
3 players. Check. That's 22. If you need to use your phone, you gotta step away.
Oh, okay.
Even texting?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know.
It's a hard habit to get out of up here,
Oh, yeah.
just in general. What things you tell me?
Oh, yeah. I can go lose these.
What's your name, dealer?
Andre.
Get your dealer at the minute.
I think he works his tables a lot.
Sometimes.
Raise.
You gotta raise to 1,000.
Call.
Check. That's 1,300. Can I get change for 1,000 from you?
You need two?
I just need a 1K from you.
Oh, gotcha.
Raise to 11.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 World Series of Poker. Apologies there for that little delay. Let us know in the chat if you can hear us now loud and clear, because we are going to be here for the entire night to cover Phil Hellmuth in the 2023 World Series of Poker main event, of course, if he manages to make a run in this tournament. Remco Rinkema right here on the comms, along with Donnie Peters. Let's see if we can turn this into an epic night of poker action. Still waiting for Phil Hellmuth to show up. Of course, Hellmuth always late. He just had his entrance. We are on a dynamic delay, which means we're cutting out the dinner break, which means we're starting on a 2-hour delay. By the end of the night, we'll be on a 30-minute delay, just so you guys know how we do things around here. This also means that Mr. Hellmuth, when he shows up, you're going to get the whole experience. I'm pretty sure he's going to get changed out of his sort of half-naked greatest showman costume, Donnie. What did we see? It's unbelievable.
I don't know if I want to relive what we saw, to be honest. I just want to kind of burn it away from my memory, but he was the greatest showman. Dan Jungleman Cates was a lion. There was a pack of 17 women representing all of Phil Hellmuth's bracelets that helped usher him into the building, so quite the scene. I'm sure we'll get visual of it at some point. If not, there are some photos on the PokerGO Twitter account. Also on the PokerGO Threads account. Got to shout out the Threads account.
Yes, we do.
The new social media platform taking the world by storm.
Yeah, I'm a little off my game here to get things going. We were a little bit stressed out, Donnie, to get the show on the road here, but at least it's all working now. And we got a very special guest joining us shortly. The 2021 World Series Poker main event champion, Kurai Aldemir, currently on his way to join us in the booth. So we'll get some expert analysis from the former champ. If you're with us, let us know where you're watching from. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. We're going to do something special today. We're going to give away a free PokerGO subscription for every 500 new subscribers to our YouTube channel, just to get some extra energy in the building tonight. I got the numbers written down here. We are going to give away our first one at 445,000, and then every 500 after that. So there you go. All right, Donnie, these players have no idea what they're in for. Hellmuth, of course, showing up late. We're probably going to get him in the next few minutes. I've been told he is actually on his way to the table right now after getting out of his costume.
He loves to make an entrance, man. Just absolutely loves it.
Shout out to Valeriantes with the $5 donation. He says, I think I speak for everyone. I say that the sound of silence was better than your voices.
Ah, dang,
Wow,
man.
burn.
Come on.
Sick burn, bro.
Here he comes.
Sick burn.
Can I ban him?
All giveaways tonight will be on PokerGO.com as well as on our YouTube channel, so no need to worry about that. We're going to be doing it. We're equal opportunists over here.
When's dinner break? Right after this, right?
Oh, there he is. Let's see what he has to say.
I ordered 3.
Thank you. It's your partner.
Raise to 1,000?
You got to raise to 1,000.
Donnie, compared to all the theatrics we saw earlier with the Greatest Showman costume and the Lions, it's a very quiet entrance here.
It is. I mean, that was a scene. I'm not sure we've seen obviously a lot of Hellmuth entrances, but not sure I've seen anything quite like that one. Now we're back to normal Phil here.
Very curious to see if...
Oh, we got the food.
Do we have a
It
roast...
took less than a minute. We got the food.
Do we have a roast beef sandwich by chance? Are those ribs? What are we looking at here? Ladies and gentlemen, Phil Hellmuth just getting into his lunch. Perhaps this is breakfast, knowing that Hellmuth always sleeps in.
63.
You raised to 63.
Got a lot of new players to get acquainted with here at the feature table. Di Stefano raising it up to 1,000. Jamour making it 2,600, and McDaniel with the 4-bet making it 6,300 with pocket 9s on the button. Donnie, this is not your average main event table. So much aggression here with hands such as ace-queen offsuit and pocket 9s.
This could be a fun one early on. I mean, these guys are willing to 4-bet the 9-9. I like it, getting aggressive here. Day one of the main event, we're gonna see a flop.
I mean, there's a lot of chips in the middle here. 14,600 with 9s and ace-queen. Normally, you would... Oh, my God, Donnie. It's a barbecue plate. Phil Hellmuth going for the sauce.
He's just going in.
Keto, baby.
Going in.
Keto, baby. Oh, my God.
Check.
McDaniel's 9's still best here on the 10 high flop.
It's 4,600.
Jamour lets it go here. Ace-queen offsuit into the muck, and McDaniel picking up a really nice pot here. 4-betting before the flop, bringing his stack way up here in the early goings here. Up to 80K roughly. All players started with 60K today in the main event.
It's in the 7C, right? Yep, okay.
Matt Rains, $5 donation. He says, I like you guys. Much love, Matt. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you.
We're going to be here for 6 hours. Like I said, Karai Aldemir, the former champ, joining us in just a bit. We're excited to have everyone watching
After
our
she
day
took
one
the order,
coverage.
she was back?
Yeah, she brought water.
I missed the coffee.
She didn't
Or
bring our coffee?
Or was it just water she brought? Okay, that makes sense. I was in the middle of getting 3 and 4 bets, so I lost track.
I mean, at least he's using a knife and fork.
Yeah, I mean, imagine eating barbecue food with your fingers. That'd be pretty disgusting.
Raise to 1,000.
It's an action-packed table so far. Jamour with ace-queen ace-king offsuit, going to raise it up. Hellmuth back in his regular attire.
Oh, yes.
The ripped tracksuit.
Hey, Phil, I'm moving this table behind you, so don't trip.
My drinks are on there, bro.
Oh. All right, here. I'll use the other table.
We got some No Gamble, No Future and PokerGO patches on. Gentleman in the Run Good t-shirt. Always love to see it. That would be Jason Curry into 8 seat. Donnie, biggest main event of all time, officially now.
Yeah, earlier today, WSOP officials announced that the 17-year-old record of the 2006 WSOP main event, that event had 8,773 entries, soared through it, well past it. They are up over 9,000 and climbing. Registration is open until about 4:30 p.m. on the day 2s, so expect that number to climb. I would say 10,000 is certainly very much in play.
Yep. Thank
Honestly,
you.
I could
Appreciate
even
it.
see 11,000, which is just absolutely wild.
Hard to fathom the main event being this big. But now that it's finally here, Donnie, it's pretty incredible that we've seen such a strong summer, such amazing turnouts, and that the main event also delivers at the end here is amazing.
Coffee with Bailey's?
Little, oh, by the way, I just heard someone order coffee with Bailey's. This might be a fun table. By the way, I want to emphasize here something that Jack Effel said when we passed, or sorry, was it Ty Stewart who said it? He referenced the first prize of $12 million or more, he said.
Yeah, I wonder if they have something, you know, kind of already in their mind for if they did get a field this big, what they were going to do with that first place prize. Of course, that $12 million prize that you're referencing, Remco, that is what Jamie Gold won in 2006. It stands as the largest first place prize in World Series of Poker main event history. Will they try and equal it or top it? We'll see.
Check. I see. Bill, what do you got there? Yeah. Check.
Hellmuth receiving some inquiries about his dinner choice. McDaniel and DiStefano here battling as DiStefano hits a queen on the turn versus McDaniel's pocket fours.
That's 600. Breaks, dinner breaks.
It's funny how Hellmuth shows up late on day 1 of the main event, but
$27.
still didn't have time to eat before.
Raised to 27.
He's a busy man. DiStefano going to take this one down with a check raise. We're playing 200, 400 blinds with a 400 big blind ante. We got 3 levels for you tonight. Every level is 2 hours in length. Last night we had Daniel Negreanu on the feature table for quite some time. Donnie, ultimately, he ended up bagging a really short stack.
Well, relative to the field, yes, but still plenty of big blinds. Going into day 2, I think he'll have 30 big blinds or so, something like that. I think he bagged around 25K. Big blind will be 800. So, you know, short compared to the field, yes, but the important thing on day 1 of the WSP main event is as the fire alarms go off, you know, shout out to the Rio, used to get that once a day.
Oh my God.
The important thing with Negreanu, though, is that he's still in and he bagged chips. Espen Jorstad, the defending champion yesterday, kicked off action. He gave a little piece of advice to everyone and said, I bagged about a third of a starting stack, to start with 60K, when I made my championship run. So Negreanu down, certainly not out.
If you're wondering what that sound in the background is, the fire alarms are going off here inside the Bally's events, or sorry, Horseshoe Event Center. And of course we are on a long delay, so if you stick around long enough, you get the fire alarms on the broadcast. It's pretty hilarious.
What's up?
Currently, the main feature table set is doing some filming for our CBS Sports episodes.
Check.
I guess they have the big bracelet and the cash up on the main stage, and they use the smoke machine, and here we are.
Yeah, it's great.
But Donnie,
I feel like I'm in a different world.
if the building was actually on fire,
We would have no idea.
these poker players would still not evacuate.
No,
Protect your stack at all times.
of course.
Jonello with the ace of diamonds, other card unknown, but at this point, with the 3 diamond flop, he's got to be feeling pretty comfortable. Masson from France with the king of diamonds. We got some potential here for a big pot if a fourth diamond rolls off the deck. It's a bit of a different sounding sound alarm than the Rio.
800.
Not as high pitched. You and I have become quite acquainted with the Rio smoke alarm over the last 15 years. Fourth diamond doesn't come in. Masson misses and should feel lucky that he did, because a diamond there would have been really costly.
Oh, yes.
Rob Canton in the chat says, that's a voice evac fire alarm system. I'm surprised the strobes aren't flashing. The fire truck is on the way for sure. Trust me, the strobes are flashing where we are sitting. But of course, we are doing commentary on a delayed feed to give you guys the whole cards. So you'll see the strobes flashing in about 2 hours' time on the broadcast. Masson, meanwhile, betting 1,800, and depending on what Jonello's second card is, might see him make the call here. He does make the call.
You got king high.
King high being tabled. Let's see what Jonello has. He has ace-6. The pair of 6 wins, and ace high would have also been enough.
I want to say one thing to the table. Welcome to the series. Welcome. All right. Looks like a record number.
Appreciate it.
We could have 10,000 people. This is amazing. Poker is alive and well, fellas.
Phil Hellmuth welcoming everyone to the table. This is a, Donnie, are we in a circus show or in some kind of simulation?
Oh, what's going on?
Everything is...
I can barely stare at the screen because the lights are flashing so much. You're trying to talk to me. I got sirens in my ears. I mean...
This is unbelievable.
No place I'd rather be than right here. I mean, it's just incredible. This after the technical difficulties to get the stream started is just like so fitting. It just really is.
I mean, I don't even know what to say anymore. Karai Olimir is about to show up and wonder what the hell is going on here. I really hope someone can turn that fire alarm off.
The 50K Omaha I busted, I was upset.
I hope that you guys watching at home are having a less eventful day so far today, because this is absolute madness. Meanwhile, Phil Hellmuth, 9-3 offsuit into the muck. Let's hear some predictions in the chat on how Hellmuth's day will go today. Donnie, I think we're better off muting ourselves and letting people just listen to the table while we sort out this fire alarm situation.
So I played from 2 until 4:45 a.m. It was a long day.
I think we need a round of applause because the fire alarm just stopped.
2 days off, and I busted a tournament early the day before, so I came in pretty fresh.
You were down to 1 big blind in the tournament at one point, right?
2 big blinds.
2 big.
I didn't panic. I had 60,000 in chips, and 8 hours later I had 39 million. So.
Yeah, how much?
60,000, and then 8 hours later I had 39 million. Nice. It was nice.
What a heater.
I think we might be in the clear.
I mean,
I think we made it out.
Donnie, I'm so distrusting
Ace-King
right
held
now.
up against Ace-4. And
Took off from there.
call. The solvers say, I guess, you're moving with Ace-4 suited on the button.
Check.
Okay. I accept.
Solver making you a lot of money nowadays.
Hellmuth the solver, Donnie. What are we hearing here?
Drinks at the table, by the way.
I thought he was just a human
Sorry.
solver.
I thought he had it figured out.
You can drink.
Must have 17 gold bracelets.
Yeah, no, that was probably too close.
There's a lot of expensive
Well, these tables
stuff.
are pretty expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
Put it on Maury's tab.
You guys must have somebody, one of you guys must have somebody watching. Who's watching?
There's some people watching.
You got friends watching, family watching? We're live right now on PokerGo.
He doesn't speak English very well.
I'm French.
Je m'appelle.
Ah, mon nom c'est Alric. Je m'appelle Alric.
His name is Enrique.
That's not what he asked. Your French is horrible, don't you?
No, it's terrible.
He just told him that you asked what his name was.
Television.
Don't expect translation.
Television.
I see one over there.
What? Yes, we are.
He's admitted to trying to learn French.
There's a live feed into his phone and the translation
Wait,
starts.
I've messaged all of Australia.
Yeah, I speak French on Google Translate.
You got people watching.
Not really.
No.
Not really.
Nobody? How about you?
All of Australia, I messaged the whole country. They're having a
How about you?
holiday today to watch.
Absolutely, my wife.
Tell them I'm coming.
Wife and kids, of
Tell them I'm
course.
coming.
Your kids they can't watch very long, but the wife
Oh, they're
might hang in there for a while.
teenagers, 18 and 16.
Oh, then they're either going to watch the whole time or 4 minutes.
Yeah, or scroll through TikTok.
Right. You got people watching?
Oh, probably a couple hundred in our 2 local poker groups in San Diego.
Ooh, I like that. How about you?
Wife, kids, family, friends, employees. Yep.
Hopefully, yes. I said
This isn't
a
live
lot of
right now.
people.
It's delayed by
I think it's a half an hour delay. I know that my parents are probably watching. My wife, no. She's
right with that.
she's busy. She's at the. She has to work, so. I'd like to say she doesn't care, but
It's here. Oh, sorry.
I don't think she cares about a day one, even in the main event.
I put it on social media, so I'll tell you how many text messages I have
Yeah.
after. After
Phil had
about-
aces you should have folded. Phil bluffed you.
Yeah, all of it. I'm going to be the worst poker player ever after this streak.
That's okay. They watch me play, and all the kids say I do everything wrong. Now they have to shut up, I think. If I think you have it, I fold.
Raise to 9.
Nobody can argue with 17 bracelets.
Oh,
Nobody.
it's kind of disappearing now. This is the first year where I seem to get a lot of respect from the greatest players, finally.
Oh.
Before I won the bracelet.
What's the next closest?
Raise to 25.
10? Like 2 or 3 people with 10?
Yeah.
How many players were in the that event you just won?
650 or something.
Very nice.
But it was, all the great players were in that
Yeah.
one.
650 people are bound to a 10 account.
Yeah.
A one-day 10.
Sounds like we're getting the additional
Well,
Phil
great
Hellmuth
players
show
play.
with some
Yeah, they
background
like to
music
play short
coming
term.
through his headphones. I guess he's oblivious to what's going on with his music.
3K.
I hope you can turn that off
So I
soon
only had
before
6
we get
bounties going into the
demonetized here
last
on the
hand.
YouTube channel.
But when I won the last hand, I get my bounty and his
Maybe
bounty.
Fleetwood Mac is going to steal
That
all
could
our
be the
money.
least amount of bounties ever won by a bounty winner. Because I play a little different style, but I wasn't all in much.
Shack.
I just wait for people to give me the money.
Winning non-showdown.
Exactly.
I love Hellmuth.
I did win one flip at the final table. I had jacks against ace king. The last hand was nice too. He had a straight flush draw, so
You just banked the full house on the turn.
just smashed a full right away.
Go from
That's 25.
go from what, like 14 outs twice to 1 ounce once.
Yeah. I think we ran the math. He was 43% or something.
Heads up.
Got quite a
I mean, I have 4
hand,
kill cards.
hand brewing here, but don't
has
want to
one
interrupt
kill
Hellmuth
card.
talking about how great he is.
Shack.
We're still,
Not quite kill, but
we're heads up right now on the river, 13-5 in the middle.
Looking at it, ace.
Looks like both players are checking. Ace-4 from the Brazilian is going to take this one down.
Curious to see if, well, one,
Thank you.
if anyone tries to like play back at Hellmuth or, I don't know, call him down in some spots, pick him off, that sort of stuff. I'm also interested just to see in general
is the
if
button right?
players play a little bit more, I guess creatively would be the word, because Phil Hellmuth is at the table. Maybe one show the guy something, you know? I don't know.
On the
We'll
money
see.
bubble. Quads over quads. Some sick.
Oh, I remember that hand. You were at the table?
Oh yeah, it was the 5 of us in the hand. I couldn't believe it. It was 5 to the river, no bets.
Okay, you may remember if you watched our coverage last year in the corner here at the Horseshoe Event Center, Brian Wood, Woody the Realtor, was doing cartwheels after he doubled up a very short stack, and he is back. Woody the Realtor here. If you could stand up for me, please, just for a quick sec. Good to see you again.
Gotta go into mode here.
Okay.
How you been?
ready? You prepped?
I don't know. No, I'm not prepped.
Oh, okay.
I'm just silly.
Welcome back
You
to
missed
the
me.
World Series.
I know you
I
missed
missed
me.
you very much. When I saw you, I was
Gotta
thrilled.
keep it alive. Gotta keep it having a good time.
Okay.
I got prepared this year, though.
How so?
So I went to Elgin
Yeah?
twice.
Yeah?
I went to Tulsa. And then I went to Louisville.
Okay.
So last year I just showed up and was like,
Well, and last year, I believe you told me if you didn't cash, your wife wouldn't let you come back and play the main. I don't believe you cashed, but yet here you are.
she loves me dearly.
Okay.
There was definitely probably some debate and some talk about it, and maybe, you know, this is foolish and dumb, but she makes up for it with shopping.
Yeah.
So
Even.
I got home yesterday and she said there's some pillows, and I'm like, what? $380 worth of pillows. I'm like, okay, all right.
You can go play the main.
Last year was a kitchen table, so this cost me a kitchen table last year.
Okay.
But no.
Well,
And
I don't want you to miss your big blind.
No, you're good.
Okay.
And then Moneymaker, we're like besties now.
It doesn't seem like.
I don't have his number yet, but
Okay,
we're
yeah.
almost there.
You're
we're almost there.
Okay.
I will get you a cartwhil, so because it gives me good luck. So come on.
Oh, right now, but it's your big blind. I don't. Oh well. Did not know this was coming. Well, if anything's going to earn you best friend status with Chris Moneymaker, it's got to be
likes
that.
me. He's just putting on a show like he's a tough guy.
Okay.
Because he's really good at poker.
More show to come. Thank you for the
All
time.
right,
Appreciate
brother.
it. Great
I got
seeing
you.
you, guys.
I mean, if the going rate to play a 10K buy-in is $380 worth of pillows,
I'm in.
I'm in. That's a great deal.
You got to do a cartwheel, though.
I don't even know if I can do a cartwheel. This is the main event, ladies and gentlemen.
We've had a day so far.
We've had one heck of a day so far. I don't even know how to describe what's going
We've
on.
been on the air for like a half an hour, and it's just been chaos.
I'm exhausted.
I played a hand.
I'm completely drained. The music, of course, is still going from Hellmuth's headphones. This is an absolute dumpster fire right now. And yeah, you can't look away, Donnie. You can't look away. The train has left the station. Hellmuth at the main event feature table. This, of course, bringing back memories, Donnie, from you and I watching the World Series of Poker when we were coming up in the game. It was all about Hellmuth losing his mind, playing against recreational players, for them playing hands such as Ace-Jack
9
or 10-9, and how he can't believe that idiots from Northern Europe play hands like that.
Think we'll get a blow up today?
Yes, 100%.
Oh, wow. 100%. He just snaps it all.
100%.
Pretty good hand. Yay, my first pot.
As long as he's winning, he's going to be in a great mood.
Of course.
Yeah, you probably make it out of him. He's got
Came in with his entrance, just got some food, feature table.
By the way, let us know in the chat, how many chips do you think Hellmuth will end with tonight? Negreanu couldn't even get 30,000 chips in the bag. Let's see if Hellmuth can do better. If you're just tuning in, my name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me, former main event champion Karai Aldemir, about to join us. He just texted me. He is on his way. I really think it's Fleetwood Mac that's playing through the headphones. YouTube, if you're listening, please don't shut the feed down. Unbelievable stuff here. Hellmuth raising it up with A6 offsuit. Curry's going to defend the big blind with A7 offsuit. King, Queen, 9 on the flop.
Is he winning? Is he winning?
got some friends here. I'm like, if you're ever going to come and stand in my round, now's the time. I was playing blackjack.
You can't replay blackjack later, but you can watch this later.
I'll be betting 700 on the turn here, and that should be enough to end this hand right here on the spot.
$78 minutes left. 79.
There it is. Peace and quiet. For now. Hellmuth realized this music was still on. Now we can focus on the poker action. Here's a look at Vito Di Stefano raising it up. Vito from Las Vegas, Nevada, a local, born in New Jersey. He has one World Series Poker bracelet, winning the $800 No Limit Hold'em Ultra Deep Stack online event. And he finished 999th in the 2021 main event.
Pretty good.
That is a pretty good run. That's the same year that Kurai Aldemir took this event down.
4 players.
Hellmuth once again involved here. Ace-10 offsuit. King-6 deuce rainbow on the flop.
Check. Bet 2,000.
Di Stefano going to take this one down, betting his top pair. No customers. Like I said, every 500 new YouTube subscribers are giving away a free annual subscription to PokerGO. The draw will be between PokerGO subscribers and YouTube subscribers, so everyone eligible for tonight's giveaways. We're trying to just remind everyone to subscribe to our YouTube channel because we're going to do big things this year. Adding lots of content, building a community, trying to just raise more awareness for all the content we have going on. By the way, starting tomorrow, from the first hand of the day until the last hand of the day, main event coverage until the event is done. This is our last starting day. We started today with level 3. Tomorrow we're starting with the first level of the day. Donnie is going to be playing on day 2. I'll be commentating for 2 levels before kicking it over to Lon McCarran, Maria Ho on the main broadcast. Hellmuth here raising it up. Ace-8 offsuit. Di Stefano defending his big blinds. Donnie, as a recreational player, how do you approach being at the table with Phil Hellmuth? Like, what do you do to have a good experience or perhaps to get the better of him in some spots?
11.
I think you just gotta be focused on playing your game. I mean, one of the I guess disadvantages that Hellmuth has is I think a lot of people have a good idea of how he plays because he's been so popular. He's been on so many streams. You know, he's been featured all the time, whether it's cash games, tournaments, etc. That you probably know a little bit of what he's going to do. You also know that he doesn't like to get all in, especially in the main event. I mean, he says it every year. I haven't been all in till now, you know. I think you can probably leverage that in, you know, some spots.
You missed the word, Donnie. You're supposed to say, honey, I haven't been all in yet.
Sorry.
Hellmuth here rivering a straight. Excuse me, making a longer straight. Di Stefano left with just a pair of 6s. He lets it go, and Hellmuth taking this one down. And now up to overstarting stack. An enormous road lies ahead for all these players, and if the rumors are true, we're going to have over 10,000 players in this year's World Series Poker main event.
1,500.
And you're not going to want to miss the conclusion
of
this tournament.
Maybe.
PokerGO.com streaming starting tomorrow with our full broadcast at level 3 until the end of the night. If you're not yet a subscriber to PokerGO, please do so. We got a good discount on the annual subscription right now. Dream 30 gets you in the door for the equivalent of $5.80 per month. It's our best deal of the year. Oh wow, the champ is here, or should I say former champ. Karai Aldemir, welcome to the show, sir. Put these headphones on.
Hello, hello.
There he is, there he is.
Hi everyone.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. What are we having here? Phil Hellmuth, huh?
We are just here for your commentary on Phil Hellmuth's plays.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Yeah, I just looked at the final at the table a little bit. I only recognize him, to be honest. But I'm very excited what we're gonna see. If he's gonna go crazy today or if he's gonna take it slowly. I'm curious.
So far, he's been cheerful.
Yes.
Okay.
He also has a set of jacks right now, which is another reason to be cheerful.
And Jamhur with a queen. Okay.
We saw Jamor earlier calling a 4-bet with ace-queen offsuit, so does enjoy getting involved.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect him to fold right here. Is this just a raised pot pre-flop?
Yeah, so it was Duga raise, or sorry, it was Jamor making it 800 under the gun, then Duga 2200, Hellmuth made the call, and Jamor called as well for 3-way action on the flop. Action checks to Hellmuth on the flop. He bet 2400, Jamor made the call, and here we are on the turn.
68?
At 68.
If Jamor has watched Hellmuth play at all, he should know that this man does not mess around.
Oh, and he shows, yeah. It's gonna feel good not to get bluffed.
Karai, I have to know, do you have any personal run-ins with Hellmuth, both on and off the felt? Like, what's your impression of the man that we all love to sort of, we love him and we also hate him a little bit?
Yeah, same. No, I'm getting along well with him. We played a little bit last year, we played a little bit this year. He's always nice to me, but I haven't sucked out on him in a while. Maybe it would change if I did that.
Hey, you better be careful. Norbert Duga, our table chip leader, already up to over 100K here in the 3rd level of the day.
I've used that line on probably every masseuse I've had at the poker table. It's either that line or is this the first time you've massaged a professional athlete? One time I had somebody from, I don't know, Eastern European country. She didn't speak English at all. It wasn't her first language.
I think I missed Hellmuth's entrance, right? Was it?
It's a good thing you missed it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was extremely cringe and embarrassing.
Just put my head down and wanted to cry.
Yeah, it was kind of wild. Dressed up as the greatest showman, pulling a cart with Dan Cates in a cage. And then there were 17 women dressed up as lions.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, it was a little bit weird.
I have to look it up on Twitter later.
Be careful. Be careful what you wish for.
I bet we will not be the featured table after dinner.
You are
After dinner.
wrong.
Raise to 9.
I think they just rotate them a lot, right?
I'll be honest, I used to like being on the featured table. But I'm very happy to not be on it. Because people play differently on the featured table.
Yeah.
People don't want to get bluffed on the feature table, so they do stupid things.
9-4,
Not the script
9-9-4, not the prettiest hand, but suited. He's gonna call
like
this.
I don't care.
Like.
I don't care if I bust the tournament as long as I don't get
Nice
bluffed
flop
and
for
my
John
friends see it. I don't mind getting bluffed. I lay
Donnie,
hands
isn't
down all the
Hellmuth
time.
saying that he knows the recipe to make chips in this event?
Yeah, I mean, if Hellmuth is aware that people are going to play differently on the feature table, then what does it matter if he's playing on a feature table? If you know that adjustment is coming from other players, then you should know how to then adjust
probably
yourself,
some
right?
great tables out there with some celebrities or a lot of action.
Yeah. Big chip stacks.
Yeah.
I feel like he's trying to lobby.
Yeah, he's trying to lobby to get off the
feature table. It's funny, Phil Hellmuth talks about there how he doesn't like to be on the feature table, yet he likes to make the biggest entrance possible. All cameras, all lights are on him.
Neymar.
Yet he doesn't want to be under the lights and the cameras here.
He usually does.
Well, Kevin Hart's having this 100K buy-in on Friday, tomorrow. Invitation only, so a lot of.
So, Karai, what's your story of your main events this year?
Don't ask. Don't ask.
Kobe
I'm out. I played yesterday.
Plays a lot down in
busted.
Miami.
Last
Neymar
time of the day,
doesn't,
pretty much.
speak
Really?
English
Kings versus
very well.
Aces, the main event classic. So.
Oh, wow.
For that.
Brutal. At the same table all day?
You can translate?
What's up, neighbors?
I changed tables
Oh,
early in the
yeah,
day,
we
but
played
pretty
translation.
much, yeah, like 4.5 tables.
So there was no way to get rid of Kings there.
We got a guy.
Oh,
congratulations.
the guy a little bit.
Humble
there
brag.
might be some people with some white magic who could have done it, but I couldn't.
Do you feel
I was
people
going
play
to Paris.
differently against you now that you've
I was going
won
to
the
Paris
WSB main event?
Neymar a few months ago.
I don't think so. Maybe some do at the start.
It's going to be
but,
fun. You go
I
and
don't
you have
know
dinner
if I
with
play
the
the whole
team.
day with them.
Messi, Neymar.
Not really.
You go to the game, you have dinner with the team.
But I felt
talking about Paris, not the
did right
hotel.
after I won the main. They
Yeah,
actually
city.
tried to bluff me.
PSG is the name of
They
the
got to
team
bluff
that
the
Neymar
champ.
played for.
We're going to try to be as quiet as we can when Hellmuth speaks, but everybody also has to realize that he just repeats the same stories a few times tonight, so it's not, we're not going to miss out on a whole lot. And I say that jokingly because Phil, of course, is the same on and off the table. He has his standard routine, some name dropping. I already heard the names of Neymar and Kevin Hart. We're probably going to hear a lot more about the recent celebrities he's been playing with. And we got a whole bunch of playable hands here all of a sudden.
Yeah, very interesting spot. I like that Jamur 3-bets here. He wants to go heads up, ideally, with this hand. Ace queen off, but now do go with the decision. Does he flat call? Does he 4-bet?
Wow, making it 11,000. Donnie, this table is unlike anything we've seen on the prior day one so far. We saw one 4-bet in 6 hours yesterday.
Yeah, most of the day one action that we've seen so far has been pretty conservative, I think is the word to describe it. But this table, you know, we've seen some clashes early on. Already our second 4-bet that we've seen.
Very annoying spot here for Jamur. I mean, 11,000, that's a third of a stack. That looks very, very strong. Yeah, and I understand the fold completely.
How do you feel about the 4-bet with 211K there with 9s?
Yeah, pretty aggressive. Like, a lot of people don't like to cold call after a 3-bet, but I think that
So that's what we got. We got a
spot
guy
to
that
do it.
raises a
But
lot and re-raises a lot.
perfect
We got a guy that's
outcome
coming
for
over
him
the
here,
top of
just taking it down.
Is that what it's
Make
been
the
like all
overcards
day?
to fold. So yeah, well played.
Australians, they're like that. They always like to fight.
Small move.
That is not true.
Well, there's always people that try to win the tournament by 3-betting.
We're all lovers, not fighters. I lived there for 18 months.
Curious if Phil's gonna come up
In
with some
Australia.
light 3-bets here after telling everybody it's not a good idea.
More big hands to go around here as Jonello from Brazil raising it up with queens. I've made the joke plenty in the last few days, but to me it feels as though day one of the main event is like the flop ascent championship. Everybody is trying to see the flop with pocket pairs.
Yeah, it's true. Some suited aces as well, trying to make the nut flush. But it makes sense. If you're so deep, you want to make very strong hands. Yeah, another pocket pair here.
Also interesting to see the 3-bet with deuces there. We're seeing some really aggressive play here so far.
Oh yeah, I missed the 3-bet. Yeah, that's aggressive. And Hellmuth does cold call here after the 3-bet. Tries to hit a 6 here.
I mean, you almost have to 4-bet here with Jonello. There it is. Okay, so we've seen 3 4-bets in like 25 minutes on day one of the main. This table is action.
Yeah, this one seems pretty reasonable with the queens, and now deuces in a bit of a bad spot, so he gets out of the way now. Hellmuth has to decide, does he get the right price here to try and set mine? If he puts his opponent on a very strong hand. He's thinking about, does he get the whole stack maybe if he flops a 6? If he does, he's getting the right price. He'd rather play small ball probably.
Wow, look at Hellmuth investing a lot of chips early here with the small pocket pair. 20K in the middle, here comes the flop. Oh my God! 5, 6, 7. Hellmuth flops a set. Jonello with the overpair. We could see some early fireworks here. Still a very coordinated flop. How would you play this if you're Jonello, and how do you assess Hellmuth's range?
Yeah, this is very interesting after the cold call and then calling the 4-bet. I think you might think that Hellmuth has a lot of like 9s, 10s, jacks. Maybe he could have expected Hellmuth to fold a hand like 5s or 6s. So I'm very curious what's going to happen here. Phil is going to slow play here, like pretend to have like 9s, or if he's going to raise it up right there.
Wow, Hellmuth comes with a raise to 20K here right away. Of course, Hellmuth assessing that Jonello probably has exactly the type of hand that he has right now, aces, kings, or queens, given his pre-flop 4-bet. Jonello probably thinking Hellmuth might have jacks or 10s.
Yeah, or maybe diamonds, although he has the queen of diamonds himself. And calls kind of quickly, and there's the 9 on the turn. Another very scary card here now for Jonello. Now 8 speed him, 9 speed him. Hellmuth probably still thinks he has the best hand though after the 4-bet. He's probably putting his opponent on high cards. High pair like queens or kings, or like ace, king of diamonds.
15.
There's no reason for Hellmuth to put an 8 into Jonello's range.
Probably not. I mean, he could have 4-bet with a hand like ace-8 suited, 8-7 suited, but it seems very unlikely compared to hands like kings and queens and aces. And this is very scary. Now Phil is representing a better hand than 10s or jacks. So now he's in bluff catching mode if he wants to continue. He has the queen of diamonds, so it's less likely that Phil is on the flush draw here.
Wow. Donnie, if you would have put the line at the biggest pot Hellmuth would play today, I would have probably taken the under on 75K.
Yes, for sure. I mean, he plays very close to the vest overall on day 1.
Absolutely massive spot here right away. And Jonello makes the call for 15K. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a massive pot developing. The river card is the 5 of spades. Beautiful for Mr. Hellmuth.
Yeah, he loves that card for sure. Now he beats all the straights. Flush doesn't get there. Pot is already so big, 90,000 in the middle, only 24K behind.
At 18-6.
Hellmuth betting almost all of his chips here on the river.
I was going to say, does he go all in? Because Hellmuth is always talking about how he never gets all in the main event. So is there some crazy world where Jonello goes all in and Hellmuth folds? I can't imagine that it's happening, but we've seen crazy stuff out of Phil before.
I mean, this would be a crying call to get check raised all in, but with this much money in the middle, you really, really can't fold your full house. And of course, there is really no way to put an under the gun raiser who then 4-bet onto a range of hands that connects with this board.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, for Jonello, the spot is terrible, of course. He's getting such a good price now. Such a small bet.
Wow, the call is made. Hellmuth shows his full house and wins an absolutely enormous pot here. Wow. He might just walk up and go home. He's done for the day.
Nice hand.
Yeah, that must be great, winning a pot that big so early in the day. It all worked out perfectly. He tried to hit that set.
It had to be aces, kings, or queens.
Did it and got almost the
lucky
the whole
flop for me.
opponent.
Wow. It is kind of insane how right when this hand was happening, I brought up the idea of wanting to try and flop sets in the main event. And here we go, Hellmuth getting paid off massively. Up to 130.
They almost kicked me out last time I played ball with you.
Come on. I got yelled
Is that Frank? Is that Frank?
Security was mad at me.
Should have known who that was.
Remember, I hit the chandelier. You did. You warned me, and I still hit it. Oh, security noticed. Believe me. They didn't like it. They gave me a break, though. If I start playing ball with you, one of us can hit that camera, and Maury's going to be really mad. Let's not get kicked out.
All right, well, we've set the tone for this feature table, Donnie.
Wow.
Do you think Hellmuth is still going to try to get off this table, or is he going to be happy to be here?
I don't know. This could change everything because now he's running super hot. He's already doubled his stack and he hasn't even been all in.
Wow. 800? Frank.
Well,
wait, what is
allowed?
Were you afraid?
I got yelled at.
I didn't throw anything.
It's Frank Chicken Wing on the rail.
And everybody is here to play cards. Relatively loose open from Phil, relatively loose call in the small blind to a 9-6 suited. Kind of a loose defend with the 7-6 off.
Yeah, this table definitely did not come here to fold their way
Both
to
of you?
day two.
No, neither of us.
Wow. Ace on the river for Hellmuth. So far, things are looking quite all right.
Yeah. Bet at 1100.
Yeah, Curry here with a flush draw going along with this pair of sixes. Does call against the small bet.
Check. Check.
A 6.
Ace. Cowardly check.
The Hellmuth train has left the station, Donnie.
I mean, it's going to be a great table if we're getting this. Hellmuth making hands, Hellmuth pulling in pots. Of course, the other players have certainly not shied away from putting money in the middle.
So, Karai, main event did not go your way this year, but overall, WSOP, I feel as though we have to recap the summer because it's main event time, but there's still more events to come. Where do you stand on how your summer has been so far?
Yeah, I've been here all summer.
All right, it has been 20 years since this man won the World Series of Poker main event, which means it's been 19 years since Greg Raymer set off the poker boom. Chris Moneymaker, if you could stand up for me, please.
Talk to him.
He said you're stuck with me. You're stuck with me. Just eventually. It's a television show. This poor gentleman's trying to play a hand.
He's been busting me up all day. He can get up and talk.
How are you doing? It's fantastic to see you.
It is great to see you, Jeff. You're my best friend. Let's get together more often.
Seems very exaggerated.
I don't know why.
You kicked off the main event today, but you saved the shuffle up and deal honors for your friend Gene Cowden. Can you tell us a little bit about him?
I don't really want to talk about him because every time I played against him, he busted me.
Yeah, he did crush you.
Yeah, so in my main event, we get into a hand and the flop came 3 hearts. He limped in, I raised, and I flopped top pair with a flush draw and on 3 heart board. I only had like 11 bigs, but I moved all in. He goes, "You shouldn't have done that."
And was he right?
Yeah, he flopped the nuts.
Going to send you back to the action. I would have preferred to hear more about him instead of a hand history, but that's okay. We'll have plenty of time to catch up.
No, why do you want to ruin everything in my life?
Okay, we'll see you later.
Great to see you.
I do think you have been playing well since I've been watching. I'm just kidding. But okay, we'll see it.
That's about 10 to 1 all day. So yeah.
Talk to you in an hour.
I really just want to have a show in which Jeff Platt and Chris Moneymaker travel across the country in an old van, go from casino to casino, and just have some fun. What a great duo there. Meanwhile, we got a hand to dive into, and then Korai, we're going to get back to that question.
I'm not afraid.
King, king, queen on the flop
You guys
here.
want to tease me? Let me help tease
Potential big pop ruin again.
Yeah, McDaniel not slow playing here, raising it up right away with the 3 kings.
Oh, he got in trouble.
And Di Stefano with the queen and the backdoor flush draw.
No, I don't want
as
to
well.
violate any rules. I don't want special.
Could decide to
I was
call
just trying
and
to
see a
show you
turn
a
here.
clip, though. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's a great laydown.
Very, very nice fold there. Also, can't really fault McDaniel for raising their coordinated flop with the 2 hearts.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, generally, it usually makes sense to raise it up, bet with your big
I'll
hands.
take another one.
Once in a while, of
My
course,
big
you
one?
want to slow play, but getting
Still
chips
get
into the
you.
pot with your good hands is usually a good strategy.
You know what's funny? So I put my water down.
Thank you.
But he goes, can't put your water there. Then he gets his coffee.
So yeah, back to the question that I asked
I'm
you.
here for the humor.
How's your summer been?
Yeah, I've been here for a while. I've played almost every event. I have quite a few cashes, but all min cashes, so it's not going that well actually. I'm definitely down, but yeah, a few more events to come. Maybe I win something, who knows.
Is it hard to stay energized and motivated once you bust the main event? Because back in the day, you know, the main event was sort of the end. You might do one more pool party and then fly home. But nowadays, there's like, what, 15 more events to play.
Yeah, it's true. And of course, I'm a little bit sad busting out the main. It's the most special event. But yes, a break of a day or two, and then I'll look at the schedule and see what's up next. There are a few good tournaments to play still. So, yeah. Good, ready to play them.
$10 donation here from Y Diggy, saying thanks for the broadcasting, great poker and great commentary. Matt saying, also with the $5 donation, still catching up on the podcast this year. Did you guys do a live podcast on Phil's 17 like you did for 16? No, we did not, because the World Series of Poker did not stop the tournament when they said they would, and all of a sudden the tournament finished at 6 in the morning when everybody was asleep and nobody was in the building to be part of it. Donnie is still tilted about that. Donnie?
I mean, it's fine. It is what it is.
It's not fine. I've seen how tilted you were about that.
Well, you know, we thought that they were going to stop it so we could possibly stream it, you know. I mean, I think everyone in the poker world wants to see Phil Hellmuth possibly win another gold bracelet. I say possibly, you know, obviously he went on to do it, but at the time, you know, you didn't know. And then it also kind of worked out in a funky way that Phil Ivey was also at the final table. Phil Ivey taking 6th place. Hellmuth actually knocked him out.
I mean, I have sources that told me that promises may or may not be made about stopping play at a certain time and then bringing them back for the stream. That may or may not have happened.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's the last thing we'll say about that. I feel like every hand is more than 10K in the middle.
Yeah, this is
this table's
pretty
action.
aggressive line again. Di Stefano check raised the flop here after defending pre-flop with the ace high and the gutter. Continued on the turn, and Jamur is a non-believer and just calls him twice with the ace high, ace 9, best hand. It's still the best hand on the river. What does Di Stefano do here? Diamonds get there. He has ace high, but probably not so much showdown value. Wow.
Wow! What is going on at this table, Donnie? What's in the water today?
I don't know, but it's amazing.
Yeah, I don't even know how to analyze this. This is pretty insane. Jamur hasn't folded yet with the ace 9 high.
I mean, this
If
table.
I was sitting in Di Stefano's shoes, and he does give it up there, does Jamur, but Jamur's hand to me looks like a pair of like
35 minutes.
8s, 9s, 10s, something like that.
He'll get a text in 35 minutes.
Trying to push him off a bit on the end there is De Stefano's line.
Yeah, probably that's what he thought. I mean, maybe they have some history. I'm not sure if they've played together all day and had some hands against each other already. But yeah, that's definitely some unorthodox play here.
Either way is fun.
I mean, worked out very well for De Stefano.
I like it. Unorthodox play means entertaining play.
For sure.
Look like a fool on TV.
He went on only with like 3 times the size of the pot.
Yeah, but John Moore had 19K.
Oh, of course. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Shorter, so.
I was just looking at Di Stefano's stack.
Yeah,
but
John Moore here gets the ace-9 suited again. Comes in with a raise. Despite being a shorter stack at this table, I know he's still healthy in terms of big blinds. Jamor has been in several pots.
Yeah, he gets some reasonable holdings pre-flop. I mean, ace-9 suited again now.
he's going to be out of position here against Duga, who has him covered by a massive margin. Jack 8-6 on the flop. Duga flops top pair. Backdoor hearts, backdoor straight for Jamor. He continues for 1,000. Duga happy just to make the call. Turn card is the King of Hearts. Interesting card, giving Duga 2 pair and Jamor hearts.
Very interesting. Yeah, Jamur uses this card to semi-bluff it. We've expected that from him. He's been aggressive before. Does bet here, targets hands like Jack 10, Queen Jack, Ace Jack. Unfortunately for him, Duga with King Jack here, top 2 pair. Won't go anywhere.
If you're Duga here, raising is a strong consideration, I'm assuming, here on the turn.
He could raise, it would look very, very strong though. I expect here to slow play this. I mean, top 2 is so strong here, he's not afraid of too many cards. Does raise though, hope that Jamur has a hand like Ace King maybe.
Raise up to 7,100. Wow, Jamor makes the call, and again, we have almost 20K in the middle. Big river card coming. It's the 8 of spades. I was gonna say, I'm almost rooting for Jamor. He's been in so many pots already to start the day. Misses on the river, Duga with the check mark.
New Jersey originally. I live here now. I've been here for like 4 years.
Check, check. Jamor missed. Duga going to show 2 pair. And Jamor now down to only 10,000 chips.
Yep, cool. Well, thank you.
Yeah, nothing is going Jamur's way here. Hits the flush draw on the turn, doesn't get there. Duga with a conservative check back on the river. It makes some sense. He's now losing against pocket aces, for instance. Decides to just shut it down here. Pot already big enough.
Depends on. Well, that new Guy Fieri place open, but the one place I go to all the time is over. If you go out on by the Ubers in the Horseshoe.
Tell me where you're going.
I'm going to a place called Batista's. So if you go out where the Ubers are, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, no better. If you don't spike me before dinner, yeah, maybe. No, either way, it's fun. It's 11? Yeah, it's like a little hole in the wall, like Italian place. It's like there's a liquor store when you go outside by the Ubers. Look to the right on Flamingo Road. And then it's like in that little shopping complex. You can walk there in like 2 minutes.
Where are you from?
I live here, but I grew up in Jersey.
Jersey, hanging out with Australia at the dinner break? I like it.
I've been trying to visit, so I have a lot of questions.
He knows all the answers.
Yeah.
Is it 90 minutes?
75, I thought, or 90, yeah, one of the two.
You'd think maybe today they'd go to 90. There's a lot of people today.
They might, actually. That's a good point.
It's 90. Bill's taking us to Javier.
How many people are in today's flight so far?
I don't know, but I was reading that they're going to shatter the record. But we've been talking all summer. Every record's been shattered.
Yeah.
been great.
What do you think the boom is? I mean, we had Moneymaker, and then we had online poker. What's doing it now?
The pandemic.
Post-pandemic.
Yep.
You know how many people were just at home for a year? I mean, like, I didn't leave my house for months.
Oh, yeah.
I remember like 2 months passed, and I'd been 1 block away from my house, and that was it. And if you took that one trip, it was, you know, I have a nice house.
You do.
I still have COVID hair. This thing's out of control.
Yeah, Melbourne.
Karai, do you think that online poker really sort
I have a
of
third place
boomed again
finish or
during the
something.
pandemic? Did you notice that?
One of those tournaments.
Yeah, for sure, especially in
And
the
I
first
remember
few
the last
months.
time there, I played the high roll.
Nobody was able to play live.
I was second in
Everybody
chips,
was
but,
home in front of their computers, and yeah, all the
I got
tournaments
aces
had
cracked
record
on the
numbers
triple
during that time. 2020, 2021.
I could have protected better, you know, because I think they
Was it good for you, or was it a hard sort of variance grind because everyone was playing online poker?
No, it was good actually. Yeah, I mean I remember that 2020 I played quite a lot, and there were some very good tournaments.
Oh no, that was
and
for
yeah,
not the Aussie
so
Millions.
I'm not surprised that all the
was
tournaments
for the
live
World
have no
Series
record
poker.
numbers. 'Cause, yeah,
Australia.
just like they just discussed at the table. Everybody wants to play some cards live now.
Yeah, Donnie, I saw some tweets earlier about people perhaps pulling into question poker's popularity. But by any metric we want to sort of look at, I feel as though poker is sort of bigger than ever before.
Yeah, I mean, it's booming everywhere. I mean, the live scene especially, you know, whether you look at Europe, Asia, here in America, anywhere really, field sizes in all different kinds of events are out of this world. We've seen massive fields all summer long here at the World Series of Poker. Colossus gets over 15,000 people. The Gladiators of Poker gets over 20,000. You know, the Mystery Millions event gets over 18,000. You know, like just field sizes are just crushing. And now we have that same thing carry over here into the main event. We've already beaten the record of 2006. We're past 9,000. All signs point to more than 10,000 entries, which is just wild.
Masson betting 2,100. Di Stefano made the call. Action now on Hellmuth. King 9 suited. It's got back doors.
Script is written in my mind already.
What is it?
Let me see. Can I say without affecting the action?
Well, that's what the information I'm trying to get.
Hellmuth with top pair, but seems to sense that something is up here. And wow, what a fold by him.
Folds top pair, no chips invested practically. Deuce of spades on the turn. Not even any regrets, you know, on the turn there with the deuce of spades.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong fold. Di Stefano has to decide now, does he want to bluff here? He has the ace of hearts, so should a heart come on the river, he'd have a pretty good candidate to bluff. Of course, he's hoping for a jack mainly to hit the nuts. Masson still top pair against the pot-sized bet now, though.
I'm quickly becoming a big fan of Di Stefano, Donnie.
I mean, he just bluffed Jamor. Now it looks like he's just going to continue with here. If you're Masson, I also have to imagine if you know, that hand we just played with Jamor, but you've been playing with him all day. So
I don't know.
Probably have to figure another bullet's coming on the river.
Yeah, this is not an easy spot. Di Stefano bet to two people on the flop. Now bets pot. He's probably not going to do that with a hand like ace 10, jacks, queens. So Masson has a little bit of a bluff catcher here. But it's still top pair. Him having top pair makes it, of course, less likely that his opponent has it.
And Masson not the deepest stack behind. He's only got 26K behind facing that bet of 7,000. So this could be another spot where if we do see Masson call, Di Stefano could put his opponent all in on the river.
I mean, Masson already given away some body language that he's not going to continue with his hand. Seems to be fairly frustrated that his king might be beat. Little does he know, he's got the best of it here. Di Stefano getting away with the bluff again.
Show it.
Queens?
Wow.
Oh.
I'll find out.
Ace king, thank you.
Di Stefano just shows the ace of hearts.
This table is awesome. I'm loving this.
He had it.
And how strong is that? Both his opponents flop top pair. He gets one of them to fold on the flop, the other one to fold on the
If you get out of the way, I'm calling him. I had a big king.
Which one?
King 9 suited.
So middle king.
A shout out to
Good king
NBOP gifting 5 PokerGo YouTube community memberships into
Yes.
our YouTube chat, as well as Brian Green doing the same thing. Much love.
See, you know.
Okay, well, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm the only player on the planet that tells everybody what they have, and I just keep winning, so.
King is the main card.
Okay.
What do you think I had?
You could have anything. You could be overplaying a flush draw, but they teach people to bet big with flush draws.
Howdy Pal on PokerGo chat says, at this point, 30 plus years later, there's no one better at no limit hold'em tournaments.
You were getting called. Him I was afraid of.
Korai, is this the white magic that we always hear about?
So this guy's just going to
Yeah,
fire,
I mean,
fire, and I'm going to
hitting
take him
set ups, to be honest. But yeah, he's certainly playing well.
off. Maybe at the best King 9 best hand?
Maybe heads up.
Maybe.
Okay, don't ask me my hand next
Ace
time.
queen,
I
ace queen.
say.
Ace queen. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
I have ace of hearts.
Yes, yes, yes.
I knew he's going to bluff it off. You're
Top
lucky
pair
he
here
called.
for McDaniel.
I'm going to call you and maybe
This
give
goes
me
check
two more
check
straights.
between him and Duga. 8 of clubs on the turn. Duga, the only player with
I'm
a
the
club
world's
in his
best
hand.
at picking off bluffs, so.
I've heard that.
Check. Check, check.
Nice one.
Trips on the river here for McDaniel.
Great card for him. Now he can be relatively sure that he has the best hand and decides how much he wants to bet.
6 bets 14.
Goes for half pot, and Duga with a decision now. Is his opponent bluffing? Oh no, he checked twice. Looks pretty weak here. Can have all kinds of hands like ace high. He might think that his pair is good enough to call. Doesn't make the call. We'll see the bad news. I understand the call here. He just checked it back twice and it was only half pot, so.
Yeah,
has to call
McDaniel was
some
defending
times.
out of the big blind, so could kind of really have anything. Just trying to take it there on the river.
Yeah, exactly.
The script
You
I'd
guys
written
can
in
see
my
at the
mind,
top of your
if he
screen,
calls,
Phil
I'm folding.
Hellmuth is the current chip leader at this feature table. If you missed
I
it,
thought
15, 20 minutes
You, I thought,
very,
might have
very
queens.
big pot with a full house
Hang on one more street.
over seat 9, Joe Anello. Oh, I thought he was going to raise there. A
Yeah,
little
looks like
fake
it.
out. All right, McDaniel's going to limp in from the small blind with 8-7 off. Lane's going to check the 5-4 off. 10-9 deuce rainbow. 600 is the bet from McDaniel. Lanes quickly folds, and that's that. What event is next for you, sir?
I get changed.
I know that the 50K is coming up next week, so that's the last very high buy-in. Then there's also a horse tournament that I want to play.
The 25K?
Yeah, exactly. I've
That
been
one will
playing
be
some mixed
a
games.
good one, big one. When you come play the World Series of Poker, do you just stick at the World Series of Poker, or do you venture out around some of the other stuff as well?
Yeah, so this year I've only played here. I really like playing here. I had success in the past, even before the main. I always have fun here, and I like the leaderboards, fancy drafts, stuff like that as well. So
oh yeah,
just try to play as many events here as possible.
Jamor here. Relatively short on chips, 23 big blinds, comes in with a raise with Jack 10 off, and Curry's got Ace Jack in the big blind.
Yeah, Jamur would love to just win the blinds and antes here, but is dominated once again. Curry just calls in the big blind with the Ace Jack. Gets rewarded with a pretty nice flop.
Curry checks, and it's 1,000 from Jamur.
Yeah, it's a little piece once again. He has the gutter, he has the Jack of Spades, but is running into a pretty big hand once again. Curry with a decision here. Does he want to just call, or does he want to just raise and get it in against the short stack?
Option A, just call. Trips on the turn.
Jamur has the option to bluff this here. Does decide to check back, take the free card though. And again, Curry should feel very good about his hand now. His opponent just checked back, trips. How big does he want to bet? Goes relatively small, and Jamur has absolutely nothing, so has to fold.
Jamur has certainly been aggressive at this table, willing to open up pots, willing to raise, re-raise, etc., bluff at some things, but hasn't worked out for him.
Full. Might not have been so pretty for you.
Jamur now with just 7,500 in chips, so quite a bit of ways away from the 60K that he started with.
I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here.
Still almost 20 bigs though, so doesn't have to put it in like, right away.
Yeah, it's crazy how good and player-friendly this structure is, and you know, it's obviously easy to get lost when you look at the other stacks at your table. You look at the other stacks around the room. You see everyone is, you know, has a lot of chips relatively, and then you're sitting there with, you know, 18 bigs or whatever, but you still have 18 to 20 bigs.
Right.
That's a lot to play with.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So, Karai, during your run in 2021, what's the lowest amount of big blinds you had at any point in the tournament? Were you ever like in trouble like that?
I was actually kind of short on day one, not as short, but I finished the day with 35,000, and I was even shorter on day two. So I had around like that stack. I think 15 big blinds maybe was my lowest point on day two.
You hear that a lot. You heard Espen yesterday when he gave the shuffle up and deal. He said he finished day one with about a third of a starting stack. You heard the story from Greg Merson years ago. He's like on the bubble. He had 3 big blinds, comes back and wins it. So
13's a lot.
chip in a chair, man. Just stay in the game.
I think they'll make it more than
I mean, it was 12.
Well, that's true. That's the main event.
Yeah, I believe Martin Stashko, they finished second, was down to 1 big blind on the bubble, on the money bubble.
That's true.
Yeah, ended up making the money, making a run, and getting second in the main.
I think they were.
Would you be happy with 10 million? 10 million okay for you guys?
I'll take it.
You guys be okay with 10?
Yeah. I'd prefer they keep it at 10 and then drop some of that money down to.
You win 10 and you start whinging. It should be.
Yeah. Well, I'll find a way to complain if I win, somehow.
If you're just tuning in, we're about to give away an annual subscription to PokerGo. Every 500 new YouTube subscribers are giving away 1 annual subscription. The draw will be combining people from YouTube and PokerGo.com. So even the PokerGo chat is also going to be involved in that one. If you're already an annual subscriber, we'll give you a credit for a store to pick a hoodie or something else. So everyone's invited to join the giveaways. All you have to do is be a YouTube subscriber and like the video. And of course, if you're on the PokerGo chat, you don't have to do anything. All you have to do is answer my random question. So in about 2 minutes, I'll ask the first random question. We're expecting to give away about, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 annual subscriptions on today's broadcast. We're going to be here for about 6 hours. This is day 1D of the main event. If you're just tuning in, my name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters, as always, alongside me, and 2021 World Series Poker main event champion Karai Aldemir in the booth with us. If you have questions for Karai, please send them into the chat. You said you played a full schedule. You're going to play quite a few more events. Where does the motivation come from to fire both big and small? Yeah, I saw you making some runs in some bigger buy-in events, and then all of a sudden I saw you at the final table or going deep in the 600 deep stack. Like, where does that passion or drive come from to go all in on the World Series?
Yeah, I haven't played so much poker before the World Series in the last few months, so coming here to Vegas, I was really motivated and was looking forward to just playing. And yeah, of course, I really like the big events, but when I'm here, the smaller buy-ins are great as well. You get to know a lot of people from all over the world. And a different reason is we're doing these fantasy drafts,
Right.
play of the year points, stuff like that, and all the events help for that. That's another reason for me to fire as many bullets and tournaments as I can.
So as far as your resume goes, what's the next thing you would like to add? Does Player of the Year mean a lot to you? Would it be a second, a third bracelet? Like, what do you care the most about as far as your legacy, perhaps, or just perhaps what you would enjoy the most?
Yeah, I already said this before. I like these leaderboards, rankings, and stuff. So Player of the Year would be great, of course. It's pretty difficult. I do play the mixed games, but I'm not as good as a lot of the other regulars in those games. So I'd have to get lucky for sure. Last year I was doing kind of well. This year not so much. But yeah,
I heard me coughing
that
and they
would
gave me a cough drop
be great for
walking by.
sure.
There's still good people out there. Or it's fentanyl and I'm screwed.
Hellmuth, meanwhile, sitting on 135,000 chips. Donnie, could he already be sort of
Anybody
in
else feeling
shutdown mode,
congested
not
today?
really having to play a whole lot of hands? He's got so many chips already.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean, I
from
think
this
he's going to
morning, too.
play extra snug. I think Phil plays generally kind of snug. I mean, he does pick and choose some spots here and there. Goes into his famous zoom mode, as he calls it, but already more than double his starting stack. He could just go home.
He could, yeah, if he wanted to, for sure.
Yeah, I think one of his strengths is that he has a good feel for the table usually. So if nobody plays back, he just loosens up and plays a lot of hands. But now that people are loose, he just waits for good hands, and here's one.
Wow. Phil Hellmuth pausing the music there, listening in on whatever comes his way as he raises it up with pocket kings. Action folding around to Di Stefano with aces.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a hand.
Stefano is the guy who we saw bluffing earlier, so a little bit of trouble for Hellmuth. They're super deep though, 200 big blinds. Let's see how this goes.
Di Stefano making it 5,400. Hellmuth out of position.
That's a big hand, 54.
It's a pretty big 3-bet,
You're much
almost
smaller than
5x.
I got a big hand too. I'll take it.
No lies so far. Both players with a big hand. Aces and kings clashing. Queen, 9, 8, 2 hearts. I mean, given Di Stefano's playing style leading up to this point, all we can sort of imagine here is bet, bet, bet.
Kinda, although Queen 9-8 is super scary. I mean, 8s, 9s, maybe queens, all hands that could be in Hellmuth's range. Jack 10 suited as well, maybe.
Hellmuth does make the call, 20K in the middle. Turn card 4 of diamonds. Hellmuth keeps checking. Di Stefano checks behind. River card 7 of diamonds. Di Stefano with the aces gets the check mark.
Kings?
6.
Wow. 6.
You like kings? Oh my god.
Wow. 6,000 and a call.
Oh, wow. Hellmuth sort of losing the minimum here almost.
Yeah, I like how fast they played this hand. And yeah, Hellmuth plays this well. I mean, he's not going to be happy to lose the spot, but he's going to be happy to lose.
I kind of messed that one up. I didn't
amount
think he was that
against a guy like Di Stefano.
Well, after you bluff with ace queen, I can't fold kings against you. Some other guys, yeah, but.
Wow. You know, there was somebody in the first hand of the tournament. Did y'all see it on Poker News?
Thank you, by the way.
First hand of the tournament today, Kings versus Aces.
Today?
Yeah.
Are they gone?
Yeah.
Oh,
All in.
go.
All in pre-flop.
Which went home?
The Kings went home.
Brutal.
That is correct. First hand of the day today, there was a player that busted with kings versus aces. King Jack suited here for Hellmuth. He's going to keep getting involved here.
Race to 9.
He really did lose the minimum there, the way the hand played out.
Yeah, I understand that he decided to check back there and didn't go for 3 big streets there. Maybe he could have thought about some thin value against the small bet on the river, but I certainly wouldn't.
Did size it up on purpose.
Fault him.
You're smart to size it up against me.
Action folding around to Duga in the big blind. It really feels as though players want to play hands against Hellmuth here at this table.
I've seen you hit those 2 sets
Why wouldn't
already
you?
with those.
How often are you going to get her to feature table with the
I
Hellmuth?
didn't like that board at all.
Good point. Jack 4-8 on the flop here. Hellmuth flops top pair. Duga with a pair of 4s, backdoor clubs. We could see at least some money going in here on the flop.
That's 15.
Not a bad flop for Duga either. Has the pair, has the ace of clubs. That can be helpful on some later streets.
Turn card is the Queen of Hearts. Overcard to Hellmuth's pair. Would not be surprised to see him check behind quickly. But instead, he's going to go for a bet, 2,500.
Yeah, he's a good hand reader. He knows the queen doesn't really hit Duga's range pretty well, so bets again.
I saw you roll this hand over, but you had top 2. King Jack of diamonds. 17 minutes ago. Or so.
Hellmuth just showing every hand so far here at the feature table. Is he like trying to establish something with that? Is it just part of his regular
impressive. I could
routine?
have folded before the flop to kings, right?
I would have went to dinner early if you did that.
Yeah, I mean, he's just great at that. I think he, wants to establish
I might have pulled, as they
how he's
say,
playing and maybe take advantage of that in the future. I'm not 100% sure what his strategy is, but yeah, he does that for a reason, I'm sure.
The reason why I'm saying it is because I've covered Phil Hellmuth a lot in my day, but I've never really seen him with super deep stacks on day one of the main event. You know, we see him at high roller final tables. We see him play against the Justin Bonamos of the world a lot. We never really get to see him in this sort of environment, but ultimately, this is where he shines the most.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I was looking forward to the stream as well.
Time for our first giveaway for an annual subscription to PokerGo, or if you're already an annual subscriber, then you can get some store credit to pick out your favorite hoodie on shop.pokergo.com. Got a lot of stuff in store. Go check it out. My first random question, and I'll pick a random answer from anyone who submits something to our chat. How many chips will Phil Hellmuth end
played in
the night with?
and I haven't missed a year since. So.
How about you? How many chips is Phil Hellmuth going to end the night with? Let us know in the chat. I'm going to draw a random winner in about 5 minutes.
Went out at the end of day 2.
What, you get to the money on day 3 these days?
Yeah, end of day 3. This year, maybe even later.
No, it's been earlier than that. It's been like maybe middle to day 3.
That's what I thought.
It was almost a
End of
couple
day
years ago. It was almost end of day 2. It was
They
getting,
sometimes
people
will
were
be like,
getting
let's
mowed out
just
of here.
extend it so we don't come back on the bubble, you know, have 6 people off the
Definitely
money,
day
something
3.
like that. Will just get us into the money and then
I thought it was after dinner
maybe
on
even
day
delay
2.
the start the next day.
I mean, it all depends on what the bubble looks like, I guess. But
The WSB main event bubble, nothing like it in poker. It's
so
just,
big that they may have to
it's
redo
crazy.
some of the structure.
It takes a long time usually.
Smaller events were going
You
3
know,
and 4
people
days.
are walking
it's a good
around,
problem to
everyone's
have.
chatting. There's all the all-ins. You got Jack Couple running around with the
They all should
microphone,
just
calling all the
3,
all-ins
4,
at all the
5
different
days.
tables. And sometimes, you know, multiple rooms, depending on where they're at. I mean, it's just craziness. It's absolute madness.
Hellmuth with another good hand, raises it up with the small blind, relatively small.
7.
That is 7.
Flops top pair against bottom pair once again.
And a call.
I just saw someone join our chat on PokerGo saying, I just got to the chat, what the heck is going on? Everyone is submitting their guesses on how many chips Hellmuth is going to end with. Based on what we've seen so far, I'm going to go with 205,000 chips.
Well, that's a ton.
Who's going to stop him, Donnie?
I don't know. I don't know. It'd be hard for McDaniel to stop him on this hand.
Yeah, that's a few thousand more.
20 minutes. 700. Yeah.
The
River
place
card
is,
Jack of Diamonds.
I don't even want to ruin it. You just got to see it to understand it.
Hellmuth
It's
Master,
more-
of course.
I don't care where you
No, but the one I say is the bartender is a kind of an older woman. She takes no shit from anybody, and she started yelling at you like, "I'll be there in a minute." She'll see me and smile and be very friendly, but she yells at customers. It is hilarious.
You have time?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like we might have to wait like a little while to get our order in. Like we should get a seat at the bar. I hope. If not, we can wait for a table.
I saw someone in like
I've never had a problem getting a seat at the bar. But her getting to us might take a couple minutes. But the
Yeah,
food will
tough
come out
decision here
very
for McDaniel. Okay, he does make the good laydown, and Hellmuth shows it again.
Just showing everyone.
Has he shown a bluff yet, though, or was it always value hand?
No,
Worst case
I think he's
scenario,
had
if we're
value
too
the whole
busy, we
time.
just walk back across the street and go to the food court. Downstairs.
I really want to see him pull off some bluffs now that he's sort of setting up the fact that he always seems to have it.
I
And
thought you had
against
an
players like this, no disrespect, it might actually work.
You were going to find out if I did.
No. If I thought it was a 9, I would have bet 21.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. We're going to try to keep Hellmuth on the main broadcast as long as we can today. Tomorrow, day 2 ABC, the combination of all the survivors of days 1A, 1B, and 1C. And then on Saturday, day 2D, which are all the remaining players of today's flight. And we're going to probably see a fair bit of late registrations on day 2 as well. As action here on Duda, facing a raise with pocket kings.
Raise to 2,500.
Yeah, very small 3-bet here, less than 2.5x the raise amount from Curry. So he's getting a good price. Calls the 3-bet with his very nice suited connectors.
Heads up.
$10-9-3 rainbow. Pair of 9s for Curry, but still second best to those pocket kings for Duga. Curry gonna lead out here. 1,200. 20% pot. 1,200 into 6K.
Interesting play here, and Duga with a decision. Does he want to raise or just call? Comes with a passive option. Just calls in position.
Probably not a card you want to see if you're Curry. Might be some ace-king, ace-queen floats for Duga there.
Yeah, for sure. I expect check here, but he might be thinking about turning his hand into a bluff here.
Yeah, he's just gonna keep repping it. 2,300.
It's a very small bet though, just quarter pot. Duga can't really like the overcard, the ace, but shouldn't be so many aces in the range from Curry. Leading out here with an ace wouldn't make too much sense. And against the small bet, I would expect him to call once again, but let's see what he comes up with.
Duga just makes the call. We're going to see a river card here. Curry still with some outs. River is the 3 of spades. Duga's got to feel pretty good about his kings here, I'm guessing.
Yeah, he should. The draws missed, Queen Jack missed, 7-8 suited missed. If I was in Duga's shoes, I I wouldn't be sure at all what Curry has here, and yeah, I understand the quick check back.
Kings are going to take this one down, and it is time to draw a winner. Donnie, I need your help with drawing a winner today.
Okay.
Because we're going to split this between PokerGo and YouTube. We first need to establish where the winner is coming from. So I have 2 colors. Based on the color you say, the winner is going to come from one platform or the other. I'm going to keep mixing it up for the rest of the night to turn it into a little bit of a game show.
I like it. What are my options?
Your options for this first draw are pink or green.
After dinner.
You want it right now?
Yeah, pink or green.
And keep
Green.
your microphone.
All right, green.
Color of money.
Okay, green means
turn the
this winner
microphone off.
right now is going to be from PokerGo chat.
Okay.
Now, I need a number between 1 and 900.
4.
1 and 4? 4. All right. And
That's my favorite number. I look into
the winner is Cryan DiPaolo.
Wow.
So not Ryan DiPaolo, but Cryan DiPaolo.
A regular in the PokerGo chat.
He guessed 135,000. Hellmuth sort of right around that number already.
Right.
So Cryan DiPaolo, you are the winner. If you're an annual subscriber, you can get some store credit. If you are not, we'll give you an annual subscription. Please hit us up. Send an email to social@pokergo.com. Send a screenshot of your PokerGo account. We will verify on the back end that it's connected to your account, and then we will credit you accordingly.
3 players.
Next giveaway coming up in just about 20 minutes, so stick around, like the video, subscribe to the channel. We're giving away tons of prizes tonight, so it should be a fun time.
3-way action here on King Jack Deuce, 2 diamonds. Masson had raised up with the pocket queens to 1,000, got calls out of the small blind and big blind from Lanes and Curry. Everyone checks the flops, 3 of clubs on the turn. We don't know Curry's other card. We do know he does have the 10 of clubs, though. Check, check again.
My buddy's already memeing on Twitter.
I saw that.
Yeah, after 2 checks, he feels comfortable to bet his hand now, get some value, get some protection.
Gets it done.
Looks as though we're closing in on the next Jeff Platt interview. Always good having Jeff with us. Make sure to give him a follow on Twitter as well, at Jeff Platt.
Le reste de la journée.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So Jeff Platt's going to continue to ask people to stand up for him all throughout the main event. Did he bother you this year?
No, unfortunately he didn't. I didn't make it long enough for him to bother me.
You played in Paris, right? Did you play in Paris? Or no?
Yes, I played
did?
at the Paris,
Yeah.
actually, yeah. That's true.
We don't have the technical capability to go over there just yet. A little too far.
Can I get a 5, please?
Yeah, I didn't even get to hear the anthem, the WSOP anthem before we started. I was a bit disappointed about that.
Oh, wow. You need that kind of energy to get your day started. Iconic stuff. All right, here comes Jeff. Let's see what he got.
All right, he hosts the Chip Race Poker Podcast. David Lappin, stand up for me, please. I guess this is just the Chip Race Podcast, right? You don't bother putting the word poker in there? No, you do.
We
There's
did.
the
No,
fact.
we do.
Okay, so I did get it right.
You did.
Okay.
Sorry, I've had the last 30 minutes trying to figure out how to look spontaneous.
Oh, that was very natural,
about
right?
you calling me over. So yeah, I'm here now.
I only stood behind you for like 12 minutes while we waited to shoot this. You are now a part of the biggest World Series of Poker main event. What do you make of the turnout? What do you think led to this unreal turnout?
Yeah, it's a good point actually. I think it's just an exciting time in poker with the way it's been booming. I think the COVID period probably grew us a lot of new online players, and now they're flexing in the live arena too. I'm surprised it didn't go last year, but obviously it's going to be a very big one this year.
You had a fairly deep run in 2021. What kind of lessons do you take away from that to try to apply this year?
I was a cockroach in 2021. Like I had a short stack around the bubble. I think I had a short stack for entirety of day 4, and then yeah, I managed to get to day 5. But it was it's that kind of tournament. You know, you can really survive on 20 big blinds for a long time with these long levels. So it wasn't too bad.
Hope you stay alive in this one for a while.
Thank you very much.
Cockroach.
So far, so good. I don't know if this is the highest standard table, but it's definitely the best looking table in the room.
No question
There's
about
a lot
that.
of very handsome people, and I'm just wondering, like, if one of our faces be on the wall, would we, you know, Espen is good looking.
Some competition with next to Espen.
Espen slept in my bed, so I'm very familiar with Espen because he used to be a
sounds like
Unibet
it.
pro as well back in the day. But you know who actually, for me, I'm looking through the room and all the faces, 1983 Tom McAvoy.
Yeah.
You wouldn't kick that man out of bed.
Stud.
No,
Stud.
what a stud.
More questions about Espen in your bed. Unfortunately, we have to get you back to the action. Thank you very much,
thanks,
David.
dude.
Appreciate it. Which
Ah,
one?
come on, one of them.
Well, we missed that one up pretty badly. That'll be good for y'all's show, though.
Joseph, I know you're watching.
He is a
Take
king,
a
of
gift.
course.
Clip that. Sam, I know you're listening. That handshake
He
is to
gave you a
go
lot
on
of
Twitter
respect.
right now. Tag everyone who was hurt during the process of that awkward handshake.
Okay, I'll put my
Karai,
headphones
how
on if you
upset
don't
are
wanna
you
talk about
that you are not on David Lappin's list of good-looking main event winners?
Very upset about that.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Mad no.
Breathe in.
Karai Alderman visibly shaken. Peter Morrow in the chat says, anyone else watching from the labor and delivery room? Peter, go to your wife. Wow. The World Series of Poker is going to be here for 14 more days.
Yeah, but you can be in those rooms for quite some time. Probably a good way to kill the time.
Raise to 11.
That was probably the worst handshake I've ever seen. It was like absolutely off the
One
charts.
green, right? Yeah.
All right, back to the action. We've grown accustomed to 4-betting and crazy action, but a little bit of a lull here before these players go on dinner break. We are not going on the dinner break, just so everyone knows. We're cutting out the break, just like we have for the last few days. We're going to keep Phil Hellmuth on our table.
This is a nitty laydown.
Curry flops the pair, c-bets, gets the pot.
Should we photobomb their picture over there?
Interesting how David Lappin brought up that he was sort of a cockroach during the main event, you know, being short for many, many days.
Is anybody getting paid to wear
surviving, and that is sort of the name of the game. But then ultimately, there's still tons of people busting on day one as well. So is there also a luck factor in regards to just not getting coolered and avoiding the situation?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
nobody.
Not good enough.
That's big part of the luck. When people ask me, did you win a lot of like all-ins? I think I didn't even win that many all-ins. I just flopped sets and full houses all the time. So I didn't even get short after day 4 really.
Chance, if you're listening, you're the best, buddy.
It's interesting. I had a long talk with Chance. We played the 250.
1,000 and a call.
McDaniel raising it up with Queen Jack offsuit. Lane's going to come along with pocket 4s. Curry also got a hand that can flop really strong. Does decide to lay it down.
Yeah, I like the fold from those positions.
Very good. Ever since I joined his thing, and working with him, it's amazing how that works.
You mean when you play good, you win? It's a fucking shocker.
It's amazing.
Heads up.
Di Stefano crediting Chance Corneth's chip leader coaching.
No, it's not.
I'm not sure on which page of the book that shove was going to be.
Can't even imagine.
Di Stefano saying that he's won a lot more since studying more. That big all-in against Jamor. Potentially not in every book.
How many have you won since the money maker?
6-3-10. Jack on the turn. McDaniel hitting a pair of jacks.
Roughly?
26.
Maybe 2,600. Maybe about half.
Maybe 9, maybe 10 since money, and maybe 10 seconds too.
Phil, you keeping that one or are you giving it to someone?
I know who I'm giving it to if I win. It's going to Rick Thompson. But Someone said it's a main event bracelet. So my best friend is I gave a main event bracelet from Europe to my best friend.
What'd you do with your first one? Did you keep it?
Mom.
Gave a main event bracelet to Hellmuth, my best friend, when I won that. Yeah.
But your first bracelet. Did you keep that one?
Went to my mom, I think. My dad, my sister. I have 4 brothers and sisters, so that's 4
Did you
bracelets.
give them away after you won multiple, or did you give it away when you won it? You know what I'm saying? Mine's on my wall.
I think
I'm staying there.
I think I read something about Magic Johnson giving away all of his trophies, maybe in 1992. And I said, sounds like a good idea.
Race to 1,000.
Sounds like he's listening to ABBA.
Was Chamath
way
a
more
poker
important.
player before you gave him
Oh,
the
yeah.
bracelet?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was like a way to get him into the poker game.
Oh, no. He and I have been playing together a long time. Number 17 is going to David Sachs.
Going to who?
A guy named David Sachs. He's on the All In podcast.
Okay.
Awesome. Angel investor, VC guy.
Important pot for Jamur now. He defends his big blind with the Jack 10. Only has 5,000 behind.
You gotta ask him for
Ace Queen 4 on the flop here. Jamur with a gut shot. Duga feeling really good about his Ace King at this point.
Yeah, Duga would definitely get this hand in now.
At 1,000.
Against Jamur's stack, he flops a little
Only
bit of
time I say
something
no to a
again.
picture ever
Has
is
the
when
gutter, has the backdoor
when I'm
flush
in a
draw.
hurry during the series. I can't be playing. I can't be at it. I can't be losing chips to take pictures.
Yeah.
Oh, and you does get to see a river after Duga checking back. And
Someone
this time,
hiring my name?
he does get there on
Wow.
the river.
Oh, magic, right? Magic. I know.
Jamur hits a flush, 4th club on the board.
You were intentionally.
Takes this hand down.
That's why.
Yeah, crucial
When I
pot
walk
for him.
to- yeah.
Over 20 bigs now again.
It's not uncommon for.
I'm sure it gets exhausting. I mean, I know you want to give everybody a minute every time, but there's so many minutes in a day.
It's
It's
true.
almost impossible.
That's right. And
Especially
then,
with
and then
your
if
busy
you
schedule.
occasionally miss somebody, then they put some nasty comment on Twitter. Not anymore, but they would in the past.
Right.
No, I think they still would.
They gotta understand your side too.
No, not really. I mean, that's why the headphones are so like
necessary.
I can't hear people.
Right.
You can't get mad if I can't hear them. You know.
I just started a beginner's class, and I started a Reddit page to try to get the word out there. And the first thing on Reddit somebody posted was, it was just so much profanity in one post. I couldn't believe it. It was just like, really, this is what's gonna happen here every time? It was so unnecessary.
Shout out to Joshua Mogul with a $20 donation
You know,
to
the more,
our
the more famous
YouTube
you
stream.
become, the more
Love to
haters
see
you
it.
have, so.
Raise players only.
I'm nowhere near famous.
Jamur moves all in here
Like
with
the
Queen
younger
10 of
stars in
diamonds.
poker, they're like, oh, we don't block people. I'm like, motherfucker. You know, they're like, oh, we shouldn't block people. No, I blocked like 4,000 or 5,000 people.
Yeah, that's a big jam, but makes some sense for the Queen 10
They
suited.
don't have enough followers, and so when they
And
get
one of the
occasional
reasons
hate
for that
comments,
is to get some hands like King 9 off.
I don't have time for that
out,
shit. I mean,
and
if I'm going to look
that's
at
what
Twitter, I
happened
don't
to
want
you,
to be.
Inundated.
I blocked
We're
3
certainly
people
happy
today, I
to
think, or 4 already.
take down the blinds.
I just don't have time for the bullshit, you know. Like,
I don't blame you.
I get to choose who I hang out with 99% of the time.
Right.
And during the World Series of Poker, we play with a lot of the guys play together all the time. It's a really nice group of high stakes players, all know each other. A lot of really nice guys. The 1 or 2 bad guys are the ones that get the press, but there's 150 good guys, you know. Generally speaking, people are good people in poker. They come from all over. They like the challenge of like the math. They like the challenge of the strategy.
Yep.
You know.
Phil Hellmuth doing his very best to get us banned on YouTube, swearing, playing music. It's just the whole trifecta.
I'm not going to look because if it's aces, I'll be mad.
You ready, man?
Oh wait, should I stall for 20 seconds, guys?
What?
You want one more hand?
I got it.
Okay. I don't like it,
Wow, look-
but the man's
Look
like,
at
I want
this.
to get all in before dinner.
Imagine if Hellmuth loses this last time before dinner because one guy said he wanted to play
Yeah,
one
but I
more
don't care
hand.
if it's my blind. I just
How
I
can
like
you
to,
just
you
hold
know,
on to your cards and
Most
delay
of pros
the next
want to
hand?
just get out of here.
Attention all main event players and dealers, if you start the river, complete the current hand. 75-minute dinner break, players. 75-minute dinner break. We do ask you to leave the tournament area during this dinner break so we can do some maintenance. 75-minute dinner break upon completion of the current hand. All main event. Once
Contrary
again,
to
players,
the
we do ask you to
players,
exit the tournament
we
area
are not
and
going
enjoy
on
your
dinner
dinner.
break.
See you in 75 minutes. All tables on break after current hand completes.
The other bad thing is we're the last people to the bathroom, you know?
Yeah.
Just make sure you get a raise to 1,000.
Jim Moore just going to be like, let me attack these blinds while everybody wants to go to dinner.
How's it going?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a
yeah,
bad
yeah,
idea.
yeah. Walk with me, walk with me.
But McDaniel picks up on it, calls from the big blind with ace-4 offsuit. 5-6-3 on the flop here.
Come on, real quick.
Very nice
Yeah,
flop.
ready? Tell me when you're ready.
Wow, Jamor moves all in with 2 pair. McDaniel has the open-ended straight draw.
Turn it off.
Good luck.
Turn it off.
Yeah, just turn it off. Keep it on you for your dinner break.
Jamor's probably thinking, let me double up before dinner. Otherwise, I can just go get a steak somewhere.
And very annoying for McDaniel here. He's very happy to see that flop, but he doesn't want to see the big all-in 3 times the pot. Almost.
He almost seems offended.
You're ahead against a random hand, you're ahead against like 8-7. But you have to pay a big price. So yeah, right lay down.
All right, McDaniel lays down his ace high. We're going to chop out the dinner break, so just stick with us. It's going to take us about 30 seconds to a minute. Top up your beverage, get some snacks. My name is Remco Rinkema. Karai Aldemir still in the booth. Donnie Peters as well, of course. We'll be back in less than a minute. Stay tuned for more action with Phil Hellmuth.
I'm just going to tell you guys this table, I want you all to listen 1 second. The next break, I don't give a fuck whose blind it is. We're leaving. I'm going to stall for the last 20 seconds. And if you whine and say, it's going to cost me another 400, I'm going to say, fuck you, because who wants to wait in that fucking line? Agreed? Everybody agree?
I agree.
All right, let's fucking go.
Especially the 20-minute break.
We understand what you're going to do, yes.
Raise to 13.
All right, Phil Hellmuth setting the tone here as we come back from dinner
You saw
break.
the line, right? Like, we had to wait in the hallway. Fuck.
There's too many people here today.
You can't get to the bathroom. You can't, like...
Yeah.
All because
Wow.
one man's like, one more hand, please. It's your fault.
It wasn't that way, though. It wasn't that way. You can move your hand and gone a minute ago. A minute before.
No, but that's not really fair to me then, right? But I agree with you. You're right. I like to poke fun.
Hellmuth sitting on 125,000 chips.
I made 1,000.
Matt got tilted about having to wait in line for the bathroom.
Well, next time.
By the way, thanks for
next
joining
time,
us here
no.
on
We'll go
the
on a break.
broadcast. Phil Hellmuth's table still on the main feature table. He is still playing music from his headphones, still not listening to anything that production tells him. But hey, he's Phil Hellmuth. He can do whatever he wants. Much love to everyone tuning in. Please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. In a few minutes, we're giving away our next annual subscription. It's the next showdown between PokerGO chat and YouTube chat.
We get details.
Always love myself a good showdown.
Oh, you lost?
Curry here with Ace King.
No, I mean, no, earlier.
Taking this one down. Wow. Hellmuth is just on a different planet.
People at home don't know what we're talking about, but you know when there's 20 seconds left and the break's counting down, the pros would like to just kind of wait, unfold, be first out of the room. Pro tip.
It's the one big negative of the move from the Rio is the getting out of here on breaks. It's been terrible.
Well,
I'm going to text my guys. Some of my friends should be flying in. There's going to be 10,000 players in this thing.
At the Rio, Donnie.
You saw we already broke the
the
record.
taxi lines and the lines of the restaurants were always a big problem.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we all have a
Yeah,
soft
you can
spot in our
start till
hearts for the
Saturday at
Rio,
4
but I
p.m.
think the upgrade is great.
People watching the
I think
stream.
it is an upgrade.
You can
I like
play
it.
this
I like
Saturday
Paris
at
and
4
Horseshoe.
p.m.
Yeah, Corey, what's your opinion on the change?
Come win 10 million.
No, I
Natural.
agree. I really like it here. Both of the rooms are pretty cool. And you don't really have to leave the venue while at dinner break. There's a few restaurants right here. So yeah, I like it here.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of options at Rio for dinner. Like
Exactly,
you know,
yeah.
Here, there's a lot of stuff. You got Guy Fieri's new place is opening up. That's another option. So yeah.
The thing that always shocked me at the Rio was the unpreparedness of all the Rio restaurants for thousands of people going on break at the same time. I feel as though if you have meals ready, you have, you know, quick menus, in and out, get these people through. But that never seemed to be the case. And then there was the restaurant in the hallway, the Hash House of Go-Go, that wasn't even open.
Yeah, all in the mornings.
Shout out to CJ Elliott for a new member of our YouTube community, as well as Little John.
Yeah,
Thanks all so much, we appreciate it.
Considering it's 5 and 5, you don't need a lot to change.
But I still have a soft spot for the Rio, I have to admit.
Yeah, of course. How can you not? You should actually go back and just walk around the hallways and see what it's like now. Like, I have not been back since the last day of WSOP back in 2021.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, you're the last champ to ever win there.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're gonna be a trivia question at some point.
Yeah.
12?
Raised to 12.
Now that you're like a few years removed from winning the main event, has it sort of worn off, or whenever you see your own banner or you think back of it, you still have sort of those sharp, vivid memories of what that was like?
Once in a while, especially while I'm here, of course, like when the World Series starts, and yeah, people still sometimes come up to me. So yeah.
Yep.
That's me, right?
Yep.
he's still got the music on. He's on his phone. He was swearing earlier. I mean, it's just it's the Phil Hellmuth show. Does what he wants.
Jack with a $2 donation saying, "I just DoorDashed McDonald's." Speaking of dinner, I had a spicy Chick-fil-A sandwich, one of the most overrated restaurants in the whole country.
Well, you're gonna light the chat on fire.
I absolutely cannot stand fast food restaurants.
The Warriors owners are going to send me a gift. So I started thinking about it. I know what it is. Has to be a Golden State Warriors journey with 17 on it, right? What else could they send? The owners of the Warriors? It has to be a jersey with a 17 on it.
The fact, Donnie, that he
Yeah,
has
I
to
mean,
broadcast this
I would
to a
probably
table
bet
full
it-
of strangers is the funniest thing ever.
Well, he also knows that they're on stream. Okay, and this is Hellmuth. I mean, this is the Hellmuth experience that you get. Love it or hate it, this is what he's like.
I'm telling all my friends, come, 10,000 players. Come.
I mean, honestly, I'm not even joking. I think there are poker fans across the world that are seeing this insane turnout. They have sort of the itch, and they know that they still have over 48 hours to get here and to play the main event. We're probably going to see quite a few people sign up on day 2.
I think last year's day 2 entry was the first starting day had 148, or the first day 2 had 148 or 150, something like that, and then the second one had 500.
Stadiums or something.
I can only imagine those numbers are going to go up.
That happened.
Trending in similarly to what we've seen everywhere else.
The other players
So, yeah.
laughed at me because I'm like, hey, we're going to be playing this in a, like, you know, with 10,000 people watching live. They all laughed at me. 10 years later, we were playing in the Penn and Teller Theater with 9,000 people. But I'm an optimist, boys.
Raise to 13.
Curry raising it up here with ace-7 suited. Donnie, where does the main event go from here? Let's say we hit over 10,000. You know,
To the moon.
For the next few years, do you think we can keep expanding?
Yeah, I mean, they might need to find a bigger building pretty soon. But I mean, if people keep having this appetite for poker that they're having right now, I think like next year, there's definitely people that have some FOMO this year. You know, people have been texting me like, you know, is it really going to hit over 10,000? I can't believe I'm missing this. How do I get out there? Like, I think it's only going to go up.
Joanella 3-betting here with pocket aces. Curry makes the call out of position with ace-7 suited. Flop brings queen, 8, deuce, 2 spades. Luckily for Curry, nothing out there for him.
Check. That's 35.
Yeah, John, are you hoping that his opponent has like king, queen as a piece of this flop? Wants to double up, but still a decent pot for him after having a rough start to the day.
Yeah, probably still thinking back of those queens that he could have folded.
Yeah, but Remco, I think it keeps going up. You know, 2006 when we hit that record of 8773, and then the poker world got smacked by the UIGEA in here in America, you know, and that kind of just dampened everything. Big drop in the main event entries the next year, and it's been, you know, a slow recovery since then. Of course, then you had the stuff in 2011 with Black Friday. That was another blow. You had to endure the pandemic, another blow there.
You don't want any more attention?
If it's just clear waters ahead,
everybody
it can
wants
keep going and going and going.
I don't want to pay the price for doing
Will they increase the buy-in at some point? What do you guys think?
I don't know if they will. I prefer it at 10K. I think
Why would
it's
I do it?
just
More money?
It's great.
It's-
I mean,
it's a
10K
good
is still a
number.
ton
It's
of
a good
money for a
number.
lot of people.
Well, I saw Max Silver tweeting out that, you know, it's not necessarily poker growing, it's inflation that is bringing more players to the main event.
And I know, if you started it, you would
Yeah,
not
I mean that's
stop
what
until you got
I was
more
hinting
Daniel.
at a little bit. Of course, 10,000 now is
What Daniel's
a lot
doing is
different
amazing
than
for poker.
10,000 30 years ago.
His blog is terrific.
But still, I think poker is still
400,000 views
like
every day.
relatively healthy, especially live is booming.
Call. Thank you.
The funny thing, of course, being
I have a really
that
good friend,
inflation
he's
or
an NBA
not,
star.
our wages have
Killing
not
it
gone
with
up
his blog.
to just afford a
And he told
10K
me,
buy-in
"Phil,
all of a
you can
sudden.
pick up $1 million a year just doing your blog. It's, I mean, excuse me, a podcast.
3 players.
Could be a walking billboard, man.
Di Stefano raising it up to 1,200.
I said my life is full, man. I don't know.
Looks like Masson made the call. Jamor did
This
not
might
go
tweet
all
it.
in prior
Boom!
to what the
Expecting 10,000
graphics
players in
showed.
WSOP main event. We already have a new record field. Broke
There it is,
2007
3
record. Might be 12 million from first. I got that from you. Come one, come all. You can buy until Saturday at 4 p.m.
21.
But you can only buy in once.
Yes.
Jordan.
Hello, Poker Boom.
Jonello
2 players.
calling a bet here with ace-jack. He's finally on the right side of things. Duga betting with pocket eights. As we all had to listen to Phil Hellmuth talk about his tweet.
I think PokerGo had like 12,000 live viewers. On
For
the
this?
On the YouTube stream, yeah.
No, it was more like 30,000. Don't
embarrass
sell
yourself,
us short.
guys.
It's interesting seeing Duga grabbing chips here once
I told you I
again
don't
after
like
getting
being
called on the
strained
flop.
because Somebody
turning
always
his
does
hand
something
into a
really-
little bit of a
something they
bluff
wouldn't do
here.
normally.
Could maybe
I mean,
get
maybe
hands
if I
like
wasn't on
nines or
stream, maybe I
tens
just fold the kings
out.
right away. Not even call 4K more. No one would ever know, right? Then I could have people call me and tell me how unlucky they were because they lost all their money with queens. And I can say, yeah, that sounds really unlucky. And later on, I
Tornado
could say,
doesn't
you know,
seem
I
to
have
like
lost
the
1,000
situation,
with
but
my kings.
does decide to go all in here now.
Calling inning.
Wow.
Here we
Would
go.
you rather see him just call?
Yeah, I think it would have made sense to just call, because you're often way behind or way ahead, like he is in this situation.
Nice hand.
But he's going to be happy to take these chips, and yeah, more than half the starting stack again after he was down to less than 20k a few minutes ago.
Yeah, most of his chips, of course, ended up in Phil Hellmuth's stack. In case you missed that hand earlier, I'm sure we'll post it on our social media, and it'll be on YouTube later as a single clip, but that was an absolute banger of a hand. Hellmuth flopping a set of sixes.
Appreciate it.
Winning almost the maximum and chipping up to 125,000 in the process. The beers are flowing. I heard coffee and Baileys. For many people, this is also sort of like a special sort of, I don't know, week trip to Vegas, having some fun, being laid back and relaxed. Did you get to see any of
I
that
highly recommend not going
either
all
this
in.
year or in the past, players that just want to come out here and have a good time?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this year I had a lot of pros at the table, but for sure in the past I had lots of people from poker groups that play all year and sent their winner over to play here during the main event. I mean, I've talked to people from so many countries. It's really great. I really love this event.
Di Stefano, not a man who likes to fold, makes it 1200. Masson on the button, A7 suited, likely going to come along here as well. Shout out to Chad Foster with the $5 donation. He's saying, honestly, they need to up the buy-in for the main, make it 25K.
All in. Two great players all in. Tough spot.
Wow, Jamor, King Jack offsuit, moves all in for 9,400.
Yeah, there's a lot of money out there for only 18K. You can beat a lot of hands.
I like this against the cutoff open and a button call here from the small blind. King Jack, good enough. Tries to take it down here.
9,400.
And he's slightly behind the ace highs, but it's gonna be tough to call him, so this could end up very well for him. Stefano asked for a count, but with ace 4 suited, almost 20 bigs. Seems like a little bit much to risk here. Masson in a little bit better situation here, not having anybody behind him yet to act, but still, only ace 7 suited.
Did you?
I'm a big fan of Jamor. He's been very active playing lots of hands. Would not mind seeing him win a big one, but he's going to be really happy just to take this down without showdown.
Yeah. Yeah, and I understand the laydown there. Most people won't be jamming in with too wide of a range here. And he's gonna run into hands like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 very often.
So Donnie, if the main event at some point in the future did become a 25K, do you think that's going to affect the numbers tremendously? Like,
yes,
bring it way down?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's at 25K, it's 2.5 times the buy-in. It's harder for people to get money, and it's harder for those groups that Karai just mentioned, that are trying to put people in to have enough money to put one person in. It's harder for satellites to qualify as many people as they do. I mean, it just gets more difficult overall.
Of course, the main event way back in the day was, just a couple of tables back in the 70s.
Yeah.
If you account for inflation, the 100Ks of right now are basically the main events of the past. Or if you look at the 25Ks, those are basically the main events of the late 90s, early 2000s before the moneymaker boom.
You want the main event to be both very big and very important, but then also very attainable for regular people that are going to take some shots, you know. Be sort of on that fringe of like, I can do it, but if it's bigger, I'm like really risking too much and I won't do it, so I'll stay away. But if it's 10K, okay, I can kind of make an argument to do it, and I'm going to do it. And that's what I think we see a lot of years.
That's a very good point, and I think that the main event is going to keep growing. I also think that because they're breaking a record this year, whenever they announce the final number and the prize pool, that's going to get a lot of media attention, and a lot of people will be like, oh, wow, next year I shouldn't miss this. I should make it an effort to play in the main event.
One person that entered this tournament is also going to win a main event seat for 30 years.
Wow.
From the Main Event for Life promotion. If they broke the record this year, everyone that played gets entered into a drawing. They'll draw one name, and that person will win a main event buy-in for 30 years.
Wow.
So now that they have broken the record,
right,
everyone who's participated is live.
So even if you bust on day one, you're still eligible.
So, you know, Karai's out, unfortunately. Karai won the main event before, so you think he has enough money to play anyway, but he could just free roll himself for the next 30 years.
Karai won 80 years of buy-ins anyway, you know. It's, Jornello raising it up to 1100. Jamor calling with ace-9 of spades. Duga coming along with the ace-jack offsuit. And there's McDaniel with ace-deuce.
4 players.
Creating four-way action.
My cards are blank. How does it call?
I had the invite.
Check.
Jack 7-10, 2 clubs on the flop.
Check.
Duga ahead here with top pair, top kicker. Surprised to see him check behind here. Turn is the deuce of hearts.
Yeah, he could have bet as well. He's taking the conservative line, checks it back for pot control. If it checks to him again, I would expect him to bet at this though.
That's 16.
Yeah, Jamur doesn't like folding. He has the gutter still. Ace high could be still good. And decides to take the card.
Jamor does not like to fold. I mean, he just wants to try and see everywhere, one way or another, win every pot. You know, for TV, for streams, those players are incredibly entertaining.
And Duga with a good value bet here realizes that his ace-jack is the best hand. Oh wow, and he does get called by Jamor.
Look at that.
Jamor, despite being on the short stack, just doesn't mind putting chips in the pot.
Yeah, just didn't believe him here. Put him on a hand like king, queen, busted straight draw maybe, that he would be beating.
Hellmuth and Duga sitting side by side with 250 big blinds each.
Well, somebody's not going to get the 7 of diamonds, because it's going to be their first burn card.
Lots of people in the chat commenting on 10K still being a lot of money. Of course, we all realize that, but you know, at the same time, when you think back of the main events in the past, 10K was a lot more than it is now.
Raise players all in.
Jamor here, jamming with jacks. Jamor jamming with jacks. I feel like it's the start of something.
Time I look up, that camera guy's right in my face with his long camera.
Yeah, he did for me.
Every time I've looked up, it's like, it's like, jeez, man, come He's the one you want. Not
Did
me.
you guys go to dinner?
We tried to, but the place was so busy, we just ended up splitting up. I randomly walked by Nobu and ran into Chance. He had extra seat at his table. So like, thank you God. There's nothing open anywhere.
Pro tip, eat before the break.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hellmuth showed up with his food.
I mean, I heard a rumor that he also showed back up to the table
then
with
you're
more
hungry
food.
after the break.
Had some sushi to go.
He eats a lot.
That's right. PokerGo loves to show me eating.
It's very true.
Good
Come
timing.
to Texas, we'll give you brisket that you don't have to put barbecue sauce on.
What do we got? There it is. Yes. Yes. Phil Hellmuth bringing the sushi.
Hope he's got chopsticks.
This is just amazing.
It's
just comedy without having to make the jokes.
In person, you can't see the cards. I don't get it. Check.
Curry involved here with fives. 8 deuce for lanes.
Yeah, lanes with a pretty aggressive steal attempt here with the 8 deuce. Blind versus blind.
That's 21.
Doesn't flop anything though, so decides to just check fold.
How much do you have to tell yourself, switching between playing a 250K super high roller and the $600 deep stack? How much do you have to tell yourself that you have to actually make adjustments? Do you have to tell yourself that, or does it go automatic?
I mean, this sounds stupid maybe, but it's still the same game in a way, right? I mean, in both tournaments I'm just trying to play well usually. In the high rollers I know my opponents better, so I kind of know what I'm expecting. In the smaller buy-ins, when I'm playing against someone I don't know, it can be sometimes a little bit tougher in a way to adjust to the table. Although I would of course expect my my edge to be higher in those events. But yeah, sometimes I have to concentrate even more in a smaller buy-in.
Right. So how much of your decision making in larger buy-in events where you play against players you play often against, how much of your decision making is deviating from general theory based on history and experience versus those players?
Yeah, I mean, nobody plays perfectly anyways. I mean, I don't certainly. So yeah, a lot of it comes down to do I think my opponent is somebody that calls all the time,
right.
or somebody that I can maybe push around, or the other way around. So yeah, I think it definitely plays a role.
Jim Moore here finds jacks again, raising it up, not all in this time. Action likely to fold around here to the big blinds. Curry giving it some thought here with jack 7 offsuit.
Yeah, I like that he just raises it up with the jacks this time, doesn't just go all in.
Thank you.
Maybe trying to get some action from a hand, like maybe pocket deuces, pocket threes. But nobody has anything, so picks up the blinds again, and there's the sushi.
We have 2 stacks of sushi. We have Nutter Butters. We have Gatorade. Low sugar Gatorade, though. Let's be real here. For everyone in the chat, what's for dinner over there? Or, of course, if you're in Australia, what's for lunch? This is the 4th level of the day. We have 1 more level after this. Every level is 2 hours in length. There has not been an elimination from this table. These guys have been playing against each other all day. Hellmuth showed up at the start of level 3.
Did you get any yesterday?
Any bust outs?
Any limit? Yeah.
You know, I was so tired by the end of yesterday, I don't even know what I said, but I had Sean Deep here to rip everyone apart. I don't think we saw a bust out, but chat's going to correct me on that for sure.
And Phil with a decision here with the king-queen suited against the shortish stack of Jamur. Is thinking about whether to just call in position or to raise it up and get it in.
Raise to 3,000.
Decides to raise.
dare you do that? I gotta take a look again, all right? Before I make any decision.
You looked in the ace, you gotta look at what the other one is.
If you're Jamor here versus Hellmuth, who's not known to 3-bet a lot, you can just let go of your 5s here, right?
Yeah, you could. I mean, if he thinks he has fold equity, this could be a hand that he wants to 4-bet jam as well. But it's a bit dicey. He decides to take a flop here.
We know Jamor doesn't like the fold.
Yeah. And that's a pretty scary flop for pocket 5s.
That's 4.
Yeah, Phil commits himself to the pot. And Jamor can't do anything with pocket 5s.
Jamor now down to 13 big blinds, Queen Jack offsuit. He's been involved in so many hands, but just hasn't been able to get anything going. Wow, Heat one for me says, I had Chilean sea bass with a lemon pesto fettuccine for dinner. It was amazing.
Raise to 11.
Jeez, making me hungry over there. Joanello, Jack 9 offsuit, raising on the button. This is likely going to get through. Oh, we're going to see a defend here with the King 4 offsuit. Why not?
Yeah, against the button raise, I don't mind this with the king. Gets a good price and beats some hands still. I think against an early position raise, he would have folded probably. Gets rewarded with the pair of kings here.
That's 11.
Does feel as though defending from the blinds has become more and more popular these days.
I'm not sure actually. I think the trend is going backwards kind of. I remember that a few years ago people would defend any hand against any position if they were getting a good price against a min raise or like a 2.2x. And now people realized maybe they should fold sometimes with their bad hands as well.
Well, third king here on the turn for Masson. Of course, Jonello now thinking there's no chance he has a king.
Yeah, let's see if he tries to represent that king here as the pre-flop aggressor, but Masson hasn't checked yet.
That is 1600.
Decides to lead here for small bet. Could do that with a hand like 8-7 maybe hearts. And Jonello doesn't believe him and floats with a Jack-9.
Wow. We have a lot of non-believers at this table.
Yeah, we do.
I really wonder what Jonello's game plan is here, but if Masson wants to make the most possible money, he should probably be checking right here.
Yeah, he could think that his opponent has an ace here though, maybe. Definitely some aces in Jonello's range here, opening from the button. Would make some sense maybe to call on the turn with a hand like ace-queen. Checks though, and now Jonello does beat the 8-7, but other than that, not so much. So probably thinking about bluffing here at this point.
That is 6,000.
That's 3/4 pot. Masson does make a face as if he doesn't like this, but 3 kings are a pretty strong hand. Would be surprised if he lays this down.
Jonello just swinging for the fences here. This table is, like, I cannot describe how different this table is from last night's action. And even the night before. It was so slow, it was so passive for the most part, so many small pots. Nobody really willing to bluff. And it goes to show that the main event really has it all. Your table draw can really make a big difference. And Masson really seems frustrated here. But he does make the call correctly. The Frenchman is going to win a sizable pot here right after dinner.
Yeah,
Jonello just splashing around.
Yeah, he didn't have a good feeling about that one. And sure, hearts get there, but with 3 kings, you had the 4 of hearts as well. So it makes it a little bit less likely that the opponent has hearts. Can't really lay that one down. So good call by him. And nice pot.
People in the chat are speculating on the type of music that Hellmuth listens to. Of course, we've heard some ABBA, some Steely Dan, perhaps. Fleetwood Mac is part of his rotation. If you're just joining us, we're streaming until the end of the night here on day 1D of the main event. If you're catching us on YouTube by chance, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We're going to give away more annual subscriptions later on in the night.
Raise to 12.
Pocket jacks here for Duga. He's going to raise it up. Donnie, Duga has $5,000 in career tournament earnings. He's not playing like a man who's never been at a poker table before.
Might be an online player, might be a live cash player. You know, there's so many different backgrounds that people can come from to then find the World Series of Poker main event that it's hard to know sometimes. But that doesn't mean they're inexperienced.
Are you a music guy during play at the table?
Sometimes, but I can't listen to anything with lyrics. Otherwise,
really?
I get distracted. Yeah, I need something.
Lots of Hans Zimmer, some Lord of the Rings soundtracks.
Yeah, that does work. Or some what's it called, like lo-fi beats. That works pretty well.
So like 10 hours of lo-fi, you know, just in the background.
Yeah, I usually listen to music maybe like 1 or 2 or 3 hours, and I change it up again, and then yeah, it depends on my mood.
So is it the same for you playing online or live? Like you need that focus?
It depends on the tournament, it depends on the table. Sometimes I like to chat with people if I have friends at the table, for instance, or if there's some interesting guys, but sometimes I want to concentrate. It depends whether I'm tired or not. Yeah, but lots of factors.
You sound like you're analyzing a poker hand. It depends, you know, sometimes I bluff, sometimes I raise, sometimes I call. You got to balance ranges.
Liberal everything. No, but yeah, I have some friends that listen to music every time they play and can't play without music. I'm not like that. Yeah.
Lane's raising up here with 8s. Di Stefano makes the call with King Jack. Duga in the big blind gets a nice price here with ace deuce suited. He's going to come along for 3-way action.
3 players.
Not flush draw here for Duga. Lanes. It's gonna be happy about this flop too. Pocket 8's looking good still. Bets around 60-65% pot, and Duga with the decision. Does he want to call or does he want to raise it up right here? Decides to call. Makes some sense with the ace high, beats all of the king highs, queen highs, obviously. Now not anymore the queen highs.
Check. Check.
Action goes check, check very quickly. River card, 7 of hearts.
good river for lanes. Less likely that his opponent has a 7 now.
Check and a check.
You like the check, or could you go for thin value there on the river with 8s?
Yeah, of course it's scary in the main event, but I feel like he could have thought about like maybe value betting there. Your opponent doesn't really have 7s that often. Queen's not really in his range either. I feel like he could have maybe bet.
All players interested in playing the 1500 PLO bounty tournament tomorrow, 4 p.m. will be the start time, just so you all know. 4 p.m. start for tomorrow's 1500 PLO bounty.
I don't think a single person playing right now is thinking about playing the PLO bounty tomorrow.
You never know. You never know.
Korai's playing it, so at least he knows.
Yeah, I'm just writing it down. When again? Tomorrow
4
evening?
p.m.
Helmuth's been quiet ever since he ate that sushi.
He's peacefully grinding, Donnie. Okay. Peacefully grinding.
Yeah, but don't you guys have that after eating that you get a little bit tired?
Yeah, when I play, I don't eat all day.
Okay.
Because it messes with like my blood sugar. Like I feel like I can kind of get drowsy a little bit at times. So
Right
I just
out in the
like
field
to play
post dinner break.
faster.
Let us check in with one Ebony Kenny. Ebony, stand up for me, please. Come join me over here. Nice to see you as always. You cashed in this event last year. Did it feel like you were close? Did it feel like you were on the verge of making a real serious run at this thing?
I mean, it's a long tournament, and it was fun to make day 4. I mean, it's incredible, and it did feel, it's so special. It's so special, and I'm ready for the long haul for this one.
You cashed within the last year on a Triton stop for $1.7 million. Fast answer so you don't miss a hand. How did that impact your poker career?
1.94 million, actually, Chad.
Sorry, my bad. But 1.7 was one and 240K was another. Hold on. We get Chance laughing in the background. Just want to clarify. One of the cashes was 1.7 and one was for 240, right?
Yes,
Okay,
and my
so
my
both
coach is over there, Chance. Shout out to Chance.
That's why you didn't win. Take that.
So what was the question?
Just how it impacted your poker life, poker career.
Oh my God. Okay, so I make the joke all the time. My kids love me more now, so that's great. But honestly, I think the biggest impact for me has been the amount of women in poker that have come up to me, and women that I respect and love and think that they're crushers, and for them to come to me and show their support and talk about how impactful it was for me to be there and for them to see my success. That's been the biggest thing for me, and I just want to keep giving back to the women in poker. I mean, I'm so excited to be here. I'm so honored and grateful, and yeah.
Great turnout for women in this event. I know you're a great advocate for women in poker, and you have a lot to do with it. Going to send you back to the action right now so you don't miss a hand. Thanks, Ebony. Appreciate it.
Ebony Kenny, very successful on that Triton stop, giving you the Jeff Platt there. Ebony has been a longtime ambassador of the game of poker, very supportive to women in the game. So surreal for a player who doesn't normally get to play those buy-ins to make that kind of run, and she'll now forever have that memory of making that massive high roller final table at that Triton event. Dean Resin says, why is he so concerned about missing a hand? Why wouldn't the table just stop for a moment for this interview? Well, Dean, you've probably never dealt with poker players before. No one wants to wait for anyone, and Jeff, of course, wants to be respectful with everyone's time and making sure that no one misses a hand. If Jeff Platt ever interviews me in the main event, I'll happily miss 3 hands because that moment of fame is not something I want to pass up on. Donnie Hellmuth started out with barbecue, then some sushi. What do you think the late night meal is going to be?
I mean, I think it gets narrowed down because the options get narrowed down, so I'll just say a burger.
A burger, wow.
Or
Yeah.
maybe a quick sandwich or something like that.
I was going to go sandwich, maybe a hot dog. Definitely need some more fuel there for the final few hours of the night. How does this table compare to the table you had in the main yesterday, Kurai?
My table was relatively aggressive yesterday, but I think this one's even more aggressive. I mean, yeah, great action so far. To be honest, yeah, can say it otherwise.
Yeah.
Although I was 4-bet quite a few times yesterday as well.
Wow.
I saw you. Did you 5-bet jam?
I 5-bet jammed with the kings in the end. Yeah, so maybe they're just at aces every time. I don't know.
No, but didn't you do it? Or did you do it earlier? I saw something on your Instagram.
Oh yeah,
With ace
I
king.
5-bet jammed twice yesterday with ace king once.
Yeah, you're just going for it.
Yeah, but that time I got the fold.
Well,
so
yeah,
I was
that
right.
time you got the fold, you know.
Hellmuth here raising it up with ace-jack offsuit, called by both players in the blinds. Curry flopping top 2 pair. Hellmuth continuing it for 1400. Lanes with a gut shot.
Curry just smashing that flop can definitely come with a raise here.
Nice hand.
Yeah, easy fold there for Hellmuth. Doesn't connect well with the flop.
Yeah, and I feel like players in the main event generally tend to play their hands pretty face up. You know, raise when they have it. You know, don't really see a whole lot of craziness going on unless you're Di Stefano sticking it in there with ace high.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, at this table.
That's true. This has been an aggressive table.
Jamore's still at dinner, even though he's short.
Oh, wow. I didn't even notice that.
Neither did I until just now.
Duga raising it up with ace-queen offsuit. Donnie, as soon as we start talking about Hellmuth and food again, people are all over the roast beef sandwich from last year. You and I, of course, on the call for that final table.
Oh, yes. When Hellmuth finished second to David Jackson in the 3K freeze-out.
And almost got into a fist fight with Big Hooney.
Yeah, that was wild.
Jonello defending from the big blind here with 5-4 suited. Action back on Duga here.
Yeah, as the pre-flop raise, I expect like small bet. Should take it down.
Jamore's back, and honestly, it looks like he ran back. He's breathing rather heavily, probably sprinted through the hallways trying to get back here.
Jamore coming back to 13 big blinds.
Yeah, and I think he had just 8-3 offsuit last hand, so didn't miss anything. He doesn't know that though. I mean, it could have been aces.
Hellmuth very calm, listening to music, no speeches. Donnie, from all your years of covering Hellmuth, this is sort of the average Hellmuth when he's grinding.
Yeah, I mean, he's got chips. He doesn't really need to do anything. He's just chilling right now. Of course, if we see him lose a pot or two and it's significant, that can all change, and it can change quickly. It can also go the other way. Hellmuth he'll often start chirping a little bit if his chip stack is going up a little bit, but right now it's pretty much where it's been like since he had that big hand with the sixes. He's been right around 125 to 130K since then.
I mean, with Hellmuth's playing style and how he tends to avoid big confrontation unless he has it, this is sort of like a stack that's good enough to carry him to day 3.
Well, yeah.
I mean, he already dodged kings versus aces today. We shouldn't forget that.
He did.
Exactly.
He did.
Yeah, you're right.
Lost pretty much the absolute minimum in that hand.
PokerGO chat, Donnie, sort of hating on us here.
For
saying,
what?
Saying Jamor was there the whole time, but jumped up to get a water for like 60 seconds.
Our apologies.
And then the next guy says, the commentators hate the idea of paying attention. You guys are the best. I love it. McDaniel here, raising it up with ace-5 suited. Jornello is going to come along with king-queen on the button. Ace, queen, 10 on the flop. A little bit of something for both players here.
17.
Jornello continues and calls and hits 2-pair on the turn. Very quick check here. Runner, full house.
No big deal.
No big deal.
This is not going to go check on the river.
Small bet, 1,300. What kind of raise size would you like to see here from Jornello?
To be honest, I expect a small raise. I think he can go pretty big here as well with a hand as strong as king-queen. The bet from McDaniel is a bit thin, although it's of course just very small. Yeah, so this is 35%, 40% pot. I think he could have gone a little bit bigger, but against a hand like ace-5, he wouldn't get more anyway. So maybe he just knows where his opponent is at.
If you're McDaniel here, what sort of hand do you think Jornello has, and how much do you hate your hand right now? Because of course you're chopping against most of the other aces.
Yeah, I like the fold, to be honest. I mean, he's not really beating anything. Jornello would have to turn a hand like an ace as well into a bluff, which seems relatively unlikely, to be honest. And he's behind the straight, he's behind all the trips and full houses that are possible.
Jornello staying active, chipping back up to 50 big blinds.
I paid
Still
full?
one of the shorter stacks at the table here.
Almost bedtime.
Tundra Mike is saying they don't have a time clock on the feature table, or no tables have them. So during the main event, there is no clock whatsoever. So that's why on day 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the final table, you might sometimes see some very, very long tanking. So far, the pace of play has been extremely fast. Is that sort of normal that as the tournament goes on, it gets slower and slower?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, the pay jumps are getting huge at some point. They're playing for so much money, so I think it's understandable that people take a little bit of time. Although, of course, I understand the viewers as well that
6K, 5K?
want to see some action and don't want to wait for all the players to act.
I mean, in this tournament, it's a lot of chips.
But yeah, so far, I think everybody at this table is playing super quickly.
What's the longest you've ever tanked in a hand? Do you remember?
So most of the tournaments I played with a shot clock nowadays, so in those, not a lot.
So it must have been in the main event?
Yeah, probably. I mean, when I was at the final table of the main event, I did some tanking, I have to admit, yeah. But yeah, playing for so much money.
Do you think it's possible to have a shot clock in the main event, or do you think it would take away too much from the experience?
Yeah, it's a difficult topic. It's a tough question. I mean, I think most people would like a shot clock, but there are a few people that wouldn't participate with the shot clock, and I understand that for an amateur that plays his first main event, it's going to be so stressful having to deal with a shot clock as well. Not speaking of the dealers, sometimes for them it's difficult as well, organizing all that action at the table. So I understand that in tournaments like the main event, there's no shot clock. My ideal solution would be something like a chess clock in a perfect world, but relatively tough to implement. So that people that act quickly get rewarded later in the tournament. They'd have more time. And if a person takes time for every single decision, then he has to act quick at some point.
Yeah, one of the biggest issues with the shot clock is the fact you get 30 seconds per action, and then you see high roller players that take 30 seconds per action instead of sometimes taking 3 seconds and then sometimes taking 1 minute. Of course, that is the biggest problem with the shot clock.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, maybe having less time pre-flop makes some sense. I know a few people have suggested that. Maybe just 20 seconds pre-flop and then 30 seconds post-flop, or 30 seconds after the turn, maybe.
Thank you. Maybe in the big blind.
Lane's raising it up here with ace-king offsuit. Curry calling with ace-7 suited. Action full into Duga in the small blind. Let's see what he has. Duga calls with what's probably some kind of suited connector or gapper, but at least we know he has a pair of eights right now.
We also know he can't have 8-7 of spades because Curry's got the 7 of spades. So
that could be top set as well.
There you go.
I like it.
Action on Duga here with his 8. He's going to make the call. Nothing there for Lanes. Does have backdoor clubs. Let's see if he wants to play. No, he lets it go. Do you like peeling there with ace-king high with the backdoor clubs, or is that not necessary at this point of the tournament?
You could do it, to be honest, but he's relatively short stacked, so yeah, it's a close decision. I think with the ace of clubs, he could have thought about it.
The rail is swelling, Donnie. We've seen more and more people standing around watching. Hellmuth probably cranking up the noise a little bit in his headphones. We saw him just turn on the music. Last night it was a rowdy rail with Negreanu.
Oh yes. If Duga does ultimately have top set here, he just got run down.
Yeah, Curry makes a wheel on the river here, and Duga's going to lead.
It's probably within the realm of possibility he has the 8-6 of spades.
Yeah, that could be.
9, miss flush with an ace-7.
I'd rather spend 11 than call.
9, 8 of spades shown. The wheel is going to take this one down.
Nice hand, nice catch.
Straight.
Straight.
Yeah, Duga just bet 2 big blinds on the river there. I would have liked Curry to think about raising at least against the 2 big blind bet.
We've seen that a few times at this table where players have had options from our vantage point, and they probably at least should have thought things through before just snap acting, which I think is a good lesson for a lot of people, to kind of always just run things through. Even if you ultimately fall on the same decision, it's just kind of good to be like, okay, let me just make sure what's going on here. What is this person doing? What are they trying to do? What should I do? I'll just check behind, it's no big deal or whatever.
I see a few people commenting on the fact that a dealer is hand shuffling. Automatic shufflers only allowed if every single table has them. And of course, there's over 5,000 players playing today on day 1D, and there's not enough shufflers in the entire city of Las Vegas to facilitate electronic shuffling here in the main event. Donnie, what, day 5 or 6, we usually switch to automatic shufflers?
Yeah, you know, once it's within all the tables, I can have them for sure. I think they would have to, at minimum, be in this room. And then maybe even a little further down from being in this room. I don't think that's secondary horseshoe table. I don't think there's any shufflers on those tables out there. I think they're only in this room and at the feature tables.
7.
And with betting with queen 4, just 700.
McDaniel got the queen 4. That's a hand he's partial to.
It's on a t-shirt.
Oh, and there we go. That's a thin value raise here from McDaniel this time. Thought about it. And correctly assesses that Hellmuth can bet this small very widely here, and that his ace is probably the best hand here.
Hellmuth probably just trying to get to a cheap showdown here, you know, throw out a little blocker bet. Maybe he gets some value as well, you know, kind of merges those two things, but McDaniel is right on top of this one. Very well done by him.
Tommy lets it go, and McDaniel takes this one down.
Yeah, good fold here by Phil.
He doesn't look happy about it, though. He looks a little bit annoyed.
Donnie, he lost a hand.
Well, yeah, you know.
I had a really good hand.
Yeah, McDaniel just checked back here after Phil limped in that last hand, so that takes some aces out of the range from McDaniel. That's why Phil is probably a little bit suspicious here.
But you're either, in a way you're racing with the deuce, you're either bluffing or you have it. Could have been bluffing. I guess I'll know in 35 minutes.
Curry raising it up with ace-jack offsuit. Masson folding king-queen.
Yeah, relatively tight fold, but he's in early position against under the gun raise, so I understand that he would have called if they were in later positions.
Masson also down to 33K, you know, 66 big blinds. Not really a great spot to play a hand post flop given that situation. Ace, ace, queen on the flop here. Curry smashes it, lanes with nothing. 5 of clubs on the turn gives lanes a flush draw.
Yeah, Curry checking back right away here. Setting the trap. It's probably not going to work out this time, though lanes has the 6 of clubs. But such a scary board. Correctly lays it down.
Yeah, Sean D was on the broadcast last night and making fun of Mike Dentale for chasing inferior draws. And he was calling with gut shots that weren't even to the nuts. He was calling with the bottom ends of straights. And Sean was pointing out that those are exactly the type of hands that can cost you so much money.
Yeah, that's true. That's what happens to me a lot at the limit games as well, that I'm learning at the mixed games. There, the prices you get are even better.
Yeah, Donnie, watching some of the limit hold'em final tables earlier this summer and the stud final tables, seeing players like you know, Ray D and Daniel Idema, you know, make those folds for one bet.
Yeah, they're getting 17 to 1, you know, 18 to 1, these crazy odds, you know, but making really good laydowns. That's something that I think, you know, a lot of those guys, it just comes with experience, you know, knowing the spots, knowing what you're going to be up against. It's obviously easy to just look at the math and be like, oh, 15 to 1, I call. Like, no big deal. But also, and I think we talked about this, Remco, on some of those broadcasts, tournaments versus cash games, very different things. You know, cash games, those guys probably just flick in the call and move on, right? Tournaments, you know, every bet, every chip counts so much, especially in the limit games, as you would know, Karai, you know, you get deep in these limit tournaments, you're not super deep, you know, sometimes you're trying to play with like 7, 8 big bets a lot. So every big bet is so valuable at that point.
Yeah, very good point, especially later in the tournament, approaching the bubble or at the final table. You want to outlast your opponents. You want to save those bets.
I think it's time for our next giveaway in the chat. For the next question on the giveaway, let's do a guess on what the next food item is that Phil Hellmuth is going to eat. Of course, you don't have to be right. Just say something funny. Just give us something. I'll do a random draw for an annual subscription. All you have to do is like the video if you're watching us on YouTube, on PokerGO.com. You don't have to do anything. And make sure you're a YouTube subscriber, and then we'll do a random draw for an annual subscription. Our first one was won by someone in PokerGO chat. So let's see if we can...
Crying DePaulo.
Crying DePaulo. Yeah, great nickname. A three-way action here on the flop. Deuce 5-3 on board here. 6 is still looking pretty good.
Yeah, everybody has a gut shot here, so 4 would make things pretty interesting.
1400.
I like this lead here, though, from Curry, especially against Masson as an opener who's leaned like on the tighter side overall. So, you know, you can fold out some big hands, you know, the ace, king, ace, queens of the world, stuff like that, if he doesn't want to continue with those. Obviously, we know that he has an overpair, but you also have decent amount of equity with your gutter. You can also turn some hearts. You can, you know, connect to a higher straight later on. That's a great card for him.
Wow, 4 of hearts on the turn. A straight now for both players, but Curry has hearts to go along with it.
And now he's hoping Masson has, you know, the ace, king, ace, queens of the world.
2400.
Little double check there for our Frenchman. And he does call. Let's see if that free roll comes in for Curry. And it does.
Wow.
Look at that.
Brutal river card for the Frenchman. $5,000 is the bet from Curry.
At least he's not going to raise it now with the board pairing as well at the third heart. So he loved the turn card, but the river card does look a little bit scary. We saw him tank a long time before with trips.
Flush.
Yeah, that's annoying to see that.
What do you
I
show?
mean, it's just bad run out for him. What are you going to do in that spot?
All right, looks as though we're going to check in with Jeff Platt again. Let's see if he's worked out the kinks from his handshake game, or perhaps he's going to avoid it altogether. But I am curious to see what he has up his sleeve here, because there's so many good characters in the room right now. Jeff Platt, of course, roaming the hallways here, trying to find some fun stories. He's going to be with us all the way throughout the main event.
Is the World Cup trophy?
Action folds to Curry. I guess we're going to watch this hand first before going to Jeff Platt. All right, let's see what Jeff has to say. This hand is going nowhere.
All right, I'm easily swayed by good stories. They tell me there's a good story behind this hat that Steve's wearing. So Steve, stand up for me for a quick sec, please. Nice to see you. And let's get into it. Let's kind of look that way a little bit, just so the people can see this awesome look. All right, give us the story.
So a few years back in the main event, I was playing at a table with a guy that was a bull rider. He actually got paralyzed because the bull stomped him, and he had this hat on. And I liked his hat a lot. Talked about his hat. We got all in one hand. We said the winner of the hand takes the hat, because I had a hat too. So either he got my hat or I got his hat, and I won the hand. So I won the hat.
And now you got to rock this hat.
Yeah, I got it.
What was your hat? Because your hat has to be something to match the hat, right?
My hat was a fishing hat. Had like a tarpon on it.
Okay. What's your poker background like, Steve? What brings you out here?
I just play for fun.
Okay.
And come out for the main event every year.
Any runs so far in the main?
Nope. I've cashed a couple times, but nothing.
Where are you
nothing
from?
To speak of, St. George Island, Florida.
Any home games in St. George Island, Florida?
No,
okay.
Nothing there.
Okay. Okay, well, just go crush it here in the main. Nice meeting you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you for the
That's
time.
gonna
Appreciate
bring
it.
you luck.
Yes, it is.
Right.
It's beautiful.
I love the main event for all the fun stories, and we're back just in time to pick up the action here as McDaniel raises the 1200. Curry makes the call. Jonello with ace-king off on the button, action on him. When I grow up, Donnie, I want to have a voice like the gentleman we just listened to.
It was great. It was great. He sounds like he lives a great life.
Like that's what America sounds like to me. That's the American voice right there. I love it. I absolutely love it. Jonello, meanwhile, 3-bets to 5,100. Everyone is going to fold. He's going to take this one down.
Sucky. 4,400 per hand. Sucky. 49. Let's see.
How many days is this tournament? Is it 10? 10?
9 or 10.
Stop playing poker. It's 10.
Well, I'll count the day ones as one. So.
1 day more this year.
1 day longer? No.
10 days? See, everybody at this table is playing really well right now, but when do they fall apart? An hour from now? Right before the end of the day, people get hungry, tired, boom, thirsty.
Take 5.
Oh, we're back to the music.
Back to the music, back to the talking.
I like that positivity for the group, including me.
Curry raising it up with ace-jack offsuit.
Until day 5. So,
That'd be a great phone call to make that you can't come into work.
Yeah.
Sure would be.
I will.
You'll make that call.
I will.
Yeah, Masson here, 45 big blinds deep.
Got a call.
I'm
Has
sorry,
to
I'm
decide
in
whether
day
he
6
wants
of the main
to
event.
They gave you a paycheck, you got to call and be professional. That's the rule.
Are you playing for stacks here? If Curry comes over the top, ace-queen suited, is that enough to commit with, or is that like still too thin?
I feel like he wouldn't get it in here. 45 big blinds with ace queen in the main event. He kind of hopes to just get called or take it down pre-flop here.
Disciplined fold there from Curry.
Yeah, very disciplined with the ace-jack offsuit.
500.
Masson has been playing tight so far, so correctly assesses that his ace-jack isn't worth continuing here. Very nice fold.
All right, time for me to pick a winner. Karai, I'm going to let you do the drawing this time. I just need you to pick either 3 or 9. That's the first question for you.
9.
9? All right, we're going to go with 9.
I don't think we have the most small chips.
And then the draw is going to be a
Feels like we're a
number
little bit low
1
on,
through 1,400.
Anning chips and stuff.
1,250.
1,250. This, of course, all very scientific. I copy-paste all the submissions into an Excel document. The winner is Fish Neopets.
Fish Neopets, okay.
Fish Neopets in YouTube chat, the winner of an annual subscription to PokerGo, courtesy of Karai Aldemir. We're going to send you, Karai, the invoice to pay for that. Fish Neopets, congratulations.
Congrats.
All you have to do is send a screenshot of you logged into your YouTube account to social@pokergo.com.
I'm going to end up making
McDaniel, meanwhile, finds pocket aces. Duga with ace-queen offsuit in the big blind. We're going to see a flop here.
47 minutes left. But
yeah, McDaniel had opened this on the button or cutoff. Duga probably would have 3-bet, but against early position, he just bets the big blind,
bad on break when we got back.
which is good news for him.
Before dinner, it was actually
a lot of people don't know
break
that one
before dinner.
exists.
Yeah. So
Duga with the ace of clubs. Probably going to see a turn card here, given his playing style.
Yeah, I would continue here. Ace Queen High can be good, and
any of you guys
there's
played
a lot of
last year when
turn cards for you.
everyone thought there was a shooter going on? Anybody here for that?
I was in the room.
What a,
5 of diamonds on the turn.
What a disaster.
No flush draw added here for Duga. Does pick up a wheel draw.
I remember I had my headphones on because this person was all in and this person was contemplating the call, and I was just studying.
If you're McDaniel, you're just
And the
going to
next
keep
thing I
betting,
know,
right?
I saw the dealer just throw the
I
cards
would
in
bet
the air
here
and I
most
wanted
of
to
the
take
time. It wouldn't
was
be
so
the
confused.
worst
And
option
then
to
you
check
just
it
saw,
back
like, a stampede of people running at you.
maybe
It was-
call a
it
big
was
bet on the
terrifying.
river.
Well,
or
we were all kind of
bet, check
Googling
bet.
what was happening outside.
Yeah,
He
and then
does
when people
continue
started
though.
running,
I like
was,
it.
boom, I was up right away.
Yeah, poor Daniel got just trampled with his arm last year.
Yeah, you got
trampled bad.
And yeah, now it's a bit scarier
amazing
than
is
on the flop for
90% of the
Duga,
chip
so
backs,
good fold by him here. Sure, he beats
Although probably there were
bluffs,
some people that said they lost chips.
I remember I helped your
but
boy.
can
Mike
have way
off the
better
ground
hands
and
here
back
than
up
ace
to
queen
his
high,
cart.
so
He got
lays
hit
it down.
pretty. I can't
Yep.
remember what happened to him. If he fell or he just.
Yeah, Mike the Muff, I don't think he left the room.
He was on the ground when I helped him get back up.
I don't think he left the room. We
Stronger
were
than
running
he,
back. And
Stronger
then
than he looks, getting him off
I
the
was
ground.
with a group. They all wanted this door. They all wanted this room where the door was, where it was just a room.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah,
I popped out and he.
I think
gotta
people
get
were
the daylight.
confused because I think a lot of people thought they were at the Rio still, and they were just running outside and they realized they were stuck inside.
Oh no, I made it outside. Oh, we made it outside.
I was under a table.
I went to the parking structure, third floor. I was like, where's the safest place? Parking structure, third floor, because you can see what's happening.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Lanes here with ace-jack offsuit, raising up to 1100.
Yeah, I had some very elderly lady fall right into my lap, and I laid on top of her.
Lanes has been, raising a fair amount, but then whenever he doesn't flop something, very quick to let go of hands, and now down to 60,000 chips. It's going to be a tough battle unless he really picks up some strong hands.
It was definitely Hold'em.
It was Hold'em.
Yeah, and people respect his opens.
Otherwise, I
They
wouldn't have
know
been
that
here.
he's not
Did they ever
opening
find
up
out what caused
too many hands.
I think that
And I
somebody
feel like
broke,
people have gotten a little bit more
like
disciplined
the-
lately, right?
the big
Not a lot of
glass at
3
the
and 4
MGM,
betting with
like
weaker
by the
hands.
gala area. And then, from my
As we've
understanding,
seen
somebody
before the
went on
dinner break.
Twitter and said there's an active shooter, and then
There was a
everybody-
shooter, but never made it to our building.
Oh, there was a shooter.
There was a
Oh, I didn't
shooter.
know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Where was the
There
shooter?
I mean, you could Google it. I don't remember.
No, there wasn't, Phil.
I
That's
was on
that's
high
just
alert
wrong.
because I knew there was.
Oh wow!
But the shooter was.
So then we're talking about the scare that was there last year. People were saying there was a
actually,
shooter. There
you're
wasn't
right.
a
It was
shooter.
over at the,
It was just a mass stampede and panic. Negrano, of course,
Right.
talked about
Ari's
it in his
perfect
vlog. He
scene.
got
We don't talk about
trampled,
love the
had some serious skin burns on his hands that
We
he
don't
also
say
showed in
anything
his
negative
vlogs.
about
But there was actually nothing going on. It was just a big panic, which was really scary, and it was
Hold
really sad
Ori
to
is
see.
the perfect casino.
Ultimately, there was nothing going on.
Nothing bad ever happens there. Shout out, Paul.
Yeah, it was one of the scariest situations
Here,
that
Aria,
I've
please don't
experienced,
fall in my
but
card.
yeah, in the end, as you've said, it was just a crazy
Every time you, man. I
mass
know.
panic.
You get a call one time.
Jamor here all in
You
with
get a call
for
one
4,100 chips. McDaniel in the big line with King 8 suited.
I mean, at that moment, you can call with
This
any
shove
two
is
cards.
for
How much
only
is it?
8 big
41.
blinds.
You're alive.
I got a weaker hand than I had last time.
You're still alive.
I know.
Yeah, make that
Listen,
even the close.
I want to double up or
Yes,
lose, one of the
big
two.
blind jam.
If I prefer to, to double up.
8 bigs. And
Good call.
If you're McDaniel, like, should you be calling here with King 8 suited?
I think I would be calling here against the cutoff. King 8 suited is quite a good hand, and you're getting a good price, good enough price, but it's very close.
You must have a big hand.
No, not really.
Okay.
You gotta be dominated.
Well, at least Jamor has his opponent dominated all in for his tournament life with Ace 8 offsuit versus King 8.
Nice playing with you guys.
I'm gonna prepay.
I mean, nothing has been going right for Jamor, so why would this go right for him?
Exactly.
Hey, you gonna wait for the camera?
Good for a flop.
All right, let's see the flop. Jamor at risk with the best hand. Let's see if he can double up.
No back.
Here's the flop. 3, 4, 6, about as safe as it gets for his hand. Jamor only has to fade a king and a king only. Turn card is the 7 of spades.
Some chop outs.
Now there's some chop outs, which will, that'll feel like losing if he chops this pot right now. All right, river card. It is the deuce of spades, no spades to go around. Ace high will hold up, and Jamor now up to 9,000 chips.
Press double up. I need 9 more before the break.
Jamor not even close to the starting stack, but probably carrying a little bit of positive energy there from getting a double up.
I have a lot of good hands, but never win. 8. 9,000 now. Let's go.
Still hear Hellmuth's music here. Just hasn't turned it down. Won't turn it off.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that the music I'm hearing comes from his headphones.
Yeah. Duga here coming in with the raise, ace deuce off. McDaniel's going to call small blind with 6-5 of hearts. Lanes is also coming along from the big blind.
Run.
King 10-7. Lanes flops the best of it.
Yeah, this is a bit optimistic, betting into a small blind and a big blind range here with nothing but ace deuce high. But there are some cards he could be barreling. This could be one of them. Lanes adds an open-ender to his pair of 10s though. So, okay, that's another way to win the hand. Just rivering the ace. Oh no!
No, Lanes gets the straight. But
Lanes get the straight. Sorry, getting tired.
Wonder if this is going to cause Duga to put any more money in the pot. It looks like he's reaching, so 5,000, relatively healthy bet here. 5 into 7,100. Quick raise from Lanes. Min raise to 10K.
I mean, this race with only 5K behind this, all the alarm bells should ring here in Duga's head. Of course, he's getting such a good price, but what is Lane's gonna min raise bluff here? Realistically,
yeah. And we haven't seen Lanes get out of line at all. I mean, we even saw earlier against Duga, he checked behind the full house with the 8s on the 7-7, whatever 7 board, 7-7, 3, Queen 7 board.
Just thinking, does he ever turn a hand like 10-9 into a bluff here? Oh
wow,
wow,
he's gonna call.
Duga gets Lanes gets rewarded here for his patience.
Yeah, just going back to that table full of non-believers, Duga was not a non-believer on that hand and ends up paying that off for Lanes. So playing short, but back over 30K now. Up to just about 33,000, so a little bit over half of starting stack. But in relation to the big blind, he's doing all right. Look out here to the room. As you can see, packed house. As announced earlier, we have set the record for the largest WSOP main event ever, which is pretty wild if you think about how big that number had to be. Could have a clash here. Joanello opening it up with 2 queens. Masson finds 2 jacks.
Keep in mind this is under the gun versus under the gun +2 though, so a little bit scarier than in later positions. We've talked about that earlier.
Yep.
So Masson decides to just flat call this in position, which I like.
King 10-7, Jack Ace.
Jamore's coming along. 5,
King 10-7
4 of
and
hearts.
Jack 10 and Ace.
Good.
Who won it? What?
Queen 10.
I had Queen Jack. Oh boy.
Curry's got 2 8s in the big blind here.
Expect him to mostly just call. This isn't the worst spot though, if he thinks there's some dead money in the pot to squeeze. He just defends though, takes the passive line, which is a good decision. Oh wow! And he flops top set.
He flops top set. Joanello and Masson have 2 overpairs, and Jamore has bottom pair, a gutter, and backdoor hearts. And we know Jamore likes to stay in pots, so he might stick around. And he's pretty short overall. I mean, he's only got 7,800 behind us. Jamore in the pot's at 5,600 already.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much all you can hope for if you flat in that spot.
Action checks over to Masson. He bets 2,400.
Jamore with not that much behind. Yeah, from the way he played before, I expected a call. So many opponents in there. I feel like Curry's gonna reach for more than just 2,400 chips. Raise is very, very small here,
Yeah.
and wow, Joanello does not like this at all. Had the best hand pre-flop, but is facing a bet, a call, and a raise here now, after he checked the flop.
It's another tricky spot for Joanello with queens specifically. He had those queens earlier against Hellmuth. That was the big pot that went Hellmuth's way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing the whole cards here, but I would really like a fold here now. It's unlikely at this point that you really have the best hand, and there aren't any good turn cards for you other than basically the set of queens.
And, you know, Curry could have all sets. He can have 2 pairs. He can have a straight here as well because he's out of the big blind. It's a multi-way pot. You know, he could have a 7-5 pretty easily.
Masson can have all the sets as well still. Jamore can have all the sets as well. So 3 very strong ranges here. But of course, it's never easy folding an overpair, don't get me wrong.
It's never easy, and you for sure never want to do it.
No.
I mean, you know. Looks like he's going to be coming along, okay. So Joanello does call. Now action is on Masson. And, I mean, the price is incredible, okay? We know he's behind, but the price is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, for him, the situation is a little bit different. He's getting an even better price and has one less opponent to worry about behind him. Although this is a little bit weird because I think Jamore could reopen the action if it goes back to him and he goes
all in.
And then the others would have the option to raise again. So what a spot here. Masson gets almost 10-1 with an overpair of jacks. But he's pretty much set mining at this point.
Yeah. And I mean, even then, you're set mining, but Curry can still have a made straight. So even if you are set mining, I mean, it can get tricky later on.
Very disciplined.
Yeah, very disciplined. And also very disciplined from Jamor as well, because he put a third of his stacking on that flop call in the 2400. So disciplined there by both players. And
he really doesn't want to see a 7 now.
Deuce of diamonds on the turn. So Curry still best here with top set.
There's exactly pot behind. Yeah, it's a tricky spot. 4-way flop action. What do you do now with top set? I think it would be very reasonable to bet small again. You very likely have the best hand and want to charge your opponent, get some value. Could have gone even a little bit smaller maybe, with looking at John Arrow's stack.
I think at this point, you know, if you're Curry, it's probably pretty safe to assume that Jonello's hand is pretty face up at this point. You know, he probably has jacks plus here. Probably lean towards the higher end of that with the way that he doesn't want to fold on the flop, understandably so. So you can just blast away.
Yeah, the only hand that beats him is 7-5 suited, and he probably wouldn't have raised this pre-flop from under the gun. So, oh yeah, Curry almost always has the best hand.
But, I mean, going back to what you said, I think I also would have liked to see a little bit smaller here and then size to a shove on the river. You know, go like 6K, something like that, and then you're well sized to get all those chips on the end. Plus, I think the larger you bet here on the turn, you're probably giving Jonello a little bit more of an out. We do see that he calls, but
yeah, this is a very similar situation to the hand against Hellmuth earlier, where he had pocket queens.
that card might save Jonello. And I also know that it's easy to think if you're in Curry's spot, okay, that's not, I might think that's not the best card, but he correctly assesses that it's very hard for Jonello to have a 7 here. It's very hard for him to have a 3 here. So
yeah, also it's only third pot. He thinks, okay, if he has a 7, he has it.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, it's unlikely as you mentioned.
So absurd how Jonello runs into a set again holding queens. You got to feel for the guy.
Yeah, for sure. But it's very tough find. Yeah, nice laydown.
Well done.
Yeah.
Jonello gets rid of his queens while he paid off Hellmuth. He managed to save himself some chips here in this hand.
Oh, pre-raise. I'm out. You save me money. Yeah, but maybe.
If you're just joining us, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. My name is Remco Rinkema. We got 2021 main event champ Karai Aldemir providing analysis. If you guys have questions for Karai, please send them into the chat. Donnie Peters also here as always. Donnie, by the way, made day 2 of the main event, so I guess you're better than Karai at this point.
That's right, better than a world champ.
Yeah, there you go. What do you got coming back tomorrow, Donnie? What kind of stack do you have?
61,900.
Wow. So you played for all those hours to win 1,900 chips.
I'll tell you what, a bit of perspective, because 20 minutes left in the day, I had 23,000. So 61.9 feels like a million at this point.
Okay. And didn't you say you were almost all in with 10 high?
Yeah, I had a spot where, I mean, the only chance I had to win the pot was to go all in, and I chickened out. I don't know if he would have folded bottom set, but I mean, who knows? I mean, it's the main event. They, you know, it's not like out of the question that people fold sets for their tournament life.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I love it you find yourself in a spot where you had the option to go all in with 10 high against the set.
Yeah. I actually thought that he wouldn't fold 2 pair, so I was like, I don't think that there's any way he folds 2 pair to me here, so I have to, I give up. I'm done with this.
Duga here, full house on the turn with his kings. Jonello involved with deuces, nothing for him out there.
There you go.
Thanks, brother.
essaie de voir le review de celui-là. Ah ben.
Okay, yes.
Flo, il est à combien? Moi j'ai... Je suis encore là, hein, 40 blindes.
No, I didn't fill up.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah. Let me get you.
Karai Aldemir busted on day one. He told us the story
Thank you.
earlier.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
People in the chat still believe in you. They were always wishing you luck in the main event.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It still hurts.
Now, of course, the summer is jam-packed full of poker action. It's exhausting. It can be hard on the bankroll sometimes. But does it make you want to take a break after? Or are you already thinking like, oh, you're fired up, you know, you're playing well? Are you targeting events after the WSOP?
Played every hand. Now he's chips.
There's the Triton event in London coming up. I'm thinking about going there because those events are a lot of fun as well.
A lot of people have been talking about that event. A lot of the high roller guys, so it could be a really fun one, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure yet. But other than that, I'm probably going to take a break at some point. Yeah, I've been playing for quite a few weeks now. Time for some break.
Curry here picks up kings on the button. Let's see what this develops into.
They have the best commercials here.
There's like a million different craft beers in it.
Oh, yeah. Jonello finding pocket eights in the small blinds.
With only 23 big blinds, so against the button open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He moves all in here, and
Oh,
Di
wow.
Stefano finds ace-queen in the big blind. I mean, the button open looks so standard that Di Stefano might want to get involved here.
Yes, yes. Button versus small blind versus big blind, ace queen off, 23 big blinds. It's a very, very strong hand. I expect him to call this here.
Oh, wow. He 3-bets, makes it 30K. Wow. This is a little bit of a different spice. All of a sudden, Curry facing a 4-bet.
And this would put hands like tens in a horrible spot. Curry has kings though. And of course people don't want to bust with kings against aces, but kings are a very strong hand. And we just talked about it. Button versus the blinds.
I mean, from Di Stefano's perspective,
What do you
this
guys
is
think of Australia?
this is just unnecessary, right? To blow up the pot like this in a spot such as this.
Yeah, I think a call would accomplish almost the same thing as a raise. Or if he raised, he could have gone smaller. But of course,
Yeah, you could almost just click, like exactly mid-click the raise.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, it doesn't make a huge difference, but it makes a little bit of a difference.
Yeah.
So Foster Lauder is like going to an Italian restaurant in America. They're usually not very
Yeah, it has some merits raising it up. He would fold out probably the same hand, like ace queen.
He
would
might fold out ace king, honestly, you know. If, at least, I mean, we can obviously see the hands and the results. If we know Curry looks uncomfortable with kings, then I would assume he would also look uncomfortable with ace king.
You're right.
But that's, of course, easy to say from here because we can see the hands. If I'm Curry, though, I think you just have to get this in.
Oh my God! He folds the kings.
Wow!
Wow! Ladies and gentlemen, kings
Ace king?
into the muck.
Pocket king.
You folded pocket kings? What the? At least you didn't have an ace or a queen. That's good to know. How much is it, 10?
I respect the fold.
11,000?
On the other hand, if you move in, he can't fold.
Is this mine or or is this the blind?
All right, Jonello
Look.
at risk with pocket eights. Let's see the flop. 3, 9, deuce, all diamonds.
No diamond.
What a nice spot for you.
No diamonds to go around
I mean,
here.
you might not win, but
As Jonello is looking to keep this thing low to stay alive. Turn card is the 10 of clubs. An ace or a queen would send Jonello to the rail, otherwise he will double up. River card is the 9 of hearts. Eights will hold up, and Jonello doubles up because of Di Stefano's 4-bet.
I can't believe you folded
Crazy
kings.
dynamics here at the table.
What a situation for John Ayo.
Half my stack.
Double up here.
Ace comes on the board. I'm folding.
Tens. Kings. Seriously? We'll find out.
No, of course he didn't lie.
Yeah, he didn't
He
lie.
put in 30,000. He didn't think it through. He's like, I'm just going to clear the side pot.
How many small and big?
That's why I would have called him, I think, because he was in a bad spot. He was just trying to clear you out.
Yeah.
And put his foot into the trap. Yeah. But that's why I wouldn't have folded. That's why I would have accepted his double up. But I respect the fold. Even though you were wrong, I respect the fold because you're still here. And you're liable to be here at the end of the day.
Yep.
And you're liable to be at the end of day 2. That's what people understand.
Yep.
Massive mental blow for Curry there, seeing ace, queen, and eights. He's got to regather himself. Hellmuth talking some, talking him back into positive spirits, Donnie, with some compliments there.
Yeah, I mean, I think Curry's like shocked in a way, you know, and Hellmuth is, you know,
Big blind makes sense.
I guess trying to calm him down.
Is that going to be small blind?
And I understand the fold in some way. You hear everybody talking about not getting it in the main event night, not busting kings versus aces. So
Such a large raise.
I busted with kings versus aces.
Big blind.
And what's interesting is that they talked about that on this table earlier. So I don't know if that might have been in Curry's mind. Like, look, really, I'm going to, like, we just talked about this. Now it's going to happen to me.
Yeah.
That said, what I'll say is that situationally, it's button versus the blinds.
He made the right raise.
There's a chance that the small blind, Jonello, is jamming an ace, some sort of ace, which takes the likelihood that the big blind can have 2 aces out. And I mean, are people really going to fault you for going broke with kings versus aces? I mean, I know it stinks, but I mean, yeah,
Well, a tough
brutal
spot for you.
situation.
I mean, it made it 60 big blinds.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Karai, could he flat there with kings in position for 30K?
No, there was too much in there. I mean, I would have just go all in there. I mean, Di Stefano would have been priced into call basically, even if he knew that he had kings, at least for chips. But yeah, of course. Yeah,
I think
I
you
get
also
preserving your tournament life.
Yeah.
But
I think you also have to factor in. We've seen some over-aggressiveness from Di Stefano
Weird
at
hand,
times,
you get a triple
know.
up
So,
because-
yeah, he can obviously have aces, but
So weird.
he can also have other hands, you know.
What was your initial bet? 1200.
I wasn't even in.
Yeah, you raised it 12.
No, you raised to 12.
You raised
No, I was
12.
on. I was on the. Oh yeah, I was on. But yeah, I raised it 12, and he went to like 11. He won 30.
So you lost 12.
Yeah.
You lost the minimum.
Yeah, I mean,
Could have won the maximum.
I mean, if I can't. I'm either all in or fold. You know.
Yeah.
That's correct, you know. All in or fold really is the play that he has.
Not easy game. Oh my God.
Wild.
I understand it psychologically. I mean, you don't want to be all in. He has more than 80,000 in the main event, 160 bigs. You don't want to be all in without the nuts.
I'm not sure you folded
But
kings
sometimes you have
except
to
for
risk
you
it.
saw me lose with
Yeah.
kings an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
Once the top pros show the amateurs what kings are really worth.
And it could have been aces, honestly. He would have.
Yeah, of course, it could have been
Actually,
aces.
top
Genius,
pros all
I
go
mean.
with kings too. So.
And the most important thing now for Curry is forget about it and move on. Like
Exactly.
next hand,
Yes.
you still have 78,000. Like, you know,
Still a great day
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
I'm a little different.
Either way, I was losing 12K on that hand. If I flat, he's going all in or raising.
No, not either way.
Unless he
Shout
flat
out
this
to everyone in the chat. Thousands of people who would have not folded kings, of course. It's so easy to say from the comfort of your home. I know I am sitting here thinking I would never fold kings either.
Yeah.
But the pressure of the
If I
moment,
shove, you're,
playing
if I
at the
shove,
beach
you're
table,
folding though, right?
you know, maybe you're playing your first main event. It's one of those things where all this stuff comes together in this weird moment. You're put
I
under
instantly
pressure.
regretted the bet when I.
And then you pull through kings. Like it just, it's not impossible.
Should have made it a little bit smaller.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That happens kind of often, to be honest. That people then, if you get it in with kings against
But if
aces,
you shove, the
then
ace is coming. So
people
that's
say
the
you
way
should
it
have
works.
folded.
Right.
Sure. The deck would have changed miraculously.
Like you're a genius if the guy does have aces, but of course, folding kings can
That
never
was
really
the craziest
be
hand I've been a
profitable.
part of in a long time.
Like it's funny when poker players say like you're supposed to go broke there, just because
People are
your
starting
hand
to
is
get
so
tired
strong.
now.
That if you run into a better hand, that's just unlucky.
Now we're seeing some
No, there are
stuff happen.
situations where you can fold kings for sure. If they were in earlier positions.
I get
if
tired and play
another
bad all
guy
the time,
would've
by the way.
rolled
So.
it.
I'm just telling you guys, I get tired and play bad myself. So if I'm accusing anybody of that,
Just purple.
Huh? Just purple. My bad.
Give him that left.
Yeah, kings in a million years. Dude.
41. 44 if I jam. Keep that in mind. Then ask how much. I'm gonna fold 2 more hands and go
Big blind over there.
Do you think
4,100.
this being on a feature table and it being live streamed also kind of comes into play?
Yeah, I think so. And the fact that Hellmuth is there.
I'm going to get him
I
soon.
think
I'm not trying.
if this is
but
on
it
an
raises
outer
an
table
awful
just
lot.
in the room,
I folded
and
some
people
hands.
aren't really paying attention, does
I'm
that
not
money
folding
just go in and
no more?
we don't really think about it? Or
Yeah, and I'm not defending the
raised
guy
on the
saying
cutoff,
that he made a
I
great
folded queen
decision.
jack on
I'm
the
saying I
button.
can understand with all these circumstances and all these things going on that he is tricked into thinking that this is the right time to fold kings. Like I understand that that's a possibility.
I'm not going to try to get you.
All right, let's go to Jeff Platt. Let's reset our brains and see what Jeff has to say.
All right, out here in the field, day 1D of the record-setting World Series of Poker main event. Let's chat with John Party for a quick sec as we wish him a very happy birthday. I know it's a day late, but it still counts.
I
right?
appreciate it. From you, I'll take it any day of the year.
Okay, well, you got it. Nice day one for you so far. Yeah. I'm not coming back next year and doing the same thing. A decent stack on day one, yeah? Good day?
Decent start. These structures, you know what I mean? Long, tiring days. Got to stay patient, got to stay focused. So we're trying to stay in the zone here and finish out today.
And I don't know if you've realized this, but I have an accomplishment to reveal to you to congratulate you on. You are the last remaining Big Brother Canada winner in the World Series of Poker main event, pending late registration.
I only had to last till level 3.
You did it. You beat Kmart. He punted it off.
We've done it
there you
again.
go.
We've done it again.
You did it. I'm going to send you back to the action, and we're going to catch up when you run deep. Does that sound good to you?
I'll see you there.
Okay. Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
Millionaire Maker made up for everything so far, and then some.
All right, right back into the action here. 10s and Queen 10. Curry taking it down with the bet here.
I think so. He's around 30. Forget what the
How many people were in it?
Oh God, I don't know.
There's been some massive fields.
I want to say like 15,000. I think it was actually way more.
I think there was more.
Yeah, it was. I can't remember what it was. We were playing 10-handed for. It was slow for the first couple of levels.
I thought we were supposed to play 10-handed today.
That's what I heard too.
But
I will give Jack.
Very happy with the 9.
I'll give Jack props on getting this to be a 9-handed 1D.
I don't know how he did it.
Right?
I know there's a lot more people involved than Jack, but give kudos where it's due.
Jack Effel does a hell of a job. Yeah, I'll tell you right now.
We got Hellmuth's background music back on playing. You never really know what you're going to get, but I'm definitely sensing an 80s theme here today on day 1D of the main event. Action back on Di Stefano, 13. One of the more aggressive players at the table, ready to get up with 8s. By the way, if you're just tuning in and you're enjoying the show, we just had Kings fold, crazy hand. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We got a few more hours for you.
Call.
One more level after this one, and I believe we're going to keep the Hellmuth on the table, so
I will check.
Phil's going to get all the attention today on day 1 of the main event. Ace King 7. Hellmuth outflops Di Stefano.
That's 11.
Di Stefano bets 1100. Hellmuth is going to come along and make the call. Jack of Diamonds gives Hellmuth and Di Stefano both a flush draw as well. River is the 10 of diamonds. I mean,
22.
lots of big flush cards out there. Perhaps Hellmuth getting a little bit of value here.
Yeah, only the king and the 9 of diamonds beat Di Stefano's 8 of diamonds. So even if this feels very value-y, I think he has to pay this off. The king, the queen, and the 9 beat him, of course.
Pay this one.
Hellmuth gets paid off and rakes in a nice pot here on the river.
I was so close to shoving there, too. Nope.
Hellmuth having a
Let the man
relatively
tilt if he wants
quiet
to
day,
tilt.
with the exception of
Don't take
one or two
He
big
went
hands.
crazy with ace-7, he went crazy with 6-8, he won all these weird hands.
Goodness. Here we go.
Let him tilt.
Here we go.
Gotta build up this fragile ego, man.
There ain't no fragile ego here.
I bet it's the only time in your life you folded kings.
Huh?
I bet it's the only time in your life you folded
No.
kings.
Nope. Nope.
I've only folded them 4 or 5 times in my life, and I play 40 years.
That's my 3rd time. The first 2 times were right, but they were cash games. Aces and queens. Both times. Aces and queens. Both
Oh,
times.
because they put so much money in, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. But heads up,
I
it's
was in the
real
middle.
tough. Yeah.
No, yeah, that was the first time heads up.
Heads up in a deep turn, in a deep stack tournament.
In a deep stack tournament.
Curry admitting to having folded kings twice
That's the
before.
guy all day.
Done it in a satellite.
Feels like in a cash game it's even harder to fold kings because you can just grab a new stack. Donnie, have you folded kings before the flop ever?
I think so. But it was like
Phil said, I'm
7 bet or something, something ridiculous. Like, I don't know.
How about you, Craig?
Yeah, I'm
still
trying
would've been
to
here with a
think.
lot of
Yeah,
more
probably at some point. I can't remember it.
Yeah, you move and he snap folds ace queen.
Yeah.
Maybe you would have seen one of our original songs. That wouldn't have been fair.
Right?
Probably one of the only tables that hasn't lost anyone.
I don't get this table. Everybody plays so good, so good, so good, and then somebody jams 60 big blinds in with ace queen.
Not everybody, Phil. Not everybody.
Just the one seat.
It's the one seat.
But it was a weird spot because, like,
on
it
the
seemed
button
like
there.
it was
It's on the
okay to
button.
raise. Yeah. It seemed like it was okay to raise. But I think a call is just as powerful as a raise. 12,000.
I gotta look at that tomorrow.
Hey, you should have made it a little less.
Lessons are on Tuesday.
Yes, I know. I know.
What are you talking about?
Lessons on Tuesday.
By making it that much, you got kings to fold.
Well, I guess it worked. You're right.
I mean, I just have
I just
the
can't help
GIF,
myself. I have
the
to
GIF
stir
on
it up.
loop of the Jeff Platt handshake.
What is
Karai,
wrong
look
with me? I
at
just gotta
look at this.
stir
This
it
is
up.
unbelievable.
Can't help it.
The mechanics of this are just out of this world. Go to twitter.com/PokerGo.
Teasing people.
We gotta make
This
it fun
GIF
for
is
people
just,
to watch, right?
it's a work of art. It belongs in a museum.
3 players.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tries, and then they have.
Tease this poor man over here who was in a weird spot. It was a weird spot, you know.
You guys can call me any name you want and ridicule me, and I will just think it's awesome.
Yeah, it was a good bet. Good bet.
Like he said, he immediately regretted it. He was like, uh-oh.
Chances of you having kings in that spot are so low.
No,
It's like, that's disgusting if you shoved, that would have been so gross. Ugh.
Like I said, it was either shove or fold. Shove or fold.
22.
So that is 2200.
Pretty turn card here from McDaniel. Picks up the straight flush draw.
Did you have the king of diamonds?
No. I had king spades, king clubs.
Janello, fresh off
I
the
think
double
the
up.
call 30, he's done with it.
Just king high here, probably.
You're going to call 30?
I
I
said,
mean,
I think
don't
the minute
even
you
know.
call 30, he's done with it.
That's
We've
a
seen
pretty
him
clear fold
bluff
as well,
with
right?
ace
There's
queen
not really
after
much to
king
go on
10
here.
Flop too, though, so we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it was checked through until the turn.
You're supposed to be done with it. because
Daniel called from
it's
the
likely
small
you have
blind, so he
ace, the king of
beats
diamonds.
all the draws, except the ace high ones. Like, well,
Yeah, if I
yes,
call,
so
it leaves me like
yeah,
27K.
probably
I mean, I'm all in.
could have folded.
39.
That's 39.
So this is a funny spot now. McDaniel thinking that he's bluffing here.
8 more minutes
With
and
the
we're
ace
off the
high.
featured table, fellas. Is my guess.
Bluffing with the best
I said
hands.
we're here all night.
Who said that? You asked?
I did. I asked before dinner. Before I asked, yeah, before dinner. I mean, it's up to you. If you decide to bust, we'll all be in the other room in 10 minutes. But we're here because of you.
I thought you were gonna be nice.
I'll
I
lay
am
10 to
nice.
1 for 1,000. That still ain't busting tonight.
We're all.
You're the one who registered for this table.
How many day ones have you busted still?
It's happened. It's happened. I think last year it happened. Last year I had kings and the amateur had ace 4 and it came jack 8 deuce. And he was firing out and he hit a running 3-5. This year I'm not going to let that happen. This year I'm betting my kings.
Question earlier, Karai, when I asked the fans to ask questions, and then we had all these crazy hands happen, so didn't really get time to get into it. Someone was asking, and I thought it was interesting, how different is it playing in Europe versus playing in the USA? And do you notice a difference between the players and the way that the game flows?
I don't know. I mean,
say I was
the
after you. I
Americans
just
always
said
used to be the best poker players in the world back in the day, and then it changed a little bit maybe with internet poker shutting down for a while in the US. So tournaments were pretty tough in Europe. But yeah, it doesn't make a huge difference, I want to say. I mean, everybody's coming here to Vegas anyways to play the World Series. So we've got people from all over the world. I think it mostly depends on the buy-in, of course. The higher the buy-in, the tougher the fields, usually, with some exceptions. Yeah.
7?
Back in the day, you had all those stereotypes about certain nations, right?
Right.
Brazilians playing a certain way and the Americans a
The
different
Brazilians
way.
do not play that way anymore.
Right.
Brazilians have gotten a lot better than what it was once known for them
Poker
just
is
being crazy.
booming in Brazil, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
lots of good players.
So let's go through some of these
And
old...
the Americans stink now. We're
right,
horrible.
they're horrible. Let's go through some old stereotypes. The first one that I think of is the Scandinavians being aggressive.
Aggressive Omaha players.
William Thorson, back in the day,
All right, I could go.
making a run at the 06 main event.
All the yellows down there.
The Germans, I feel like, they came a little bit late to the party. Because when I first started covering poker, the Germans were like old school gamblers. You know, they weren't really the young high roller kids until, you know, Tobias Renkmeyer and Fabian Quos sort of came onto the scene. So they came a little bit later. But the Scandinavians were the original Europeans.
Right. Yeah, now we have good players from everywhere. Lots of good Spanish players, French players.
Everyone's just
Poker
good
booming
these
in
days.
Asia as well, of course.
Yeah.
Lots of good Asian players these days.
Yeah, I've never seen more Asian players at the World Series of Poker than this year.
Yeah.
It's growing a lot every year.
While we say that, Duga with the nuts here and Hellmuth turning top pair. Duga with a pretty big bet though. Bets pot size on the turn.
Are you doing something goofy again?
He'd raise it up here if the graphic is right, and Hellmuth with a pretty loose call pre-flop with the ace-4 off.
Hellmuth's senses are right on the money here, folding his ace.
But I had the ace of clubs, buddy. But I don't know what you were doing. I think you might be in a hurry.
So there's 3:45 left in the level. Are we all doing that trick? We all leave early?
Do you think it's a lot of instinct, or do you think he actually picks up on live tells very easily? Of course, you know, he has a very different style than most people, but as far as watching him now for the last few hours, every time he sort of senses strength, you notice that there's something in him that really sort of picks up on that.
Too much of a line.
Yeah, he's,
Guys I
he's
lay
good
down
at
against
picking
are
up those
usually
things. I mean, this was a scary situation again. It was a pot-sized bet against 2 people on a scary-looking board. So he
Nice
correctly
turn, Carl.
assesses that his top pair without a kicker isn't worth it, that his opponent isn't bluffing there against 2 people for pot. So, yeah, looks like a very good fold, and it is, but it also just makes sense in my opinion.
Always thought Hellmuth does really well against, you know, more exploitable players. If we were to, you know, put them in a bucket, it's then when he becomes, you know, plays against the GTO guys, the unexploitable players, that he kind of starts having his issues. But his playing style against, you know, players in the WSB main event, players in a lot of the big field no limit hold'em tournaments, I mean, that's why he has success in those tournaments, because he has such good ability to read situations, to hand read, all that sort of stuff. Like, he's been doing this forever, you know, he's seen it all.
Yeah.
Hellmuth raising it up here with 6-4 of hearts. Curry making the call with bigger hearts. Always some potential for trouble going up against the same suit. Queen, queen, 8 on the flop, 2 diamonds. Action on Hellmuth after Curry checked. He's going to bet 1,400. Curry lets it go, and Hellmuth picks up the pot.
120.
I think it'll also be interesting to watch Curry
our
going
last
forward, and if other players might be picking on him.
If you're just joining us, only 50 more subscribers to trigger the next giveaway on YouTube. Also, let's hit 5,000 likes. I think Jimmy Bluffett always likes doing a little bit of a giveaway in YouTube chat when we hit 5,000 likes. So let's get up to 5,000 likes and 446,000 YouTube subscribers. Let me tell you also about tomorrow's plans. Tomorrow we're starting out with 4 hours on the horseshoe table. That's this table. And then the rest of the night, it's going to be Lon McCarron and Maria Ho on the broadcast on the main stage on PokerGo.com. So it should be a very, very exciting long day of action on day 2ABC as the first 3 starting flights combine. So you basically can watch poker for over 12 hours tomorrow, so it seems. Duga raising it up here with 7s on the final hand before the break.
What?
We're not going on break, just so you know. We're going to play a short little interview with Alexandra Botez, who is playing in the main event today, and then our action is going to continue with the Phil Hellmuth table for 2 more hours before we pack it up for the night.
You just have to wait till he
the
says
big blind, 7-6
we're on
off.
break.
Okay, check the battery level.
Yes, when I come back.
All right,
I
Di
can
Stefano is
hear
going
you
to
when I come
defend.
back.
The other players are running off to take their break, and a very interesting flop here. The last 7 in the deck with the 5 and the 4, top set versus a top pair and open and a straight draw.
And they're both very deep here. And Di Stefano just bets out here, out of the big blind leads. I mean, it makes some sense on a flop like that. This hits his range pretty well. He defends all these hands, like 7-5, 7-4 offsuit.
Wow, 4 cards straight out there now. Di Stefano makes 2 pair. Bit of an action killer, perhaps.
Yeah, Di Stefano could check this now.
35?
Okay, he's not a checker. Sure, still top 2 pair. Goes for half pot bet. This is kind of a merge bet. He still beats all of the over pairs. Has to be a little bit careful though, of course, since there are some obvious cards and hands that beat him.
Duga's going to make the call. Here we're going to go to the river. River card is the king of clubs. I wouldn't be surprised if things slow down here, but perhaps Di Stefano thinking that if Duga has, you know, a pair of 9s or 10s or jacks, he might be able to get some value from that, or am I looking at it the wrong way?
Yeah, he could have decided to block bet this very small. I like the check though. And Duga, again with a similar situation, maybe could have thought about it, but I don't really mind the check back. I mean, clubs got there. What are you really getting value from? You're blocking a lot of hands that you're getting value from, like top 2. It was very unlikely that your opponent had top 2. So
All right, we're going to go to a quick interview with Alexandra Botez, only 90 seconds, so get a fresh drink, get some more snacks. We've got 2 more hours of Phil Hellmuth coming up. We'll see you guys in just about a minute and a half.
All right, Alex Botez in her very first World Series of Poker main event. Have to ask the simple question, how's it going so far? What's the experience been like?
I've had a really nice start. I'm at around 95K and I started with 60, so feels good.
Strong.
The experience has been awesome. I've been so excited and everybody at the table is super nice. It's a record-breaking event. What more can I ask for?
You were just telling me about a pretty big hand that you were involved in fairly early. Can you give us the details on that one?
Yeah, this happened about 30 minutes ago. I got ace-king suited. I'm like, hell yeah.
Pretty good one.
Although this hand is very cursed for me. And then the button raises to 2.5x the big blind. He raises to 1,000. And then the small blind 3x's his bet.
Okay.
And I 3x a little bit too big since I was going to be in position. So I raised to 10x instead of like 7.5, which I should have done. And then the button folds, small blind goes all in.
Ooh,
and I'm
the
like,
5-bet jam.
The 5-bet jam, like, God damn it, I have to fold here, which sucks. I fold, and then at least my opponent showed me pocket aces, so I felt good.
Wow, lays down ace-king suited pre-flop. You've talked a lot about kind of getting into poker, what this last year has been like. Want to focus on what the next year you think looks like for you in this game?
Well, I actually have some pretty big news. I am starting a poker-focused YouTube channel.
Wow.
And me and my sister, she's starting a DJing channel. We're racing to 1 million subs on our side channel, so expect high-quality poker content from me.
Tournaments, cash games, all of it?
All of the above, that makes sense.
Okay, gonna send you off on dinner break. Exciting news. Thank you for the time.
much.
Appreciate it.
All right, a quick update from the field from Alexandra Botez. Cards back in the air here in the main event, day 1D. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters, as always, alongside me. Karai Aldemir, the 2021 World Series Poker main event champ, providing analysis today. 2 more hours of coverage with Mr. Phil Hellmuth to close out 4 epic starting days. Donnie, can you do something for me?
What's up?
Do some digging, use your resources, and find out how many players are in the main event. I want to know if we're approaching 10,000.
You got it.
There you go. All right, let us know in the chat how things are going wherever you are watching from. Is it time for a beverage? Are you watching from home, from work? Earlier we had someone watching from the delivery room. Anything is possible. So much love for Botez in the chat. Love to see it. She announced that she's starting a YouTube channel focused on poker. I mean, I always love and encourage more poker content, so curious to see what she's going to come with. And hopefully she makes a run in the main event, and maybe we can get her on the feature table. Poker content really everywhere nowadays. Like back when you started, you know, there was some training sites, and you know there was a few things you could learn, but it's nothing like these days where you have, you know, Twitch and YouTube and Facebook, and there's just communities everywhere. There's strategy groups. When you first started, like, what sort of what did you gravitate towards as far as learning the game?
It was mostly just talking to friends, honestly. We had these Skype groups with a couple of people that were playing the same stakes, were interested in the game as well. Mostly that.
Wow.
A little bit of forums. There was this poker strategy forum that was pretty big in Germany back in the day. But yeah, mostly just talking to friends, honestly. There were some videos out there. There was some content, but not a lot. Yeah, you're right about that.
So as far as the players that you spoke to, were that also players that were going up the stakes at the same time, and are there perhaps any names in those groups that people could know?
Yes, for sure. Actually, in my group was Fedor Holz.
Never heard of him.
Rainer Kempe. So yeah, Julian Thomas. Steffen Sondheimer was in there. He came a little bit later. Yeah, we all came up around the same time. Fedor was the first one who started playing the super high stakes, and he kind of showed us how it can be done, and yeah, that got us some confidence to try out some bigger stakes as well over the years.
So what stakes were you guys playing when you first started that group? Like, was it like really, really low stakes, or were you already like making a comfortable living, and then you sort of got together with some pros in a sense?
So I was going to university still at the time, so I was playing low, mid stakes online tournaments, maybe average buy in $20, $30, $40
Wow.
at some point.
I'll get you right now. Regular, please. Yeah. One.
And yeah, Fedor was the first one. He was playing similar stakes, maybe a little bit higher, and then just started to have a big run, have some results. Online first, and then live as well.
It's pretty crazy how many big names came out of that group and how you guys all supported each other. It's pretty rare that everybody sort of makes it at the same time.
Okay. Could you give a water for my friends, please?
Yeah, it's fun looking back, honestly.
Do you miss those times sometimes? Because it's a different kind of excitement, a different kind of grind when you're moving up the stakes versus, you know, now you're always able to play everything. It's kind of different.
It is different, yeah. It was exactly 10 years ago, basically, that we first traveled around a little bit. I remember my first poker series outside of Europe were in 2013, and then 9 years ago, 2014, first time WSOP.
Wow.
Yeah, of course it was a little bit different. But yeah, I still enjoy coming back while we have an all-in here.
Yeah, Masson raising the button, and Jamor are short stack, which he has been for many hours. Now, just 6 blinds, moves all in with ace-10 offsuit.
You raise with this?
Jamor at risk again.
Yeah, Masson has to call this off here. Gets the right price after raising the button.
Ooh, bad news for our all-in player. Masson flops a king, and now Jamor looking for an ace and an ace only, or his main event run will be over here in the last level of the night. Turn card is the Queen of Spades, giving him some more outs. Now an ace or a jack would be enough to stay alive. River card. Oh, it's an ace. Once again, Jamor stays alive. Love to see it.
I think this is the 3rd or 4th time that he's doubling up to 9,000.
You will call him? No, maybe not. No.
Yeah, he needs to do a few more back-to-back just so he can actually get some real chips going again.
Look at that, I got different colors now.
Yeah, this hurts Masson as well, of course. Second shortest stack at our table. 30 blinds for him now.
8. 88. Sucks, huh?
Donnie, I know his name is Jamor, but it could also just be Jam Hour for the next 2 hours.
It could very well be. I don't think he's going to, want to just limp into day 2.
I hope Jam Hour is going to be jamming for the next 2 hours, because that will make this feed a lot more exciting. By the way, after the double up, now on 14 big blinds.
Now I have to give them away.
King Jack offsuit. He's going to call a raise. With this stack size, would you prefer a fold or a shove, or?
I don't mind this actually on the button in position. Definitely reasonable, more reasonable than some. I think he made some more speculative ones before. I kind of like this on the button. Play in position, hoping to flop a king or jack mainly, of course. But can also take this away maybe sometimes.
King high still good here on the turn.
Now after check through on the flop, this could be an opportunity for McDaniel to steal it here. Decides to check it again though. Last chance for him to win the pot now. I would like a bet here, honestly. Although the queen is a scary card because hands like king queen and queen jack are in Jamor's range. But also king jack, and so the bet works.
Jamor clearly playing there to flop a pair. Wasn't interested in taking a stab or you know, throwing out a one big blind bet to maybe try and take it down. Do you think that approach might not be the smartest because you have to have a game plan outside of hitting pairs?
Yes, yes. Of course, you don't want to bluff every time you don't have a hand, but some of the time you just have to do it. You're not going to flop a pair often enough to justify only putting money into the pot yourself when you flop something. This time, had he bet on the flop or the turn, he would have won the hand.
Yeah, fortunately, this brings him down to 12 big blinds, and of course we know that's still shoving territory as Lanes raises it up with ace-jack offsuit to 1300. Curry calls with queen-jack.
Interesting spot here for Masson with the pocket nines, 30 big blinds. And this is territory now where you can think about rejamming, especially against the raise and the call. But they're again in early positions, so a little bit scary. Flat call, of course, an option as well.
What would you do in this spot, given the stack size? And what you've seen from these players at the table?
It's tough. I think I would prefer a call here in position. People behind you could take advantage of that and 3-bet, but most of the people haven't really done that before. A jam, I don't really mind at all as well.
Masson here all in for 29 big blinds.
And this is going to work out.
Yeah, definitely not going to get any customers here. Lane's the only one with a bit of a decision, but we know that he's been playing pretty tight aggressive, so for him to call this off would be very out of line compared to how we've seen him play. Curry here with queen jack of hearts, also going to let it go, and Masson takes this one down.
They finally let you in a pot? What?
Yeah, takes a deep breath. He didn't want to get called there.
Whoa, nice.
2 over. 2 under.
Señorito, you know, remember. It's close. At the end of the day, don't want to.
You fight hard. You fight hard.
Di Stefano folding ace-4 suited before Masson finds another hand, pocket jacks.
That's very surprising to me that he folded that, honestly.
Yeah. Masson wins a small one. Would have loved to get some action there on pocket jacks, but no customers. Hellmuth still sitting on 124,000 chips.
Can you hear?
No. Same table.
Super
I mean,
tramp,
they
super
could
tramp.
technically.
Fleetwood
They
Mac
could send us
earlier.
different places. It's a good question, actually.
It's
I don't think they break
raining
it, but
again.
they could. I guess they could do that. Actually, I don't know.
Oh, Phil. One of a kind.
No.
What I was going to say is that Hellmuth basically sitting on the exact same stack that he gathered after winning that big pot with a flopped set versus queens. Has been winning a few pots back and forth, but nothing really going on for him.
Yeah, but he knows he doesn't have to win the tournament on day one, so he has a good stack. He can chill and relax.
Duga raising it up with 10-9 suited. Hellmuth doing some studying. Perhaps picking something up for for future hands.
Yeah, we've seen him call very loosely against Duga before with the ace-4 offsuit.
Whether I'm in the cutoff, whether you're on my left or not.
7,000.
Ooh.
Wow, look at this.
Sensing some weakness there.
I mean, with Duga's playing style, I would not be surprised to see him call here, wanting to play against Hellmuth, having the big stack.
It's a very big 3-bet though. This is very polarizing.
Should I tank?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Phil picked up on something, or yeah, decided that it's a good spot to attack there. He does that sometimes.
There's a little weakness
Yeah.
like that.
Zoom, zoom indeed.
Nice cat jam.
I have not needle jam.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
Just trying to needle.
I'm pretty, yeah, I like that. I appreciate that. I love it when people make fun of me and I can laugh at myself. But when it's not clever, then it backfires.
I'm just giving it.
Yeah. No, you're fine, but.
Jack, Jack 8 on the flop here, 3-way action. All players with an ace. Duga with ace king high. Well in the lead, but he doesn't know that. Interesting lead here from Curry with ace 4.
Yeah, we've seen him lead some flops before already. This is, first of all, kind of a loose call pre with the offsuit ace. Now he's trying to represent that flop. He can flat some hands like Jack 10, Jack 9, pocket 8s pre-flop. It's pretty risky doing this with pretty much nothing.
Curry seems as though he's going to keep firing here. Very interesting change of pace.
Well, earlier when we saw Curry take the lead, he was also out of the small blind. That was when he had the 8-6 of hearts against Masson's pocket 6s.
And the 10 is a very scary card for Duga because most of the more natural bluffs, like 10-9, Queen-9, 9-7, they all made a straight here, or at least a pair. Had like Queen-10. Duga has the gutter though and the overcards. And against the small bet, calls once again. And it gets scarier and scarier here. So I hope he doesn't give up now, Curry, because now he really doesn't have any basically natural bluffs, as we say. Even King Queen gets there now, everything gets there. And Duga is not going to expect Curry to have ace 4 here. So if he bets again, I think this is going to work.
Curry slows down here.
I would have liked to see a bet there. I'm a bit disappointed. It's understandable though in a way, of course. I mean, Duga can have all those hands as well.
Yep.
But if you're firing the flop, if you're firing the turn, then this river I feel like could have fired as well.
Duga here is gonna... What I'm assuming, he's turning his hand into a bluff. He doesn't assume that he's got the best of it right now.
He is. He thinks that his opponent could have a hand like King 10 here maybe, something like this. Oh, he bets big, so he's attacking a jack. No, any jack is a bluff catcher. I mean, I like it. And Curry can't do anything, of course.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that, you know, going back to earlier, Curry folding those kings, maybe it opens it up to some vulnerability in spots like this where your opponents can attack you, thinking like, oh, he might fold some big hands.
Here, and then somebody randomly brought me slices.
Now we have
You're done.
a pizza.
I'll go pizza.
New sponsor, Phil?
Oh my God.
So we had, what do we have?
It was like barbecue.
Yeah, some kind of barbecue beef dinner plate. We had 2 things of sushi and some Nutter Butters. Now we have a personal pan pizza from Giordano's out front.
I mean, whoever said pizza in the chat, cash your bets because it is pizza.
Masson here opens it up to 1,500 with, from what we can see, only the ace of spades, but Di Stefano in the big blind, only player left to act. Calls.
7,000. I'm so curious.
Check it over.
And he's only got the jack of diamonds, so
Two
we're
mystery hands.
going to play a little guessing game. We'll see how good world champion Karai Aldemir is
What
here.
was it, 15, right?
He'll tell you now.
Hey?
He'll tell you now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, cool.
I said I was weaker than usual.
What's that? I'll tell you what I
Yeah, Masson opening up from under the gun though, so he probably has a suited hand or something like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, maybe ace 10.
Yeah,
pocket aces. Di Stefano can have all sorts of hands.
10-4-3 here. You know, Di Stefano could easily have a jack 10 here. I mean, I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility that he's got a jack 4, jack 3 suited.
Sure. Masson, relatively standard c-bet, third pot. Now that Di Stefano calls, he probably has a piece. Could,
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Probably a pair. We don't know which one.
I'm going to say he's got jack 4 diamonds. That's what I'm going to go with. And if Masson here is barreling again, honestly, I think I'm going with aces.
Yeah, I mean, he's representing ace 10 or aces at this point.
Yeah, I'm
as-
just
as
not
his
sure.
value
I'm not
bets.
sure he's opening ace 10 off under the gun.
He might fold that, yeah. He might fold the way he played, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that hand.
We'd scare all the ladies off.
A little over half pot bet here. So jack 10 shouldn't go anywhere. All the other pairs a little bit dicey, but sometimes you have to defend.
There was an Australian.
You can't just let him take your big blind all the time. You got to put up a fight.
Ran towards him. I'm sure if I say the name, everybody's going to accuse me of.
There is the call from Di Stefano.
Shame.
Yeah, I hope we get to see a showdown here, of course.
Tell me about it. Deuce of clubs on the river. Pretty much a blank, especially with the holdings that these two guys are showing us with
Over
one card
pot
each.
left.
Yep.
Watching him through his whole career.
So another possible hand could be ace 5 of spades here. That he c-bet on the flop,
Like he and I would be like
barreled on the turn.
He
Would
had a
have
club called 23,
straight
right?
now at this point.
After his number, so it would be he and I in 23, just the two of us drinking.
It's funny because like my wife used to.
The women are always running towards him.
Yeah.
But I'm loyal to my wife at all times. So.
My wife always thought.
Yeah, jack 10 for Di Stefano.
Because he was an arrogant, but it wasn't until I explained to her, no, like he was actually one
So
of
Masson there was barreling with
cricket
just ace
all the
high.
time, you know. Yep. She's like, oh, I thought he was just a joker.
Yeah, probably needed to go all in there for a bluff to work. That's always scary, of course.
I'm also really good friends with
There we see a shot of the food.
Andrew Logan.
We got 2 towers of sushi. We got I'm assuming a stuffed crust pizza, personal pan, I don't know, from Giordano's.
All right, let's go over to Jeff Platt to get an update from the field. Let's see who he found
All right,
out there.
A couple days ago on stream, Shota Nakanishi called Matt Berkey a big fish. They already have the merch for it. I'm guessing this came from somewhere else. I'm with Aviv right now. Okay, tell me the story behind the big fish hoodie.
So the card room where I play regularly, they had a card room manager.
Okay.
His name was Joe Fish.
Okay.
He was a big, cuddly guy. Everybody loved him. Amazing guy, ran tight shift. Terrific guy. When the pandemic hit, nobody really knew it hit really fast. He was one of the first victims of the pandemic.
Okay.
He had a lot of underlying conditions. It hit him hard, and he passed away, sadly. It was obviously very sad for all of us. The owner of the place made this sweatshirt. His nickname was Big Fish because his name was Joe Fish.
Sure.
He was big fish.
There it is.
So he made those, gave everyone those sweater.
And now you're wearing it at the
I'm
main.
wearing it at the main event.
And where was this card room?
It's in New York, in Long Island.
Okay.
I'm not going to give you details.
No.
because,
All good. I just want to know. And
get
you're
some
rocking.
people in trouble.
You're rocking the Big Fish hoodie in his memory. I'm going to send you back to the action and wish you the best of luck,
All
Aviv.
right,
Thank you very much. Nice to see you.
Nice to
Good
see
luck.
Thank you, Jeff. Very touching story there. Playing in some memory of his friend, Joe Fish.
Shout out as well to Jimmy Bluffett for the 20 gifted PokerGo YouTube memberships.
Way to go, Jimmy.
Attaboy.
Michael Jordan one they did. Yeah. They did. They kind of didn't.
Picking up the action here between Masson and McDaniel. McDaniel opened to 1400. Masson defended from the big blind. 9-5-3. Check. 3 on the turn. Pairs the board.
Oh,
really?
Really?
Wow.
Wouldn't mind seeing Masson, try and take the lead at this hand and fire out.
I had the
That sort of texture probably connects a little bit more with him defending out of the big blind.
Luke Longley or
Yeah, definitely can represent all the pairs. Has the double gutter here as well, so a lot of equity should he get called.
Okay.
In Pakistan, everybody knew him. In Australia.
Is he the guy with the? Is he playing now or no?
He died.
He died.
Oh, okay. Who's the main guy now in India?
McDaniel with a decision here.
Yeah. There's a guy with like.
He beats all the bluffs
LeBron has on
basically.
Instagram. He is like quadruple the amount of.
Doesn't have much, of course.
Yeah, I don't know. It was like mind-boggling how many followers he had.
I don't mind either decision here. Sometimes you have to call here with king high or ace high, because you can't let your opponent just run you over.
Yeah, of
but
course.
sometimes you have to let it go.
Yeah, probably a little bit of an easier call with an ace high than a king high.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think it's fine to fold. I know we can obviously see the cards, but still, in general theory,
I do remember when we were
Masson's going to
in Paris machine.
have it a lot there.
And they had a party on the top of the Eiffel Tower.
Always in the news.
But if you always check back when you have ace high, when you have king high as pre-flop raiser, and then folds on the turn, of course,
rode over together.
it doesn't work out because your opponent can just bet every time and will win the pot every time. So sometimes you have to take a stand and just call.
It was fun because the Eiffel Tower was closed. It was
Sometimes you just got to be a station. I mean, that's just that's how it is.
And there was a World Series tournament on that was live when we were up there. But the story is we probably spent 5 hours together.
Daniel here picks up another good one. This time, ace king of spades comes in for the same 1400.
Retreat. Be in my room and rest, you know.
It was always in the news.
But you're right, not the best story.
Even as like such a great
Everyone
player,
folds and no action there.
Oh, not quite, but just a few like cheating on his wife scandals and a few
there were a bunch of those.
So I have a fun update here. Everybody has been crying in the chat about the Phil Hellmuth entrance, which was absolutely dreadful, Phil. I'm sorry, it was. But we have a little video of it. So let's have a look at Phil Hellmuth entering the main event earlier today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Series of Poker. A time to uncage the lion.
Welcome to the jungle.
I'm like Victor. These.
Oh my God! Just kill me now.
Nice to meet you.
Both Remco and Karai, head in their hands, couldn't watch it.
I don't know what to say.
Oh my God!
In case you guys didn't know, that was Dan Jungleman
Thought to
Cates
myself,
as
here
the
are two
lion.
guys who couldn't walk down the street in Paris.
Donnie, it's on you. It's on you.
I don't know what to say.
I can't function
We've
anymore.
seen a lot of
I think they like
entrance antics from Phil Hellmuth over the years. I mean, that might take the cake as
Victor Dre and
the
he's known for having
most. I don't
fresh
know.
watermelon juice.
I don't have a word for it.
I mean, earlier on the stream, I said I want to see the entrance. Now I kind of regret it.
Oh my God! Oh, I'm struggling. I'm really. Producer Aiden said, "Do you want to roll the tape?" And I'm like, "Okay, I guess."
I mean, we have to, you know,
Serve
we
that
just we
watermelon
have.
juice at the win. I love that stuff.
Are you happy now, chat?
That is like crack.
Are you happy now? Someone said, "How do I cancel my PokerGO subscription?"
And Dre's killing it. I mean, he has 5,000 people in his club every night or something crazy.
It's been quite a day so far.
It'd be interesting to see if he was at a table and no one said anything, how many would actually recognize
Neymar?
Yeah.
When I was hanging out with him like 4 years, like 5 years
but
ago,
I mean,
it was not much. But then you'd run into somebody from Brazil and they go crazy.
Yeah, they'll go nuts. The people from America.
Yeah, there's a bunch of
It's
Europeans
like, okay,
here, too,
soccer
that
player.
would
Nobody.
know him from
Yeah,
soccer.
it's not
You
a
would
big-
not know what Neymar looks like right now. If he came up to you in his street clothes, I don't think you'd know what he looked like.
Probably not.
In street clothes, he looks different.
No.
Still, and the players are talking about playing with Neymar. Funny story, last year in the 1K Super Turbo Bounty, there was an empty seat at my table, and over comes Neymar. Well, first tournament officials came over and put his chips down, and somebody like said something how it was going to be Neymar.
Yeah.
I think 6 or 7 of the players were like, "Who's Neymar? What's Neymar?" You know, and there was a couple of us that knew soccer, and we were like, I was, you know, playing soccer my whole life. I was like, "You got to be kidding me! Like, this is amazing," you know. And then he, you know, we explained to the table who he was or whatnot, and he sat down, and you know, a lot of people got photos with him and you know whatnot, but. Yeah, a lot of people didn't know who he was.
Messi came to Miami.
It's still jam hour as Masson raising it up with Queen Jack offsuit. Jamour finding King 10 of hearts to go with.
Next time, that's why he came.
So you're saying right now on the record, you don't think it would be possible?
I think with a big stack, Masson would call here. With a short stack, it's closer. He does call though.
And Jamour, again, a favorite. Let's see if he can hold up here for another double up. Just 9 big blinds this time around. It is funny how it's basically between the two shortest stacks in the room.
Maybe. I'll tell you what I had.
I always got a better hand, remember.
King 10 needs to hold up for Jamour or else he'll be out. Let's see the flop. 10 in the window there. 10, 8, 8, 9 would now give Masson a straight. It's never easy. 60-40 here. Backdoor diamonds going as well for Masson. Okay, let's see the turn card. Oh my God, the King of Diamonds. Talk about a sweat card. 15 outs. That is what Masson needs, or one of those 15 he needs to send Jamour to the rail.
Wow. It's like 50-50.
River card is the Queen of Hearts. Jamour somehow survives.
It's the rule of too many outs.
Too many outs once again.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
And for the first time in quite some time, Jamour is not the shortest stack at the table anymore. As Masson has
It's Masson
a little
now.
bit less now.
Has anybody gone broke from this table all day? Wow.
We've had 3 shorties.
Average is still starting stack.
They're staying strong.
A shout out to Gregory Lee for the $10 donation.
By the way,
He's wondering if there's been any tributes to Doyle this series. There was a celebration of life, Donnie, that you attended.
Yeah, it was at the Jubilee Theater earlier this week. I don't know, probably 200-300 people in attendance. Combination of family and friends, a lot of professional poker players, known players. Hellmuth was there, Daniel Negreanu was there. They both spoke. Phil Ivey was there.
Either.
Then it was also open to the public. You know, people came in and filled the theater. Bunch of different people who were close to Doyle shared stories and memories of Texas Dolly. It was a lot of fun. It was great to remember Doyle, you know. Some really funny stories told about Doyle over the years, you know, kind of keep things a little bit lighthearted while also very heartfelt.
Big enough to call.
Yeah, and gave himself a chance.
Todd Brunson with the funniest quips.
Todd Brunson was great. I mean, if you follow Todd Brunson on social media, you know he's kind of always in jest all the time, always having a good time. And even though this is obviously very hard for him, you know, he did keep it light in that way as well. Dewey Tomko spoke. He was great. Jack Binion spoke. I mentioned Hellmuth and Negreanu both spoke as well. President of PokerGO, Morias Kandani, spoke.
Jam Hour continues as Jamur is all in with Pocket Kings.
A little bit of a large shove there. I mean, just such a premium hand. You probably just want to raise that.
It is funny how the blinds going up and some of the stacks getting shorter has changed the dynamic a little bit. You know, there's no more room for a lot of these stacks to just mess around and play pots, 3-bet, 4-bet, all sorts of stuff like that. And now in the final level of the night, we're seeing a different kind of poker as no one has busted from this table all day. Imagine if the main event was a shootout.
A shootout?
Would it take 2 days to get down to a winner?
And no one's playing too slow. That's what I keep reading in updates. Everybody plays too slow. Each hand 2 minutes. This table's played super fast.
Good speed.
I disagree. We've had extremely fast tables on the stream. The table that I played at yesterday was very, very fast. Tables around me. The table right behind me had Christoph Vogelsang, who gets a lot of crap, but he was playing extremely fast the whole day.
Yeah, it's been a common theme in events all over the world that the pace of play has gone down. But I guess the main event, day 1A, it just feels more like a social gathering in a way. People seem to be more casual for the most part. And of course, the stacks are super deep, so the implications of a lost hand aren't that great compared to any other World Series of Poker event where basically every hand is for stacks.
It must be, if you're commentating a table like that, that must suck too. Sure. Some guy studies, some guy moves in, some guy studies 20 seconds with nothing.
1600.
Well, they're always piecing it off and going to an interview somewhere. And I'm sure our 2 levels
We just talked
ago,
to the chat.
They probably were interviewing
right.
everyone while we were playing because it was dead. No, go ahead. Yeah, I don't know.
I sent you some photos of my little
3,500
pointing at Dad on TV.
Oh, I love that. That's great, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Daddy's on television. I love that.
So Jamur in a little bit of trouble here now again.
I FaceTimed her the other day.
After opening very loosely once again.
Oh, cool.
Getting called in 2 spots and then betting the flop, getting 2 calls again.
Yeah, now he's reaching for chips, so it seems.
I've got a 1-year-old.
Oh, comes with the check. Perhaps saving his tournament life with that check.
Yeah, I like him checking back there. It's not going to get much value from a lot of worse hands.
It's going to be great. I can't wait to the prom. We'll fly home and intimidate the hell out of somebody.
4,500.
McDaniel bets 4,500.
Yeah.
Lanes, let's go. And now action on Jamur.
We know he doesn't like to fold. I know this bet represents, you know, about a third, 40% of his stack. He does call.
For Will Smith after what he did on that show, but all his movies were so good all the time.
Yeah, it's understandable that he pays it off after checking back the turn.
Oh, you picking on the short
three-way pot. It's just a bluff catcher with the ace-4.
Seems like it just remains the same story for Jamur, where he's very low, he finds a double up, and then he just gets very low again. You know,
we'll get him.
And it's like just rinse, repeat over and over and over again. And here he is back down to the bottom of the leaderboard at this feature table. He's got 12 big blinds, so he's going to need to find another double up.
Every player from their day one table made it through the day. I think that's super rare.
We have 81 minutes to see what happens.
Yeah, we haven't done it yet, but if it
Yeah,
does
is
happen,
nobody at our table busted?
I think on the first 3 days, 20% of the field is out. So, you know, if you average that out across every table, you're supposed to bust one and a,
I'm going to make a prediction. I think we're going to see a bust out.
But then I'm going to make a prediction and say it's not Jamur.
Okay, that's ballsy.
Jamur all in here. I might be proven wrong right away. Duga with King Queen offsuit, perhaps going to make the call here.
7,400.
Only 12 big blinds for Jamur.
And that is a close spot. We've seen Jamur obviously jamming in some very strong hands.
Yeah, King Queen off. I mean, you're not fist pumping, but you're also probably not folding to that short of a stack. It's just an unfortunate spot you got to put your money in. Curry here finds the ace jack suited in the big blind.
74.
And that's interesting. Ace jack suited should be ahead of the all-in range there, but the flat call of course looks a bit scary. Gets an okay price though, so calling could be an option here. And taking this 3 ways. That's what he does.
Never know. Let's see.
All right, 3-way action here. And Jamur is all in, so action will be on the side if there is any additional action between Curry and Duga.
We might potentially need a scenario in which Duga bets Curry off his hand, keeping Jamur in the hand, which we saw earlier with Di Stefano.
Yeah.
7-7 deuce here on the flop.
And it could happen, to be honest. Okay, no,
Definitely.
goes check right away.
Ace on the turn. This makes chopping a lot more complicated. Jack on the river. And unless this somehow goes Duga's way, Curry is going to win this hand, and we're going to lose Jamur. Ace Jack for Curry. Jamur eliminated, and that ends the jam hour here at the feature table. Lost our first player.
Wonder who we get for
The
the
very
last 80
hand
minutes.
that Karai claimed we're going to lose a
Get
player,
somebody.
and that I said it would not be Jamur.
I
You
didn't
want
know,
somebody to
guys.
sit down with
No, we had no
Promise.
idea.
250,000, or you want somebody to sit down with 25?
As long as they're not,
250.
as long as they're not good. I don't care.
Okay, so now you want depends on
Yeah,
whether
Jamur
they're
put
good
up a
or
fight
not.
here
Okay, but
on
then
a
it
short
becomes
stack
more
for a
of an
very
obvious
long
spot.
time.
Yeah.
Doubled up a few times, but
Maybe
eventually.
a satellite winner.
Man says
And
250.
Jamur was one of the
Even
early
better.
players to drive the action, was involved in many hands, got a bit unlucky
How about
there at the
somebody-
beginning, and then
somebody drunk?
was never
No
able to get anything going. And yeah, he's going to
He wants 250.
head out the door, and maybe we'll get a new fun player here to join the table for the last hour or so of the broadcast.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, Jamur a little bit unlucky
Too-
there,
too
we
many
have to
chips
say. He ran into a little bit better of a hand very often, just like now. I mean, ace-10, ace-jack. We saw this a couple of times earlier. We had the second best hand quite a lot.
1,500. And we have a call.
I'm now getting the blame for jinxing him in the chat for saying that he wouldn't bust. I believed in him. I really thought the jam hour was going to continue. Queen 3, 4, 2 spades. Hellmuth involved again for the first time in a while. 8 of spades on the turn.
3.
3,000.
Hellmuth bets 3,000.
3 for the 3.
That's the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah.
I used to play in a home game where there was a guy, his favorite thing to do was to bet one of each color and say, rainbow bet. Every time he had the chance, rainbow bet.
25 safe. 25 safe. I see both sides of it.
Duca here comes in with the raise. We can only see that he has the ace of diamonds in his hand, but he made it 1,200. Janello, who's been relatively quiet as of late. In the small blind, king 8 of spades, he's going to make the call.
Yeah, you can call relatively widely from the small blind, so with a suited king, it makes some sense. I like it. Against
Heads
the
up
min
to the
raise.
flop. Jack, 10,
Phil, you might know, I
4.
think it's a date.
Barbecue, sushi.
2 clubs.
I don't think people realize how many calories a poker player burns sitting at a poker table.
Especially me.
Almost
I try
nothing.
To see everything. It takes so much energy to be me.
Takes so much energy to be Phil.
Oh my God.
God bless this man. Check, check here on the flop. Duga turns top pair, at least.
But normally, no. 3.
So if he has a strong ace, I expect a bet. With something like ace 5, he could have checked one more time. Either way, he had the best hand and takes it down.
Helmy just going in on that pizza. Earlier, he ate the sushi with a fork, keeping his hands, fingers clean. There, just right in there, right into that box. You know, he just, right to the cards, you know, just.
I mean, if Hellmuth makes a run in this main event, I know producer Zach would love to make a compilation of all the food.
We've already had 3 meals.
Yeah, we had 3 meals. This is day 1. He's a 3-meal man.
And he came late today.
Yeah, he was way late. By the way, I just saw Liv Brie tweet out that she already made day 2 of the main event with 60K on her way to Las Vegas to sign up for day 2.
Congratulations.
I believe that is Igor Kurganov in the frame as well. Always good to have them in the tournament.
Could be your favorite situation here, Remco.
Ooh, nice. My favorite thing is when 2 of the same hands go up against each other, because that's how you can tell who the real good poker players are. We have a third wheel here.
Yeah, we have a third guy trying to spoil it here, but this here,
oh,
this can get interesting.
It's an ace-high flop. It's like the perfect scenario, and neither player has a flush draw. Let's see who can get the most creative. Of course, Curry with the big stack. Got to give him the edge. A bet of 1,500. Masson folded. Lanes called.
Oh, and both make both make 2 pair.
A bet and a call. The hand will get chopped. And now we'll never know who's the better poker player. I got some exciting news for the viewers. Tomorrow, I will be doing commentary while Donnie is playing on day 2 of the main event. And we've just decided that we got Doug Polk on the feature table for the first 2 hours. So starting out tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern, Doug Polk on our horseshoe feature table. I'm doing 2 levels of broadcasting, so 4 total hours, and then Lon McCarran and Maria Ho are taking over on the main feature table, the main PokerGo set, the set that you know and love from previous years. And Donnie, I don't want to see you tomorrow at all. Donnie.
I hope I don't see you either.
Sit back. You guys go.
All right, this one could get interesting. Lanes comes in with the raise. Ace Queen. Curry's got Ace King of Hearts. And he's going to 3-bet to 2,800. Kind of on the smaller side of a 3-bet here.
Yeah, and I don't expect lanes to go too crazy here. Curry hasn't been 3-betting too much, and Ace Queen, with that price, likes just to see a flop.
Yeah, Lanes quickly makes the call. Jack, 10, deuce, 2 clubs. Lanes does have that ace of clubs. He checks. 3,500 is the bet, which is pretty much exactly half pot.
Yeah, it's a relatively big bet for this situation. Lanes would have liked to see a little bit of a smaller bet, I would assume. Let's see what he does with the ace of clubs. Makes a good fold here. Curry not too out of line there usually. And even a hand like ace king that didn't flop well is ahead of the ace queen.
You just put it wherever? Sure. Okay.
Is that a new player joining us, Don? Or are we having cocktail servers coming in?
Canada, close.
I heard a new voice. I was curious.
Yeah, Canada. Calgary. Across the border.
No, he's saying
Can't see yet, but we'll find out.
I mean, it sounds as though we're miking up a player from Canada joining us on the feed. Curry raising it up with ace-jack suited.
Yeah.
Here comes Hellmuth out of the big blind, 2 5s. King, 5, deuce.
Okay.
Just thought
Hellmuth
he
flopping middle set. And
hasn't flopped the set in a while, I thought.
this is the type of texture where Curry as the opener is probably going to fire, and he does. Hellmuth just quickly comes with a check raise. The bet on the flop from Curry was 1,700.
Uh-oh, is this the Hellmuth factor? Curry grabbing quite a few chips there.
Every week at Seattle, that's what we have to watch. You know,
Curry has the nut flush, factor nut flush draw.
The coach was terrible.
But makes a good fold.
He was running clockwise right every play. It just, you know.
He's so clutch, though. I don't.
Hellmuth a little bit upset there that he didn't get a call.
Do I want? I don't know. I mean, is that what it's about? You get to choose.
It's an easy game.
Thank you.
Good fold there. Curry definitely could have caught there.
Yeah, he could have easily floated there. He did have the one spade. You know, he did have the backdoor Broadway as well.
God damn it. Did you have
I
any
mean, that
pairs?
texture is also so dry that maybe he just has the best hand. If Hellmuth's just getting into zoom mode, you know, you never know. But disciplined fold, gets out of the way, avoids any sort of disaster.
The kids would have smooth called.
I would have smooth called Phil, for sure. I would never folded to you.
Donnie, what's the difference between a regular call and a smooth call?
I
I
mean,
was just thinking it's about time I won a big pot and a big blind.
I love that. I love poker terminology. There's so many good ones in there. New player joining us, Daniel Koshak from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Hellmuth got the music blaring, raising it up with pocket nines.
That's his hand, 2
Well, they were
9s.
making
It
fun. I was
is.
sitting next to Ivy.
Daniel's got a playable king
They're like,
queen,
"Not-
or sorry, king queen, queen
Go Phil,"
3
and they're like, "Not
suited.
you, Phil,
He's gonna make the call. Okay, 10, 10, 7, 2 spades. Hellmuth out right away with the bet. 1,800 into 36, so half pot.
Yeah, again, 2 options here for McDaniel. Call or raise. He decides to call.
Check.
Check, check on the queen of diamonds turn. Ace of hearts on the river.
Yeah, McDaniel doesn't need to bluff this with the king high. And Hellmuth with a little 1K bet here. He likes to do that.
Yeah, I think you see a lot from Hellmuth like this. I wonder if we're going to see a raise similar to what we saw earlier with these two players. Hellmuth had the 4. And look, here we go again. I mean, good recognition here from McDaniel. This is how he would have to win the pot. So, and Hellmuth does not like it.
He blocks some of the missed draws here with the pocket 9s. It's less likely that McDaniel has a hand like 8-9 or Jack-9. Does he still find the call here?
Canada.
Yeah, I think it's pretty important here that Hellmuth has specifically what he has. 2 9s without the 9 of spades. So
1800, I raised before the flop. I bet the flop, so obviously I'm an overpair. Well, they play really weird against me. 56. You giving it to me? Oh, thank you. That's nice of you. Sticky, so I had visions of beating a big pot.
Phil is also thinking,
In the big one, yeah.
what's the worst hand that McDaniel raises for value here?
Okay, buddy.
shows the 2 9s. Into the muck they go.
He's gonna show it, isn't he?
Show the. Oh, look
There
at
it is,
that.
man. He couldn't help it. He called with a king and a 3. He did try to give me the money. Fuck. What the fuck? I thought you were smarter than fuck with me.
Just one time. One time.
No.
It was worth $10,000.
It's always like a, no.
He
It's
would
always
never do that to you, Phil.
no. It's always like a chip. I always bust the guys that fuck with me. Always. They get away with it once, and they're like, "Well, Phil's a great player. He'll make another laydown." Something seemed wrong there. I knew it. Is that what you did last time? When it came 6-6 deuce, you raised me on the river with nothing.
Yes. Or no, that was a value, right?
I did. My buddy told me you got counterfeited. Queens and 4s, though, you raised in the big blind, right?
1,300.
Yes, you're correct. Queen 4 limp. That's strong, too.
Queen 3 limp. Small blind. That's strong to you? Why?
1,300.
And here comes Hellmuth
Calling good fun, too.
calling, or sorry, 3-betting.
But I thought, why would he give
Or
I
no.
think it's a call. I
Oh,
think it's a
sorry.
call.
Sorry, okay.
The amateurs can't help
Graphic confused me there. I was like, wait. Curry opened ace-10 off. Hellmuth called on the button with 6-5 of clubs.
I raised like
McDaniel here is 3-betting from the small blind with 4,300. Interesting situation given what we just saw between Hellmuth and McDaniel. Action now on Curry.
No, I want you to
He gets out of
call
the
with
way.
King 3 and bluff the river. You want the truth,
Hellmuth
that's what
quickly
I
gets
want.
out of the way, and McDaniel takes this one.
I'm a bit surprised to see him fold here. As deep as they are, he's getting a good price. He's in position.
Yeah, he was just talking about how these are the guys he usually busts. Well, I mean, you can take the 6-5 of clubs up against a lot of hands and have a lot of good equity.
Yes. 1, 2, 3.
Something told me to call you, but now you're locked in, so now I have to
That'll
let
work.
you play hands with me so you can make a mistake. I just folded a big hand for you, but I don't think you're a folder.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
But you have played good all day.
This is my
I don't know what came over you.
I appreciate that.
I won
You
it.
thought I was.
No, I want them all.
Maybe you thought, oh, I have a king and a 3. Maybe Phil's bluffing.
Phil pretending that he didn't see the flush draw, I think.
I don't really know what Phil is saying because he's saying
It was because
he's basically saying that McDaniel didn't play good, but McDaniel played extremely well in that situation to win the pot.
He did. He did.
What I always wonder is the guy that bluffs me like 5 times, and then I bust him and he's drawing dead. What does he tell the taxi driver on the way home? So I bluff Phil Hellmuth 5 times. I think he says I bluff Phil 5 times. I swear, I think that's what they say.
I asked Remco earlier if we would get Phil Hellmuth tilt, and we took it to the last level, but here we are.
They always try, Donnie. They always try getting Phil on tilt. It's the best.
I'll pass on that one.
How can you not try? I mean, come
Right? Have you short Phil Hellmuth to bluff ever?
Welcome back.
Probably at some point, yeah.
I mean, you have to. It's the only way. By the way, if you're still enjoying our coverage of the main event
Something seemed wrong.
on 1D here, please make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to our channel if you're catching us on YouTube. Tomorrow, full day coverage. The first 2 levels on our YouTube feed. All the rest will be on our PokerGo channel exclusively.
You got me that time, but now I have to limp. Now I have to limp with all my hands against you in the small blind.
Well, I mean,
Actually, I got to let you in there to make a mistake.
The other guys.
But you're not like a target. You're not someone that's should give me more than 10,000.
Like getting into people's faces.
I'm not gonna rock it off 30.
Yeah, there's nobody else. Nobody at this table is rocketing it off. You tried to rock it off 10 for no reason.
All right, it is time to interrupt the Phil Hellmuth complaining for a Jeff Platt interview. Let's roll it. Let's see.
Been hanging out a lot around gold 678. It just seems to be the fun table. Matt's here, Woody, the realtor's here. Let's check in with Pete Miranda for a quick sec. Pete, what brings you to the World Series of Poker main event? What's your story?
Well, I've been playing poker for over 30 years. I'm 57 years old. I play a lot of home games. And our dream back home is for one of us to come over here and play the World Series of Poker, and I'm living that dream. Not for me, for a lot of other people where I live at as well.
Out of the Bronx, yeah?
Bronx. I'm from Brooklyn, but I live in the Bronx, and I play everywhere around New York City.
What's it like to have that group of friends supporting you here in the World Series of Poker main event?
It's phenomenal. I'm getting phone calls, texts, social media, everybody. And I'm also representing Puerto Rico.
See that,
Puerto
love
Rico,
that, yeah.
We haven't had a World Series of Poker winner from Puerto Rico or even reached the final table at all. So I'm trying to represent and see if I can make it for us.
You could be the first.
Yes,
good
I
start
would
for
love
you,
that.
yeah? Having a good
Thank you.
time?
Yes, I'm having a great time.
Great. Well, it's great meeting you. Best of luck rest
Can
of the way,
I just say hello
right?
to my family real quick?
Yeah, go for it,
I'd like to say hello to my children. I would like to say hello to everyone in Queens, Big Boys in the Bronx, Pizza, Tony Pizza and the crew, and Yonkers, the Yonkers crew. Love you guys. Thank you
Love
for
it.
the support.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You.
Very nice meeting you.
Appreciate you. Pleasure was mine.
Oh, love it, love it. Shout out Tony Pizza.
Donnie, reserve the seat.
I hope he wins.
I want this guy at the main event final table. Also,
sounds like we'd get one heck of a rail.
Can we also get a round of applause in the chat for Jeff Platt getting the handshake down? Very well done, Jeff. Very proud of you.
There was probably a lot of practice from the last one till now.
They probably rehearsed that. Shout out Tony Pizza, the Yonkers crew.
My big?
Love to see it.
Phil, can I get 2 5s? Thank you.
The Hellmuth's music's putting me to sleep.
I mean,
because you can like barely hear it, but
Yeah.
you can hear it.
It's almost like white noise. Looks as though Jimmy Bluffett is once again dishing out the gifts as if it's Christmas. 20 more gifted subs to our PokerGo community. Absolutely love to see it. You guys are incredible. It's been awesome doing these YouTube streams. I hope everyone who's in the YouTube streams joins us on PokerGo when things get serious, when the money gets big. Of course, we're going to have a lot more days of action on there.
Hellmuth here comes in with a raise, 10-7 of diamonds. DiStefano makes the call from the big blind, also with diamonds, better diamonds than Hellmuth, so if diamonds come, this could be an issue. No diamonds on this flop, 8-7 deuce. Hellmuth takes the lead with a pair of sevens. Check, check, 6 of diamonds on the turn.
22.
DiStefano checks, Hellmuth fires 2200. DiStefano makes the call. Queen on the river. Hellmuth still best here with his pair of sevens as long as he doesn't fold. Check, 2000, quick fold, and Hellmuth takes that one down. Hellmuth back up over 130,000. Doing very well on day one here, day 1D at the 2023 WSB main event. A whole heck of a lot of big blinds heading into day 2 for Phil Hellmuth, as long as he makes it. And I'm pretty confident saying that he's going to make it.
Donnie, GTO is a myth in the PokerGO chat, is saying that the people in the chat and the commentary team have a lot to say about Phil being on tilt, while we have no skins on the wall, and neither do their so-called coaches. I think there are people taking shots at us for having an opinion on Phil Hellmuth's tilt.
Well, I want to let the chat know that I have made day 2 in the WSB main event this year. Phil Hellmuth has not yet. Okay, so until he does, he is not on equal footing as myself.
You mean a TV tape?
But he's got half an hour to go.
I just want to say that I've covered Phil for so many years.
I literally just walked in 15
absolutely
minutes
love
ago.
watching him. Got a lot of respect for all his accomplishments. But with his antics, he is inviting us to have an opinion on
lying
those.
around somewhere. That's all I know. And they fired it this tournament.
Is that where we're up to now, 10,000?
I think we're going to have 10,000.
Donnie, do you know the number yet?
No, I've asked the sources
All I
and
know
I've
is
got
about
nothing.
3
I
hours
don't
ago,
know
they
what people are
crossed
doing.
8,700.
Bad sources.
Which is the all-time record.
They crossed that when we started.
Heather Como also donating
Then
5
at the beginning of the
subs
day.
to our PokerGO YouTube community.
And then,
Love to see
you
it.
can buy until Saturday at 4 p.m. That's 2 more days. Oh, yeah, I'm tired.
Day 1. Day 2 tomorrow for flight 80.
Registration is open for
You can buy it tomorrow.
so long in the WCP main event. And the structure is extremely slow, very player friendly.
Like level 7.
It's funny.
Level 7, so 4 hours. It's 4 p.m.
You can bust on day 1A, the main,
buy
on Tuesday,
till 4 p.m.
and someone else
and
can
Saturday till
buy
4
in on
p.m.
Saturday. That's so crazy. By the way, fist bump or handshake?
At the World Series of Poker, fist bump because these people are gross. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know where these people. Phil Hellmuth diving into pizza, just fist bump. Let's move on. Unless I know you like really well, and I probably have a good idea of your.
I was the only one in the
how
room.
clean
There's
you
no one
are,
else playing
and
it,
then I'll
so.
probably shake your hand. But most of the time,
Pretty
it's
smart
fist
too.
What about
I'm
elbows?
right away, and then
Yeah, do whatever.
The nubs.
Yeah, I'm team fist pump as well.
Fist bump, yeah.
argue. No, I meant this. Yeah.
Edzo Froma also donating 5 PokerGO memberships to our YouTube community. Man, I can barely speak. I'm so tired.
We have a few different custom Phil Hellmuth emojis that you guys can certainly use.
When you
while
know
this
you're
stream
right
is
and you're
going on.
streaming, it's not fun. It's fun for the first
Tyler is saying, I'm
30
assuming
seconds.
you cannot play more than one flight,
like I
can
win,
you?
but
No.
what did I win?
Main event, freeze out, no re-entry. If that was the case, this event would have 50,000 players.
Yeah, I mean, but it makes it that much more incredible that a $10,000 freeze out gets 9,000 plus, likely 10,000 plus entries. It really is just out of control.
It is really wild.
Only twice as what the largest day was.
Answer your question, yes.
DiStefano here raises up 2 6s on the button, gets it done.
What was the largest fill so far? I mean, of day one, was it like 1,800? That was yesterday or something. I think so, yeah. So I think we've already got over 5K or something today.
I believe
5K,
yesterday,
right?
day 1C got over 3,000. That's what
Wow.
I was told, because they were, I think they were right around 5,200 coming into today. So extremely impressive. And
Yeah.
of course, the final starting flight is always the biggest.
Phil Hellmuth finding pocket kings.
For me, I want the max rush, right? Even though I end up doing an entrance. Even though I filmed the hot dog eating contest today.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Action folding around here. Let's see if Phil can get some action.
Norm and Doug Poke.
Well, I mean, see what the book says to do here. Out
All right.
of position, under the gun, raised by Hellmuth.
Yep. At least I didn't run into aces this time.
Two kings again?
Minimum, but I'll take it. It's better than losing
Hellmuth
16,000.
definitely getting his share of big hands. Up to 134,000 chips. Chip leader at the table.
Interesting to hear him say that he likes the maximum rest, yet he plays day 1D, as opposed to like 1A and then having a bunch of days off if you
Right.
make it. We know he loves to sleep.
I did have kings against aces.
You did.
That cost me as much as two of my sets combined. Right? Now that was the one. That was the one.
What's going on over here? No, I know. That was on the stream a long time ago.
Masson in the cutoff seat here. He's got about 14 bigs and the ace 6 off, so
Yeah, close decision for him. Decides to jam it in here. Just hopes to get it through and steal the blinds. Three
he
quick
does
folds.
get it through.
I'll tell you where I got lucky. At the final table, my jacks held up against ace king for 6 million. That was lucky.
Hellmuth referencing his win in the $10,000 Super Turbo Bounty event. A one-day tournament with about 650 entries or so. Hellmuth took it down for his record 17th WSOP gold
Didn't have to
bracelet.
call with ace king. Well, yeah, I guess he did.
What was the average? What was the average stack? They like big blinds on that final table.
I don't remember.
Do you really think you need luck to win a Super Turbo one-day bounty event?
Yes.
I remember winning and being really happy.
So many people chase bracelets for decades. Maybe win one or two, maybe not even. Hellmuth wins them and always acts as if it's the most normal thing in the world. It's not normal, it's really special, and it's really crazy to win a big tournament. But the way Phil talks about it is as if you know, he deserves it more than the rest, like he's been, you know, working so hard.
That's 22.
I can't wait to see some of these freaking hands.
So Duga flops top pair here, bets half pot. McDaniel with second pair, wants to see a turn. Sometimes you want to check back your weakest top pairs too. Duga decides to bet though. Now with the board getting a little bit scarier, it would make even more sense to check it back maybe, and that's what he does. I like it. McDenny wants to go to showdown here, probably with the 8.
Jesus Christ.
Hellmuth would have backed into a king high straight.
Oh, right.
Ready? That's not what I thought you'd been raising.
His opponents show down Jack 4 and 8-5, and
I had
Hellmuth
king
is
10.
annoyed.
I made the nuts.
What's the play there? Check the flop and let you get.
This guy's hammered. This guy's hammered behind you.
This guy's what?
This guy's hammered behind
Yeah,
you.
I know. He yelled at me, Phil. And I turned around and he said, not you. So my name's
You can really sense that it's getting late. Players getting a little bit tired, wanting to make day 2. Need that rest for a little bit of reset before getting into day 2 on on Saturday, I guess.
No, that's probably the worst. You can watch it all.
Yeah, definitely. That's often the case. Late in the day, I mean, they've been playing almost 10 hours at this point. But they have the day off tomorrow at least, so they can get some sleep.
I folded queen 10 for you.
Yeah, that's the crazy part, is that once that second day starts for these guys on day 2D, there's no more breaks until you reach the final table.
No more rest days.
How tired were you when you were making your run? Like, how much do you remember of what that was like?
I was very tired, honestly, especially after day 5 or so on, when cameras kept getting closer and closer.
You don't remember all those times he would make a bed and then go to sleep on the rail? Like, you don't remember when that was happening?
Thought nobody would notice. Yeah. Yeah, but I knew that everybody was in the same boat, so
right.
fair.
But did you do anything special to stay sharp, like maybe lots of caffeine or different types of meals, perhaps naps on the breaks? Was there anything you could do?
No, not really. I just tried to get as much sleep as possible during the night. Eat well wasn't always possible, though, to be honest. I mean, you're playing all day, only have short breaks, except one.
Masson here all in for just shy of 10K, actually folding around to Jonello.
Like even. I got one of your bets.
The shove is for 16 bigs.
And yeah, Queen Jack suited is a hand that you don't really like to fold, but for 16 and a half bigs, it's probably a good decision.
Yeah, 16 and a half bigs against a player who's been relatively snug overall. It's also a big portion of your stack, so.
I'm not switching now, baby. Somebody might give me a nice late night gift here.
Of course, both Jonello and Masson would be very happy to get a late double up in the night.
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, back to the routine of the main event.
Yeah.
Caffeine to me is very interesting because you wanna sort of be sharp, but you also don't want to drink it too close to going to bed, and then you can't fall asleep.
You have to admit something, Remco. I don't drink coffee. So.
What? Donnie, who invited this guy? You and I are on like 9 coffees a day?
No, I'm a 1 coffee guy now.
Wow.
I'm very strict with my coffee.
So you don't drink any caffeine, never?
No, not really, not really. So I didn't have any caffeine.
Not even tea?
No
tea?
I mean, occasionally, but not really. When it's cold at winter.
I mean, I wish I could stay awake and not have to put anything in my body. But
I mean, so no performance enhancers then at all. Just clean living.
Yeah. Yeah.
The power of the adrenaline.
Right.
I mean, adrenaline was definitely there.
I'm sure the adrenaline is out of control.
When did the adrenaline start? Like, at what point for you, an established professional player, when does the main event get exciting?
So I was chip leading on day 5, and I was at the feature table. There it starts for sure. I mean, we were already relatively deep into the money. I mean, day 3 to day 4, we were in the money. So yeah, it gets exciting there. And
do you have to, at that point, are you kind of actively working to maybe not get ahead of yourself as well? Because you are chip leading, it is pretty deep overall. You don't want to get overconfident or be like, oh, I'm going to win, because you can be so deep in this tournament, yet you're still so far away.
Yeah, I usually can't help it, to be honest. I mean, you always think about winning at some point. Like, what would it be? Usually it doesn't happen, though. Somehow it did that time. But
No
yeah,
more
of course,
drinking the
every
whole
day
day.
more
Fire.
exciting than the
Everybody
last one,
but
so
you. Okay,
sleep
yeah, it's
didn't
crazy.
get better in the
Okay.
following days.
Yeah,
I'm just some guy walked off the street. Hey, I want to play.
Well, you're
Yeah,
one
And
of
usually they
those
have
guys.
break days before the final table. That year,
might
2021, we didn't because of COVID. They added a starting day,
Then they moved it over.
one,
Okay.
and because of
Yeah.
that, we
Maybe
didn't
take
have
one
any
more
day
bluff
off
at
at
it,
all.
like my man here.
So
I'm glad to join the party.
yeah, but I mean, as I said, the others didn't get more sleep
Of course you got it.
either, I assume.
Did you, as you were making your runs, more specifically as you were going deeper, were you trying to study it all, or were you just trying to focus on like resting?
I was focusing on resting. I
Yeah.
mean, when it got to the final table, I had some close friends help me a little bit, of course. That maybe have had watched the stream earlier from people I hadn't played against before. They gave me some tips, some advice. But no, I just tried to get as much sleep as possible at that point. And yeah, of course, I hadn't been in that spot before, close to that spot, but I had a little more experience than most other players, so I had that going for me.
No, but
I had played at a feature table before and so on.
It just happens, right? You could think of it in terms of flipping a coin 15 times in a row.
So there they are, Masson and Joannejo
can do it
against each other.
successfully, you're at the final table.
Short stacks.
You can't be a horrible player, but check.
Both hit a little bit of something. Joannejo with second pair, Masson with a gutter. Backdoor flush draw, overcard. And as the aggressor, will try to take it down here probably.
Both players not incredibly deep here either.
I guess what makes it even more beautiful is
He bets just one big blind. I kind of like it. Sometimes players bet too big in these situations, but you can go pretty small usually. Will do the job against a lot of hands anyways. Not against second pair though.
I don't know if that quite counts as stand up. Let's see. Stand up.
Now the question, does he want to
Is he
fire
fat?
this?
I mean, I wouldn't
Or does he
quite say fat.
take his showdown value?
Yeah, by American standards.
He
he's
bets
fat.
again.
Okay.
We saw
You're
him bet
overweight.
before with the ace high against the big
You're
blind
close.
when he gave up on the river.
Yep.
Against Di
The man
Stefano,
called
let's
himself
see
fat,
what
for
happens
God's
here.
sakes. Now I'm going to take.
We'll just say well-rounded. Let's go with that.
In shape.
Joannejo with a good call here, but on the river it's gonna get dicey though. Bluff catcher at this point. River's a brick. For these hands at least. The flush gets there.
Overweight too here. Let's see.
Yeah, flush gets there. Don't think you probably need to worry about someone having a 6 here.
I am very
You know,
tall,
if you
so
do
it's
have a
not
hand
as
like an
noticeable, right?
ace-6 of clubs, that's now not possible because the 6 of clubs comes on the river.
But yeah,
Wow,
clubs
look at
definitely in his
this.
range, and I like this. Masson going for it. Joannejo with a decision now. He knows he has a bluff catcher. He has the king of clubs. This could be an important card. Makes it less likely that Masson has a hand like king. King 10 of clubs, pocket kings, ace king of clubs. Joannejo knows that it's for almost all of his stack as well.
I'm eating Giordano's pizza.
Are you and Mattisau like actually like super tight, or just more between
He's thinking this through. What are the possible bluffs? Hands like this, king 10 could be a possible
Talk to
bluff.
Mike Mattisau
King
more
10
on the
suited.
phone than any other human being. Now that's very unhealthy because, you know, he's. It's very unhealthy for me because he's a little.
What do you mean you talk to him more on the phone? You mean you listen? He does all the talking.
He definitely. I'm a talker, but if Mike and I are on the phone, it's.
How thin goes Masson here for value is another question Joannejo has to ask himself.
Sometimes like Mike, shut up. I need
If he
you."
goes for value here with ace queen, it would be better to call with a queen than with a jack. Very tough decision for him.
Whatever happens, I'm very impressed by both players here. Jarnello really thinking this one through, and then also Masson carrying through with this bluff. It's not easy to put your tournament life on the line with the ace high.
Yeah, it's a well played hand.
Wow, he makes the call.
He
Look
doesn't
at
make
that.
the call.
He is going to be correct. The ace high gets tabled for Masson, and he will be eliminated.
Good call.
Jonello getting the better of this situation, correctly picking off the bluff
Good game, man.
from his French counterpart.
And I like this by Masson. I mean,
Yeah, I know he got eliminated, but
Yeah.
still, like, that was a very, very good play. Ultimately, his opponent was just a little bit better in that specific spot.
That was a good call. When he checked the flop behind, it didn't look like he had anything.
didn't check the flop though.
Wow. What? Oh. Still, very good call.
Spooky says, Phil thinking
got
about
the
his
flop,
pizza
he got
while these
600.
men making
Very
life
good.
decisions. Someone else says he doesn't know if he smells a bluff or if it's Phil.
So we lose our second player at this feature table. We'll see if we get someone else. It is kind of closing in on towards the end of the night. So
Yeah, we got about 30 minutes left here on the stream. The closing hour of day 1D. Like I said before, tomorrow we have front to back coverage. The first 2 levels are going to be on our horseshoe table. And then the rest of the day, Lama Karen and Maria Ho, I believe, on the call on the main station,
Yeah, I
PokerGo.com.
was feeling a little bit better about lasting until my man over here said, only 20% goes broke on day 1, Phil. You make it through day 1 of most of these tournaments, a lot of the field's gone. But you're right, in the main
14.
event, maybe 19%, 21%. Yeah. Let's not get cocky. It's just day 1.
Only 10 more days
McDaniel
left.
with a loose open here this time. 10-9 off from the hijack.
13.
Has the best hand here though, and it's probably gonna take this down. To Stefano, backdoor diamonds, but not anything else. So lays it down.
It's almost beer level.
So I heard beer level. Do you think those guys will order something?
I mean, honestly, I think if I was to play the main event, maybe on day 1 I would do it, but on any future day it becomes too big of a spot. But it is sort of nice to unwind a little bit and relax and have a sort of adrenaline out of your system by the time you go to bed. So I think a beer could actually help with that.
Small beer, yeah, why not? Yeah. Sleep better maybe.
No, I would watch when I go to London. Sometimes I would sit there and watch for hours.
So there's this theory. they
Donnie,
call it
beer
night
level?
watchman, right? Where
I gave up drinking, man. So I'm a non-beer level guy.
You're so boring these days.
I am boring. I mean, you know.
I have memories of you climbing into palm trees and
Yeah.
like taking
I
tequila
got it all
shots.
out of my system. Okay.
Oh,
now
man.
I'm gonna turn 40. I got a kid. You know, I'm full dad life.
Cody Pavlak, $50 donation, saying thanks for the interview yesterday, Jeff. Have a coffee for the crew. Cody, I'll pass it along to Jeff. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. You guys have all been fantastic between our moderators, of course, our captain of the moderators, Jimmy Bluffett, all our donations, all our PokerGo people in the chat. It's been awesome. We have so many more days left of this amazing tournament. Like I said, it's Poker Christmas every single day until we find out who wins this thing.
Yeah, because cricket can be like a 5-day match, right?
Yeah.
So if the batting team loses a couple of their better batsmen near the end of the day, they usually like send out like one of their fitter ones to just try and like get through the night without one of their better ones going and having to face the late night music, you know. I was just saying to my friend over there, like, this is kind of what they're saying, like half an hour to go, you want to send the night watchman out to protect this thing.
I like
It's
that
the same
analogy.
concept.
It's a good
Richard
analogy.
Lane's now a short stack with 29 big blinds.
It's a good analogy.
Richard has not had a whole lot going for him today.
Oh, this is every
Yeah, 18,000 chips for him, 29 big blinds.
Yeah. Lanes has been a little bit passive at this table. Hasn't helped him a whole lot. I am curious, though, if we're going to get a new player here for the end of the night.
It's a great life, though. I'm not going to complain.
I'd be up for it. Get a
Can
new
you
face in.
Get in there, Corey. Get in there. Show him how it's done.
So I probably I might have taken 180 pictures today. I'm not talking about when we came in. I'm talking maybe only 100 since then. That's a good thing, right?
When you were in Brazil at Copacabana Palace.
Ooh, the Copacabana. I like that
I was
place.
there, and you were with my friend Rodrigo Cariola. Jack.
15.
Di Stefano here opened on the button with 9-8 off, and Duga defended out of the big blind and flopped top pair along with the gutter to the wheel. He checked, Di Stefano bet.
It's good, you know. I mean, I'm just a poker player, so.
Duga makes the call. 4 of hearts pairs the board on the turn. Third heart comes in as well.
Yeah, I'd expect Di Stefano to mostly give this up here now. Doesn't have any equity usually.
Looks like he's going to do just that. 10 on the river.
I can imagine 24 bracelets.
Duga gonna check. We'll see if Di Stefano wants to take a stab here. He only has the 9 high.
Yeah, if his opponent had a hand like a 3 or maybe even king high, and he could maybe get that to fold. Decides to shut it down though.
By the way, I know a new social media platform just launched called Threads. And Sam Cosby, our social media manager, wants us to get 10,000 followers on Threads. So if you want to just open the app, or if you're new on there, follow PokerGO on Threads.
Sat down in a game and
Please make sure to do so.
Savalas.
He's putting all the good memes on Threads.
He was a big star.
Don Peters
Big
on
star.
there too.
Kojak, you probably remember.
Donnie Peters.
Donnie Peters.
Kojak.
You can follow me as well at Remco Rinkema. Corey, are you hip like that?
I'm very unhip. No, I don't even know what that is.
See, it launched yesterday, and you're already behind the ball here.
Oh man.
He looked at me and he said, "You and me, we're the marks in this game." And I was like, "No fucking way!" 'Cause, you know, I didn't say
I've been
that,
told it's
but
the
I
first
thought,
real
"No way,
competitor
man, I'm a
to
pro."
Twitter. So
okay,
there you go.
And made all my money.
It looks good. Looks like Twitter,
Looks
but
like Twitter.
But
Is
I
it
lost
Twitter?
that.
It basically is.
He was right.
Without some of the recent nonsense.
Yeah, like 20-40 limit, but it was stud 8 or better. And I had played it, but I just. And then once I found that they actually played Hold'em in Vegas, then things went really well.
Oh. Duga here in the small blind, play it folded around to him. He just limps in. Hellmuth's got
9 more.
Pocket 6s in the big blinds.
Let's raise them in, not
Says-
raise them out. 14.
Says 9 more, so he makes it 1,400.
Yeah, Hellmuth has been relatively active in these blind versus blind spots, but always had a good hand as well. So
Just like against my man over here.
pocket 6 is totally reasonable, of course, to raise it up here. Gets out flop though this time.
Yeah, he's not going to like this one if it ends up getting to showdown. Duga flops middle pair. He checks. Hellmuth quickly checks behind. 4 on the turn. 2 diamonds now present. Hellmuth going to stab.
Very small bet probably. That's what he usually does in these kind of situations. Duga can't do anything but calling here. Second pair.
I bet 8, he raised, and I folded.
Yeah, but he's got value this time. You don't want to do that. 8 of diamonds on the river. So backdoor diamonds do come in. Do go a little double check here.
Check. 9-7 offsuit, that's good.
Hellmuth flashes those 6s. comments on the hand that Duga shows
Welcome.
down.
In a minute, I'm going to make the same raise. That's going to be my time, guys.
Hold on a minute.
Hey, there he is.
Oh, I know that guy.
Oh, we know this guy.
Hold on a minute. Isildur in the house. Mr. Victor Blom joining the action here at the end of the night.
How you doing, Victor? Good. How are you doing? Great to see you.
What is going on here?
He's bringing 100,000 chips to the
so
table
much class,
too. This could get spicy at the end here.
So everybody waking up now.
Okay, I'm awake too. I'm awake.
Too tired to play. Then I texted him.
Chips can't be in the card box.
Then I texted him. Then I texted him a picture of he and I in Brazil, and he said, "I'm very glad you got the chips, Phil. Nice picture, by the way." Nice one. You guys don't know this
I got a
guy?
short Jeff Lett interview coming up before
You, of
a
course
few
you
more
do.
hands, hopefully between Victor
Anybody
Blom
in
and
poker knows
Mr.
this.
Phil
If you're a
Hellmuth.
Pro, you know this guy.
I'm not a pro, but I know who.
Victor Bloom, my friends. Isildur.
Close.
And he's such a lovely human being.
All right, always so many creative outfits on display during the World Series of Poker main event. I think I found the very best one. John, I'm going to steal you for a quick sec. If you could stand up, move back here, just so the people can get a great look at this. The Alan Kessler t-shirt?
The Alan Kessler t-shirt. You know, you got to respect the greatest of all time. Some people say it's Phil Hellmuth, 17 bracelets. Some people say Phil Ivey. Even a hot take, maybe Martin Cabral. No. Alan Kessler. I mean, the passion to grind those plus EV slots, the gall to post every single bad beat on Twitter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
100 World Series cashes for Alan Kessler, but I'm trying to win his first World Series of Poker bracelet with this on in the main event.
So the main event bracelet is either going to be yours or Kessler's this year, right?
I don't even know if he's still in, but yeah, it's one of those two.
Well, he probably bagged like 62K or so.
Yeah.
And you're about there right now. This is fitting very well.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the
You're
time,
welcome.
John. Best
You're
of luck
welcome.
to you rest of the way, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure you could pay me enough money to wear that shirt.
I was just going to say, how much did he get paid to wear that?
I like it.
Oh, sorry.
We'll get you one, don't worry.
Come on, Ozzy.
Okay.
Follow the rules.
All right, interesting hand here. Kaushik raised to 1,500. Duga called and McDaniel called. All three players checked the flop. Turn puts a second diamond on the board. Daniel checked.
Whoa, that would have been bad. Oh,
Bet.
that would have been bad.
This diamonds all around.
How are you doing, Issa? How's it going, Victor? Good?
Bullet save. He dodged a bullet.
Victor Bloom, Remco.
Victor Blom.
Big time.
Isildur. I'll never forget the
Got the
reveal
diamond,
at
you know,
PCA.
with a little bit more money.
When everyone was there to watch him play his first live event.
Worst kept secret ever.
Yeah, but like the kid just wanted to play. He just wanted to gamble.
played a hand. I'd
He
play
was
a
not
hand.
ready
I'd play
to
a
be
hand
an
eventually.
ambassador. You can see how chill he is right
have
now.
fought hard.
You know, I've
You could have
run
given
into
up.
him at many
You
events
got lucky with
over
the
the
8K
years.
move, but somebody raised him off kings.
Is it safe to say that he's maybe one of the most
Made a huge call.
naturally talented poker players of all time?
For sure, yeah, that's what everybody's saying. I mean, I don't know if he needs an introduction, but he battled everyone back in the day online when he was, how old was he, 18, 19?
Yeah,
He
probably.
didn't give a crap.
Battled the best in the world at
Absolutely
the same time.
battled.
Multiple games, multiple tables, and won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The biggest stakes, making just out of this world plays, always clashing in massive pots. That was back when, you know, like the full tilt days, the Rail Heaven, people would fire it up and you just have thousands and thousands of people watching.
Yeah, I was just starting out as well. I think I'm the same age as him, but I mean, I wasn't playing close to those stakes, obviously. Yeah, and he's playing all the games, very good at PLO as well, but also at the mixed games.
Jack 4 wins again.
Has been a little bit quieter in the last few years, but
Yeah, do you know anything about what he's been up to, perhaps, or?
not exactly. I know that this World Series he has been here for a few weeks, has played a few events, has played in the 50K Players Championship. I hung out with him a few years ago in Vienna, where we spent some time. Super cool guy.
Yeah, always seems very laid back, very relaxed.
Very humble. Yeah.
No, I gave you credit that time. I thought you had it.
Hopefully we get to see some Victor Blom action. Now I'm sad that the day is almost done. I'm like, I wish I got some Hellmuth versus Blom at this feature table. But yeah, definitely a legend of the game. What I would always do is I would grind online, and I would have the Rail Heaven tables up on my second monitor, and I would watch whenever the big guys were playing.
Such a crazy time in poker. Those Rail Heaven games, they were out of control.
And they were public. You could just watch them. It was crazy.
Yeah.
You could chat. Like it was
yeah, the chat would always just go nuts.
In the bag, so make sure that you're at the feeder table. If you're trying to get in at the last moment, you should be heading there now.
Janela here open to 1200 and Blom called in position with 8-7 of spades. Check, check on an ace-high flop. Third club comes in on the turn. Janela still has the best of it. Check, check again. 10 on the river.
Check.
Check, check. Pair of aces is going to take it down for Janela.
Yeah, Jonario setting the trap there with the top pair. But Blom not biting. Checked back.
Yeah, Blom's a new man now. Someone needs to tell Janela that he's not just going to blast off with the 8-high anymore.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised, I have to admit, but I understand it. Jonario has a strong range there from under the gun.
Duga's got a playable Jack-9 suited here. He's going to come in with a raise to 1300. I'm pretty sure today, every time somebody has entered a pot, they've done so with a raise, unless it's been blind versus blind.
Have you been?
When I played yesterday, there was a lot of limping.
Oh, yeah?
I was here.
3 or 4 players at my table were constantly limping, so it just created this like extra different dynamic with how people were attacking limps or limping behind. It was quite interesting throughout the day. So McDaniel called here, and then Janela also called.
Too much fun. Yeah.
3 ways to the ace 8-4
And
flop.
12 million per person.
Everyone whiffs here. Checks around 6 of diamonds on the turn. If somebody wants to bet, they'll probably win this hand.
Yeah, Duga could try to represent the ace here now. Checks again, though. McDaniel has showdown value with the king. Checks behind and hits the pair. Let's see, another opportunity for Duga to bluff at this as the preflop aggressor.
There it is.
I like it. Although McDaniel, after hitting his card here on the river, has a good candidate to pay this off.
You got me one time, bluffing.
Yeah, still a good bluff from Duga. He's gonna get hands like a 4 or an 8 to fold here probably. Just not the king.
People watching the stream, you know, they should. This is Isildur. You guys get to watch Victor Bloom play. Isildur, you know, like.
We got Isildur and Victor Bloom at the table. I love it.
I root for him. I really like him. We don't see each other often enough. I really like the Isildur, you guys. Come on.
I mean,
this is exactly the opposite of what Victor enjoys.
Oh.
He just wants to play, have fun, have a drink, just chill. He's such a laid back, down to earth guy. Doesn't, you know, enjoy the spotlight the same way Phil does. But I do love the fact that Phil, you know, put some respect on the name. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the players at this table might not even be too familiar with him, because he had a sort of rise in online poker, and unless you were really in the scene at that moment in time, right now, he just looks like your average PLO crusher.
Yeah.
This makes me think, like, where's Jeans? I want Jens Kilonen in the mix. Absolute killer.
He's probably on the moon.
Did you come on time today?
Yeah, maybe if we raise the stakes, he's gonna show up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
It's not big
we're gonna
enough
have to raise him quite high.
So you sat down at 12:30.
Yeah.
You know, I accidentally came on time. And the one I won, Saturday. I signed up. I didn't realize it was 2 hours.
Oh, yeah.
I said, God damn it, I'm on time.
Maybe now you have to start.
And then won it.
Yeah.
So now I'm thinking, you know.
Phil's never on time.
All right, Koshak here is coming in with a raise. Under the gun, ace-9 of clubs, makes it 1,300. Hellmuth's got the king-queen off. He makes the call. McDaniel, one of the prettiest hands in poker. Jack-10 suited, he also calls. Lanes calls with ace-queen. I mean, we're just going to have 19 people in this spot. No big deal.
This would have been a good spot, I have to say, for Lanes to just put it in here. So many callers. Less than 25 bigs. Decides to take a flop, though.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be tough to flop the best hand.
Victor also coming along out of the big blind. He's got king-10 of clubs, so a lot of sharing of cards as we go to this flop.
Oh, wow. Top pair and 2 clubs for Victor Blom.
Oof.
Ace-9 of clubs also in the mix.
It's easy to chirp from over there.
Action checks over to McDaniel. He bets his top pair, but we can see that it's an inferior top pair. Lanes gets out of the way.
Blom has such a strong hand that he could consider raising, but calling makes some sense as well. Get some weaker hands still in there that he has dominated. Goes for the former option. Raises. And now Koshak with a decision. He has the nut flush draw. What does he do?
Yeah, he was the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often that you raise before the flop and then you get it multi-way and then there's a bet and a raise in front of you when you just flop a flush draw.
Oh,
McDaniel going to lay down his pair of
quickly
tinks.
fold.
Wow.
Good discipline there.
Interesting to stab there with top pair if you're going to let go so easily.
Yeah, he could have checked as well. Maybe a little results oriented, but I mean, it's not the strongest top pair and you're betting into 4 people. Somebody can have a better hand. But I like the decision to let go of that hand.
14.
Here comes Hellmuth, 1,400 with ace-10 off. He's under the gun +1 here to start this hand. Curry's got an ace-9 of hearts. Lanes had called the ace-queen. Second hand in a row that Lanes just calls with the ace-queen. Curry does make the call there.
Yeah, at the start of the stream we saw so many squeezes, 3 bets. Now we have some good candidates in the last few hands, but everybody decides to just call in position.
All right, I'm thinking of a card on the turn, and I bet you guys know what it is.
That one?
No, the case ace.
Koshak betting his straight here. The people with the ace not catching anything here.
Shows it.
Nice hand.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, it was an awkward spot for him in that hand before with the nut flush draw. Maybe he could have called. Being this deep in position, if a club comes, it's a great situation for him. But
yeah, he also had
doesn't want to risk that
the
much.
9 of clubs in his hand, so you know if Victor wants to check raise a 9-8 of clubs, I mean he just doesn't have it because he can't have it.
Since I've been here.
None of
Feels like 4.
None of my friends are causing a problem. Only Phil's friends. My friends are quiet. His friends are.
Ace Jack here for Curry.
This guy has, I don't think this guy has any friends.
The Aussies are usually crazy.
Not on day one.
Actually feel bad for him.
1400 is the raise.
Between Australia and here, he would have been kicked out by now.
Yeah, I don't
cut off. No more dreams.
bothering anybody.
Nice.
Sorry? No.
I think we can suffer 10 more minutes.
I've been heckled worse.
DiStefano folds the Jack-9
he'll
suited
take most
from
of
the
it, so
cutoff
we're
seat.
okay.
I guess there's a drunk guy on the rail doing a bit of heckling that the players are referring to. They're saying they can stomach it for 10 more minutes before the night is done.
Oh.
Blom in position with Ace-5 suited. He makes the call. King Jack-7, 2 clubs. Curry checks and Blom checks. 3 of hearts on the turn.
That'll get rid of him.
I like the check by Curry here with the second pair. Now after the check back, he decides to go for some value. Blom doesn't have anything though, so quick fold. Yeah, Victor is also somebody that, I mean, he has played so many tables back in the day at the same time that he just acts super quickly.
Yeah, wasn't he playing 4 tables of heads-up PLO at the same time?
Something crazy like that, yeah. I think also different games at the same time, PLO, Hold'em, maybe some mixed games as well.
Thank you.
What was your specialty online? Tournaments?
Yeah, I always played tournaments basically, or yeah, since I played seriously, always tournaments.
You know what they say, cash games are the real poker.
Yeah,
just too scared.
Then we're done. Victor dodges.
Cash games are boring.
Yeah, I think cash games are boring too.
I think back in the day it was true that the best poker players in the world were the cash game players, but nowadays with the tournament stakes being so high, a lot of the very good players have decided to change and play MTTs as well, tournaments. So a lot of the best players in the world are playing tournaments now. Although of course there's some great cash game players still.
Yeah, of course, I say that sort of half jokingly, but whenever I play a cash game, I feel like there's no purpose to it. Like I'm just playing to play.
And I'm totally with you.
I mean, the rush of a tournament, like that ultimate goal you're trying to get to is great.
Wow, DiStefano hits a set on the turn here versus Hellmuth with a pair of aces. Could see some fireworks here in one of the last hands of the night.
39?
Hellmuth has a gutter as well.
And Hellmuth's not going to like the way that this one played out because it went check, bet from DiStefano on the flop, and call from Hellmuth. Again on the turn, check, bet, call.
River is the king of clubs. DiStefano in position with the check mark.
Yellow or black, that is on the Paris side.
See how big he wants to go with this one.
Blue, red, or orange, you're on the horseshoe side. We have about 3,000 of you guys.
10,000,
back, so
2/3
please
pot.
be patient. Please don't scream at my floor, guys. We're gonna try to
So
get
this
through
is
as
going to be a
quickly
tough
as
one to lay down.
If he calls this, get ready for liftoff.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially because DiStefano bet himself into this position. Continue or bet on the flop. Oh, he makes the call.
That was motherfucker. 20 blinds will be what?
Fuck, 4-8. Fucking hate it. I'm waiting all day for him to fucking go off. He fooled me again. Come on, what the fuck? What a fucking joke this is. Smash a fucking 8.
I've been to day 2 so many times, but
Fucking motherfucking hell is this bullshit? Fuck. Fucking guy who's gonna fucking bluff it off for sure. Sticks 30 dimes in with ace queen, goes crazy with ace queen. I'm fucking watching. Aces against kings. Fuck. I'm 100% gonna get him, but I'm gonna run out of time. What the fucking motherfucking hell?
All spectators, stay outside the tournament area.
It's like virtual reality.
You cannot go inside the rope. We got a lot of players to back. They're wanting to get out of here. We're wanting to get them their slips. So please stay outside the tournament area.
They found a fucking 8 for him. Jesus Christ almighty. Can't get away against him.
Hellmuth here could be steaming a little bit now. Coming out with a bet into top set.
Imagine running into a set on back-to-back hands here to close out the night.
And this turn card makes it interesting.
Yeah, he called out of the small blind with a 6-5 offsuit here. It's definitely some tilt here.
Quick call here. Hellmuth checks the river.
Quick fold. Some people would have considered check raising here maybe. Like this, or check calling. Makes the right decision though.
You were riffling, so they said that one and top.
Everyone but him.
Anybody order?
Oh, good point.
All right, shout out to everyone who stuck around for 6 hours to get Hellmuth to blow up. If you enjoyed that, if that was worth the price of admission today, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. It's been a blast today. We only have a few hands left on the broadcast. We're going to go to Jeff Platt and see the walk and talk to find out more about what's happening inside the room in just about 2 minutes. But yeah, we are closing in on the end of the night. It's been truly epic.
All right, it is that time. Day 1D of the main event coming to a close back in tag. So, Paul, it's time, for our walk and talk. So let's, something's bothering me. So let's go to our feature table right this way, Paul. I just got one thing on my mind that I just have to do. It's just been weighing on me for a while, and I just think it's something that we need to do now. So, Paul, you wait for me over there. I'm going to swing around this way. Usually, now you might think I'm going to talk to Phil Hellmuth. That's not going to be the case. Plenty of conversations to come. I wanted to talk to Jason. He's in a hand right now, though. I'm going to wait 5 seconds. Let's give me a 5-second countdown. So this happens sometimes. He's in a hand. I can't bother him. All I was going to do is respectfully ask for that no gamble, no future patch back, because you can't wear the patch and fold kings, guys.
Oh man, I feel so bad for the guy. Folding kings, having all the online trolls in his DMs probably, and then Jeff, of course, wanted to take away the patch. I'm kind of happy he was in a hand, and this is the hand that we are talking about right here. Curry in the mix with ace-6 of hearts against lanes with ace-queen.
On the very last hand, some poor bastard who just moved tables. Got pocket aces. I had jacks. He was kind of short, and then I fucked quads. In the last hand of the night, it was insane.
Wow, what a night it has been. Cora, did you enjoy the action today with Hellmuth?
That was a lot of fun, guys. Yeah, that was. I'm also happy to have seen Victor here. I mean, I didn't expect that late in the night.
No, not at all. And one of the producers messaged me and said, we got Victor Blom coming to the stage. I'm like, no way. That can't be real. He was at a table in the Paris ballroom. They broke the table, and he had to come all the way over here
so far
to sit down to play against Phil Hellmuth. Yeah, it's been quite an epic day. Really enjoyed this. And like I said, tomorrow we'll have coverage of day 2 ABC. We might get Donnie Peters on the feature table. Well, how's your table draw, Donnie?
I did a quick look earlier. I didn't recognize anyone, so.
So you're the big name.
Oh yeah, I'm the huge name. I recognized one person. Ian O'Hara was at the feature or at my table.
Wow, I'm surprised that you got a buy-in.
You never know.
Ace queen off here for Hellmuth in the mix.
Uh-oh.
12.
Once again outkicked.
Hellmuth snaps it off.
Everything was going so smooth for him.
Lanes hasn't even put the chips in yet.
Yeah, Hellmuth bet here.
Oh, Hellmuth bet,
Well,
sorry. Hellmuth is not going to like this.
Two more?
Bad last 30 minutes for him. Still a good day one though. Over 100K.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, you go from 60K to over 100K. If that's where he ends the day on day one, I mean, very good day. I know he was up over 130K at one point, but
whatever happens.
Could be in a lot worse spot. Daniel Negreanu back 25K. So
King something.
Here comes Hellmuth again.
King 8.
A little zoom to end this day.
Yeah, that's 5 straight hands, I think, that he's got involved in. People in the chat are saying, Phil needs to relax.
Last hand?
You think he's going to get involved in the last hand?
Yes.
It's funny. It's so funny how the main event works. You're at 60K to start the day. You chip up to 130, and then the final few hands, you go down to 100. And you feel like your whole day has been terrible, like you have 10K chips left. And meanwhile, you know, let's take Richard Lanes. He's going to bag up 22K perhaps and feel totally fine about it.
I mean, yesterday, I got down, and then the last 20 minutes shot up to get just over starting. So I'm like feeling great versus Hellmuth is feeling worse. I mean, it's all just perspective.
I play an hour.
It is.
I'm still TBD.
I got more.
wow.
I got more than sat down. Well, that's a good day.
And he meant 5.
Oh, so you're in
Hellmuth 3-bets to 5K with the ace queen off.
I'm very skilled like that.
I think this is 6 hands in a row that he's now been involved in to close out the night.
And if I was Duga here, to be honest, I think this could be definitely something like we saw earlier. What was it? 9-4 suited?
Yeah. I mean, he's raising every hand. I mean, Duga's got a very playable hand here. These guys are super deep.
Does he want to play a big hand to end the day though?
It looks like he's given up. Yeah, there it is. King 10 of hearts into the muck. Hellmuth wins the last one of the night. just for a little bit of positive energy at the end of the night.
Yeah.
What about you too, man?
All right, these guys are bagging up their chips. Phil Hellmuth takes home 106,000 chips, or as I should say, takes those day two. Hellmuth returning on Saturday. We are returning on Friday for coverage of day 2 ABC. 1 p.m. Pacific, now 4 p.m. Eastern. I'll be back with coverage of that event. We're going to have Doug Polk on the feature table. Donnie Peters, thank you for joining us. Karai Aldemir, the former champ, thanks for joining us. My name is Remco Rinkema. On your way out the door, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We'll be back with more tomorrow. For now, good night, and we'll see you for day 2.